it. mate. It's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M. One motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Happy Saturday, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Usher Cup, the World Club Challenge. And we are now going to rip in to the Froggies rounds. It's going to be a lot of fun. A beautiful day once again. A stacked field. We know that. We saw great performances yesterday as that tide dropped out. And expecting more big ones today. And there is a huge crowd down here starting to build. Not a car park in Coolangatta. Ronnie Blakey joined by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, top of the day to you, mate.
Yeah, good morning, Ronnie.
How good's this?
Yeah, it's lovely conditions.
What are we looking at, mate?
Well, you know, we thought it was going to be a bit weaker today, but it's Tapper said it's a longer interval, so we're just hitting the buoy out there now.
All right, well, let's just keep our fingers crossed for some action. We've got a great heat to kick things off here. Corumbanelli out there in the red, Wind and Sea, they're going to be in the white. NASA in the yellow, and Kira will be in the blue. So we got through that opening day competition. Didn't send anyone home. Different story today, Bugs.
Yeah, today there's an elimination round. And, yeah, see, they're all sitting there behind the rock.
Waiting for their opportunities here. And we know that, you know, yesterday it was difficult for some of the more established clubs, some of the more successful clubs. So they're going to have to bounce their way out of this round, as we see getting things started pretty quickly here for the Kira team. So Ricardo Christie.
Yeah, Ricardo's relocated over here, former CT surfer, and he's in great form. I've seen him surfing a lot around here recently.
Yeah, he's looking sharp on this one. You know, there hasn't been a whole lot of set wave action in the opening stages this morning, so he's picked off a gem here. Obviously, his positioning on the outside was spot on, but big Ricky Christie on a gem. And on the outside, we've got more action unfolding here as we go now to Letty Mortensen for NASA Boardriders Club down there on Sydney's Northern Beaches. And Letty starting to gather some momentum as he moves through to the inside now. couple of nice hits on this one. So a real positive start for NASA. Also solid for Kira. Let's see what Wind and Sea can do. They've got Timmy Bainge up at the moment. Silky smooth, goofy.
Oh, the backhand attack out here is no disadvantage, Ronnie.
Fits well, doesn't it?
Yeah,
those big wipers going, get that big 12 o'clock action with the backhand verts.
Yeah, well, there was a third wave in that set too, but the other two surfers were sitting too far around the rock, so a little bit of a wastage there.
So this was Will Morrison for Karambanali on the outside. Working this one over. So as we said before, you know, a little slow, the frequency of the set wave. So I think all the teams are going to be thrilled, the first surfers, the opening surfers for each of these teams to bag one in the opening minutes of the heat, right on time.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, it's always a bit of there's no priority to start the heats, and there's always a bit of a jostle and a hassle, but there's got to be consideration for smaller, medium-sized sets going through unridden because everyone's sitting around the back of the rock.
Yeah, that's right. So conditions today, Bugs, and through tomorrow, what are we looking at?
Yeah, well, the conditions, we're looking for a southerly, you know, sort of southwest southerly kicking in and getting stronger throughout the day. Still a touch of the southwest-west in this wind right now, but it'll keep swinging around to the south as the day goes on.
Beautiful. So seeing the replay of Tim Bainge on that opening ride, man, he did some good work on the outside.
Yeah, sure did.
I think we picked off the ride sort of midway through, so caught these last couple of moves, which in comparison to the work done earlier on, it just wiggles, just extras, really.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was one of those situations where, you know, it was a 7 a.m. start, and at about 6:58 a set came through, so it was a little, one of those...
Always the way.
Always the way.
Always the way. But it's the curse of the hooter, but we'll take it. We're underway now. And, you know, basically, when you're looking at these teams, Bugs, 4 surfers in each team, you know, you've just got to divide it up, that time on the clock, split it 4 ways, and you kind of work out that, you know, roughly everyone's kind of got around 8 minutes to get their work done. These guys were just a little over that kind of allotted time, which is just sort of an imaginary sort of time allocation, but it's good to stick to. But the numbers starting to roll through now, looking pretty solid. Will Morrison for Karambanali, he managed a 4.1. Ricardo Christie a bit better, a 5. Letty Mortensen, he got a 5.9. That gets NASA in the second spot. Wind and Sea, they grabbed themselves a 7.33 with the backhand work of Timmy Bainge.
Yeah, that was a solid ride by Timmy.
You should just drop the E off his name. Timmy Bang. Just whack that one through those opening sections. Looking really strong. So a bit of a mistake there from Loki Cullen. But Loki's been typically the 4th surfer in the first 2 rounds of the event, and they've shuffled him up the order a little bit, probably wanting to give him a bit more time.
Yeah, give him a bit more time. Yeah, it was unfortunate that first turn there. He just went over the back of the wave, and that was a pretty fun little wave. It would have certainly been a good one for NASA.
It's just going to make it a little tough for him now because he'll fall down that priority order a little bit. But he's a crafty young competitor, getting plenty of success in those amateur events, and looking forward to seeing him on another wave here. I like the look of the wave that we saw Timmy Bainge on, though, Bugs. It kind of started with a bit of that side wedge on it. Had a nice little push through that opening stanza.
Yeah, there's a nice line to it today when you get the right wave and it's got that draw off the bank. Not too much action right behind the rock.
We had a great night last night, Bugs. The President's Dinner. You know, a very official affair. Everyone dressed to their best. And the Ain't That Swell boys did their thing.
Oh, yeah, that was a fun night. Yeah, Theo always puts on a great President's Dinner, and Swellians come and MC the night and just keeps it moving in a lot of frivolity.
Yep. There's likely going to be a couple of sore heads, but I think just the energy, it'll come back to these teams once they pull that jersey on. Heard Oki talking about it yesterday, you know, for a lot of the veteran competitors, former TT surfers and whatnot, people like Joel Parkinson, for example, you know, you kind of look at competition and you think that you can kind of shake off that competitive animal, but once you put the jersey on, it just creeps back in, and we saw a bit of that yesterday.
It really does, yeah. Now, I've always said that, you know, coming back to club surfing is a bit of a soft landing for professional surfers, and they're surfing not for themselves anymore, they're surfing for their club. But the juices are still there, you know. It doesn't take long for those competitive juices to rise to the surface.
Love that. Yeah, so have a look at that shot. Looking around the corner there at Froggies. Of course, this is the Froggies section. A repechage round. So we gave 8 teams a seated spot in that second round. They were the top performers from the Usher Cup last year. But some of them just didn't turn up yesterday. And as a result, they're going to have to surf through this repechage round to keep their hopes alive, including the host club Snapper Rocks. But they'd fancy their chances, but when conditions get like this and a little bit slow, it really does open up the field, and it can put the strongest teams in a precarious situation. But back to the President's Dinner last night, so awesome to see all the teams, especially our international friends, new clubs established to come and take part in the Usher Cup World Club Challenge. Team Portugal. Good to have the Tahitians here as well. Michel Perez set Snapper Rocks alight yesterday with his powerful, flowing rail work. I'll be back out there again. Looking forward to seeing them surf. So some big clashes coming our way. Plenty of CT talent. We've got world champs in the mix here. The 7-time world champ, Lane Beachley, there last night. And not too happy with her performance yesterday for Team Freshwater, but still there's plenty of surfing left in this event. And you know that their team it's a young team, a battling team, but getting the jump on some very impressive clubs yesterday, and also in some more recent national Boardriders events. So Bugs, he's just ducked off, considering an extension of the heat times for these competitors at some stage. But let's see what Loki Cullen can do here. He's found a nice little wave, looking to recover after taking a fall earlier on. He's building nicely. There's a solid hit. Great variation as he hammers down the line. Couple of nice hits, goes to the rail now. This is the club champ for the NASA Boardriders Club. He's going to release that next surfer, who is going to be Cedar Lee. So we'll look forward to seeing just what Loki drops for that one. He was hanging on to a 1 before. It was an easy decision to stay out there. He fell right near the start of that ride. That one's going to be much better. Let's have another look at it. Draws off the bottom. Didn't hammer the first section the way he would have liked, but really made up for it on the second, drifting those fins, and then gained some speed down the line here and went to work. Chipped away nicely at this wave. And finished it off beautifully on the inside. So that score still rolling through for NASA, but likely we'll see them into the lead, with all the other teams are only hanging on to one ride, one score at this stage of the game. 4.73 for Loki. And NASA jumps into the number 1 position. So out there in the lineup now, we've got Cedar Lee for Team NASA. We've got Cam McDougall for Wind and Sea. We've got Gabe Lee for Kira. And we've got Oscar Berry out there surfing for Currumbinally. There's been quite a bit of Oscars surfing out here at Snapper Rocks with the jersey on the last couple of years in the Usher Cup, in the Challenger Series event here. very strong, super well-rounded competitor. Some very progressive moves that he can rip out of the bag if given the right section. Not a whole lot of ramps out there at the moment, but you just never know. Let's see what Kira can do here. Gabe, it just gets a little hung up there. I mean, you want to push it, you want to get those fins free, but with this wind at the moment, you can get a little stuck at the top of the lip. So he has released that next surfer, which generally we've seen from competitors. Once they commit to a wave, they tend to release that next surfer and kind of just hope that they maybe have some time on the clock at the end of the heat to get back out there and improve on their score. Some big format changes, none bigger than dropping the individual component of the Usher Cup this year. So it is purely a teams event, and the strongest team will get the victory. So we just saw Loki drop a mid-range 4 bugs.
Yeah.
NASA's moved up into the lead. Gable for the Kira team, he was on a great size wave, but unfortunately just got a little hung up, pushed it too hard on that backhand hit, and as a result he's released the next surfer and probably won't be posting a massive score. So it's going to be Luke Summer out there next for Kira, and we'll see if he can make up some ground.
Yeah, still right up there. Anyone can win this heat. NASA in the lead. It's a sort of situation where, because it was a slow start, they were sitting way behind the rock. We had that early set before the heat started. It'll probably mean that you'd want to keep mistakes to a minimum.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I mean, yesterday it felt like through those high tide periods it was relatively slow, and there was a bit of inconsistency in those set waves. And you know, at some points there was some restraint shown just because people really wanted to get to the end of their rides, and then at that point it was sort of like if everyone in your team got a 5, you were looking pretty good for a spot in the next round.
Exactly.
In the afternoon, once that tide dropped, your team needed some more points than that. And here goes Cedar Lee, just doesn't really like the feel of the start of that ride. She's out of there. Still plenty of time here, 13.5 minutes to go. But yeah, just chatting, Bugs, about those format changes that you've instigated for this year. It's really all hedging on a strong team performance this year. We did see the big name individuals stepping up last year to really push their teams to the top of the ladder, the points ladder. But this year it's all hanging on a great team performance, which I love.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, Ronnie, and it's sort of designed for that way, that you've got to look after you've really got to actually look after the next in line. You've got to look after your team. And nice little backhand attack there.
Yeah, Cam McDougall looking sharp.
Looking sharp.
Looking very sharp.
A bit of innovation.
Sharp as a knife. Look at him go.
So that'll put Wind and Sea. Oh, they'll be threatening for the lead there.
Yeah, well, you know, Team NASA is the team that sort of was relatively looking relatively in check with the clock there for a moment there, Bugs, but Cedar Lee took a wave and opted to head back out, as we see the replay now of Cam McDougall swinging his board into a reverse there, coming through to the inside, and he got a couple of nice little sharp hits in.
Yeah, that was a neat ride by Cam, and young surfer from the Sunshine Coast.
He kind of almost looked like he had the Tommy Carroll swoosh spray down the board there, that black board. So Cam McDougall's numbers on the way, but on the strength of Tim Banger's 7.33, they won't need a whole lot, even with just a second score to get themselves up into maybe the top spot. Yeah,
it's they're a little bit. Everyone seems like they're a little behind on the wave count. That's a tough situation. It was a slow start of the heat, as I said. The nice set came through just before the start of the heat, and then it took them about 10 minutes to get going. It's a bit of a concern. Tide coming in, so looking for an adjustment here.
Yeah, the clubs are just out in force. pretty impressive. They've turned up big time today, knowing that it's do or die, really. No second chances now, Bugs. So, elimination for the teams that finish in 3rd and 4th position in each of these heats, the Froggies round. And that number has yet to come through. Or excuse me, it's just dropped 4.2.
Yeah, 4.2 puts NASA still in the front, but Wind and Sea move into 2nd spot. That is the advancing position. You want to be there, Ronnie. Doesn't matter 1st or 2nd at this point.
It's funny, there was a moment in time, Bugs, where the 360, the reverse, really considered quite progressive. And these days, you've got to do a pretty tweaked out, wild version of that move to get the judges excited.
That's so true, Ronnie.
Cedar Lee has a nice looking wall, has some speed too. Nice swoop off the top here. We mentioned it in the earlier round. Cedar, a super accomplished amateur competitor. Kind of took a bit of a break from competition more recently, but she's performed very well for the NASA team in the opening stages of this event. And that's going to be another strong score.
Yeah, and Wind and Sea, a clever move by Wind and Sea is a smaller wave, but getting the wave can up, going through the rotation, getting the all surfers through.
There's something that happens too, isn't there, Bugs, when someone makes a decision to take a wave, use their priority and take a fall and has to go back out there. You really got to rally mentally, and Cedar did that on this wave. She had a 1.83 before this, and this is going to score pretty well, this wave.
Yeah, this is a good ride. I mean, as you said, this wave looks pretty weak right now, but it's got that inside wall that Cedar Lee connects right here. And she does a couple of pretty stylish moves, a nice slashing cutty there, and just finishes it, releases, and that will go into her scorecard. And now it seems like we've got Currumbin Ali.
Yeah, Oscar Berry, one of the real rising stars on the Australian scene, making inroads internationally. He's had some amazing finishes at the top end, and you can see why. Just the power output is incredible as he unloads on this thing down the line, Bugs. This is a great ride, maybe the best of the morning.
Yeah, Oscar Berry, not surprisingly,
Sports,
I would say, is right up there, and it's a timely ride for Currumbin Ali.
Man, there's some real class in this ride. It kind of reminds me of what we saw yesterday from Parco, from Michelle Perez. Just the authority in each of the moves, the deep track that he's cutting into the face of the wave, even when the wave wasn't giving much back to him.
That's right. Well, looks like there's been a flurry of action now, so surfers are starting to catch up in their rotation of their surfers and getting through the first order.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot of time here, and Currumbin, Oscar's their second surfer, so they got work to do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I thought Currumbin was way behind the 8 ball on
time.
Yeah, time's the enemy for the
Oh,
alley.
mate, for all of us, Bugs.
Good one, Ronnie. That's so true.
Mate, yeah, it's for these surfers in a team event. It's just so sped up the clock. It just moves at a different pace. So you know the stress level is pretty high, and I said before, you got to rally mentally. You got to keep you cool. Just maintain just that nice instinctual approach once you get on the wave. Don't oversurf it. Seen some really nice surfing out there today in what are pretty tricky conditions. So Oscar's score's yet to come through, Bugs, but the general vibe here, I think, on the commentary panel is it's going to be the best number of the morning.
I would think so. And here's Currumbin Ali again.
Yeah, well, they had to get moving pretty quickly. This is Luke Munro. He's getting his opportunity now. Didn't get to catch a wave yesterday. He was in slow conditions, and he is looking sharp. Luke, former CT surfer, had some reps in the CT event right here at Snapper Rocks as well, as he looks to finish this one off. Nice stuff from Munn. And building speed beautifully. Found a nice little track there on the inside. And he is going to release that next surfer. Great work from Munro. And our team Currumbinali's back in a big way here, and Jade Wheatley is their final surfer. She's got 6 minutes. There's plenty of time, Bugs, to get yourself a ride and get back to the beach for those bonus 3 points.
Yeah, and here's Kira. How's Kira going on the rotation, Ronnie?
Kira's into their 4th surfer as well, but they are still sitting outside that top 2. Pippi Bunker here, she is looking for a pretty decent number, actually, to get them up into a qualifying position. But 7.03 for Oscar Berry on his ride, so they still like that steeper section for Timmy Bangemore on the outside, that backhand work.
Yeah, a little surprising with that score, I think.
Yeah, I like the variation in that forehand approach, but I am a regular footer, so maybe some bias creeping in there, Bugs.
Yeah.
Okay, see Pippi's wave here again, just a little tangled up there for a moment, but recovered pretty nicely.
Yeah, well, everyone's starting to get good scores now, so this heat has certainly come alive. There's been a flurry of action in the last 7 minutes, probably about a good dozen rides.
Yeah, this was Pippi's wave was enough to get the Kira team up in the 2nd spot. Cedar Lee, she dropped a great score, 6.4 for the NASA team, but they're just outside that top 2, at the moment. But Fraser Dovo is their final surfer, so they've still got another rider to drop a number. He doesn't need a whole lot.
Yeah, well, he just sort of got caught up on another section before. He had a wave that looked promising, but didn't quite pull off one of his manoeuvres.
Well, Jade looks at the clock. 4.5 minutes to go. There's wind and sea.
Yeah.
High-fiving, I believe, Casey Lane there. So they're through their order.
Yeah, and the Alley have picked up the pace. They were sitting on 4 points about 3 minutes ago. Now they're on 15.66, so they have certainly got themselves back in the mix.
Jade making her way in, checks that clock.
So we'd be expecting a score for her to come in yet, Ronnie?
Yeah, but I think, it took her a while to look up to the team, and I don't think she'd release that next surfer, so a bit of time lost on the clock there.
Yeah, gee, you got to release.
But Loki Cullen, he's back out there trying to improve on his score, which was a 4.73.
Yeah, and he just got caught again on that section. But NASA's in the lead again.
Yeah, well, Fraser dropped a 4.57. We knew he didn't need a whole lot. He did his work pretty quickly to get the NASA team into the #1 position now. Wind and Sea have been bumped back into 2nd spot. They have Amber Fatty out there, maybe to improve on her score. As we see Gabe up again, he's looking to improve on his ride, and he needs a pretty good score here.
Yeah, don't know if he got that one there, but he's paddling to... He hasn't released yet. I don't know what he's doing here. Oh, he's going back around.
He's racing around.
He's actually the surfer they need to get a big score. So he did a couple of good turns there, but got caught behind that one section, wasn't able to fulfill his ride. So he wouldn't be happy about that, but yeah, you got to kind of hobble over those. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think they've sent someone else back out. There's only 3 of them there. But 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go here. It is Team NASA out in front. Letty Mortensen, the 5.9. Loki Cullen's still out there at the moment trying to improve on a 4.73. Didn't do it with his last ride. But he'd probably just be thinking of making his way in soon. Not a whole lot of time left on the clock here as we see Cam McDougall trying to improve on that 4.2.
He's got to get to the beach.
That's one way to do it.
And
Not sure that's going to go into his top 2.
Looks like all surfers have made it back to the dry sand.
Yeah, so the advantage of getting back before the hooter sounds onto that dry sand is getting those bonus 3 points. Yet, if everyone's on the beach, it doesn't really matter unless you're one of those top 2 teams.
Yeah, well, you know, it ends up being a pretty high-scoring heat in the end. I mean, that's pretty much up there with the averages of yesterday.
Yeah, not too bad. Pretty tidy work there from NASA, kind of consistent across the board. Each of their team members putting up a reasonable number, some better than others. And really, it was wind and sea, I believe. Bugs hanging on to that second position on the back of Tim Banger's opening ride.
Yeah, the two local clubs bowing out there. Super close heat, though. Wind and Sea to Currumbin Alley was just a point in it.
Yeah, well, Currumbin's just been such a strong performer at the Usher Cup over the years. Well, yeah, we're going to take a quick break here. And while we do, let's catch some vision from one of our sponsors here, Mandiri.
Mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Welcome back to the show. Well, we have said goodbye to our first two clubs, sadly, and it was a couple of local teams, Currumbin Alley and Kirra, fell out of the mix. But have a look at this. Back to live action. Heat 2 starts with a barrel for Snapper Rocks. Sheldon Simkus really starting off strong here for Snapper, and they needed a quick start just to settle the nerves. You don't often see them in the repechage round, and Shelley finishes that one off with an absolute clanger. Jay Phillips, the president, he's buzzing. And that was so quick that Parko's not even prepped to get out there.
Yeah, that was so quick for Sheldon to get that way. Parko was still having a bit of a chat with Jay.
Let's have a look at this thing. Finds the Vish.
Yeah, he gets a little cover up there. Not a full barrel, but just a nice little... Then he goes into his repertoire, Ronnie. And Sheldon is last year's individual champion.
You can see why.
And you're talking about this last move. He sets it up nicely. Just, oh, wow.
Just great extension and just ripped through that thing. You know, the barrel was majorly avoided. Yeah. The depth in the barrel, but you know, he's probably reflecting on what we saw yesterday when, you know, we had a rider get completely piped, and we thought that it was, I think, Taj Stokes. Thought we were going to see him drop an excellent score, and it fell just under. So not at this size, not a whole lot of reward for the barrel. Big turns is what they want to see.
Yeah. So just to go through that decision, I mean, you know, that the first seed, they actually all four teams got decent points, but we do have that incoming tide and that slightly longer interval swell, so it could be some inconsistency with that tide moving in, and it's kind of come in a bit quicker than I anticipated. Like even in the last half hour, the water's really risen. We've got a 10:45 high tide, so we might be battling.
Well, 40 minutes on the clock. The surfers will appreciate that. Didn't seem to make a difference for Sheldon Simkus, who picked his wave off in the opening seconds and got himself a 7.33 So a really positive start there for Snapper Rocks. They'll be hard to reel in. They always are. Also out there in the lineup, we've got the Maui Boardriders. And that's Justin Robertson on screen there. Had a good chat to him last night. They've just had an unbelievable winter season so far, especially on Maui. Also got the Treasure Coast Boardriders in the lineup. They are in the red jersey. And then we've got Burleigh Heads out there in the blue. So bit of Gold Coast rivalry out there.
Certainly is. Classic rivalry between Snapper and Burleigh. Burleigh, obviously, Australian Boardriders Battle national champions, reigning champions. They'll be defending their title in, I think mid-March, around then, early March.
Yeah, love that event too.
Oh,
Huge.
yeah, absolutely love it. It's just it's a different animal, you know.
Yep. Yeah, we're spoilt now. We've got the international club meet. We've got the Australian Boardriders Battle,
Yeah.
which sees the regional qualifiers around the country as well that are hotly contested.
Yeah, everyone in that event is a champion.
Well, this is just a very fortuitous start for Snapper Rocks. To bank 7.33 and for no one else to get a wave in the exchange, a score of substance is a massive advantage.
And also, it hasn't been happening like that. The sets have been a little infrequent, but they have been sets. Like there's been mostly 3 waves in a set.
Simon Safina helping run things behind the scenes here at the Usher Cup. With the production team, he's just dropped a steaming hot long black in my lap. And thank you, Shagger. That'll keep us going through the 40-minute heats, mate. But yeah, you're right, Mark. So the sets, they were coming in threes sometimes. We saw in that last heat, there was a flurry of set waves where all riders picked off a wave. But now, we see one of those flurries. Snapper will likely get their second surfer a score on the board and, just be so far ahead of the clock. Here goes Matty Job now.
Matty absolutely loves Snapper.
Oh, doesn't he? Always love just making those comparisons with Matty. He's like a hybrid Taj Burrow, Ethan Ewing. He's just got such a silky smooth style. Love the way he drops that back knee. And here is Snapper's second surfer, Jay Okalupo, who wanted more out of himself after yesterday, and he's found it here this morning. He was a little disappointed, a little bit eggy at himself yesterday, Bugs, when I saw him after Snapper was relegated, and he has made up for it big time there. He's going to be buzzing on that.
Yeah, that was a good opening ride for Jay and a good exchange between the two surfers, and he's really opened up on this wave. Just a nice little safety move there, but now he starts carving. Jay just knows his wave inside out. He knows every grain of sand. And down the line he goes, a Snapper. Bit of tail release there to finish.
That was his best move. The good thing about Snapper, sometimes you'll get that wave that actually gathers a bit of height as it rolls down the line. So probably the best section he had on offer was the final section. He made it count. Everything else before that was a little trickier, a bit flat. That wind was affecting how much momentum he could carry through those turns. So it was a great way to finish the wave.
Yeah, you can see his confidence building as the wave went on, the ride went on.
Matty, just a little bit more room to move on the opening section, so he's likely going to get a solid score here.
Yeah, Matty Jobs, he just comes down to Snapper from Burleigh and he just kills it. He was getting 10s last year. Don't think we'll see 10s today, Ronnie, but who knows about tomorrow?
I don't know. Joel Parkinson's out there, mate. You never know. I love when I pull off the highway here and drive past, Kira Surf, and they had that huge image of Joel behind the rock at Snapper.
Yeah, that was the day the event was Julian Wilson at Kira.
Yeah.
And I walked around here because it was set up. As I came around the corner, Parko took that wave. I saw it live.
Wow.
It was the best wave ridden at Snapper ever in history.
Wow. Well, Jay Okalupo getting some slaps on the back there, because he has just dropped a 5.67 and really adding to that heat score tally for the Snapper Club.
And I guess that this call about the 40 minutes, it's in a long period as well. There will be some lollies times during the heats, probably every heat.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think that can happen at the most consistent locations. You'll have a period. Usually not an issue in a head-to-head heat. With 4 surfers in the lineup, it starts to get a little trickier. You really start to look at the consistency of those set waves at that point, especially with that incoming tide.
But also, you know, there's that hustle on behind the rock to start the heat, and there's no sand behind the rock. You know, I mean, Sheldon picked that one wave up, but that was nearly rare.
Yeah, it's as you said yesterday too, that there's not that current. It's actually a reverse rip, so while they're jostling for position, it actually takes them a little bit more time to get inside. It's harder to make it back onto the inside if something stands up.
It's absolutely, that's a major point, Ronnie, because as you're sitting there, you're drifting around the corner, and if you're actually paddling around the corner, you're probably too deep.
Yeah, I love the in a free surf out here. It's so competitive, and when that big southerly sweeps, ripping through that takeoff zone, you maybe like Mitch Parko, Nick Basicek, Joel, Sheldon. There is a crew of people who don't mind how far back they get pushed.
Oh, totally.
They can get themselves into a position to catch the wave. They have the skill to pull it off. But when you're defending that inside position as a hack, and you just want to get a wave out there as just swarms of people are jumping off the rocket snapper, God, you end up getting to a point you're like, great, now I can't even make the wave. You're going to get dropped in on anyway.
Yeah,
it's a timing thing.
It is a timing thing, and yeah, and not every wave behind the rock, you haven't got that backwash. You've got, you know, not every wave you're going to make it through. Sometimes you look and you go, well, they're so deep, and there's another looping section. I can go.
You trouble yourself with it these days, Bugs?
Not so much behind the rock, Ronnie.
Nah. You just get ultimate right away. Don't you have ultimate priority out here?
Not when there's 400 out, no.
Yeah.
No.
The old rule, I can remember, this is probably 20 years ago coming up here to surf, was that the locals on a really crowded day dropped in and they didn't pull out off the wave until they heard their name getting called. I remember screaming, "Rabbit, rabbit!" But it was an honour to share a wave with you, mate.
That's great, Ronnie. Yeah, I mean, nowadays it is a little bit like spot the local, as we see Maui up and riding.
Oh, this is pretty solid stuff for Team Maui. I believe this is Brian DePella, and he looks pretty pumped just to actually get himself a wave out there this morning, because, you know, it's not lost on these competitors. They're sitting out the back and they see Sheldon come out. You know, then they see Jay Okalupo, then all of a sudden Joel Parkinson sitting next to them, and they're the opening surfer for their team. So it's sort of just like, no, how come I can't get one?
Well, when you think about, you know, the seeding of the event, this was probably not supposed to happen. Like, Burley Head's a national champion, Snapper Rock's a defending champion, probably not expected to be in this round. And but this opens up the account for Maui in a pretty solid way. So this gets their rotation in motion. As you said, Ronnie, good solid surfing here.
Mate, he took this wave apart, and you know, it feels like we're you know, some surfers have gone to a thicker, wider board. Looks like Brian's board's actually got that extra length in it, which I don't mind seeing occasionally. It's just a nice mix-up, has a nice, clean, flowing approach out here at Snapper Rocks. Waiting on that score to come through now. Probably made his move at the perfect time just to get Team Maui back on side with the clock.
Oh, that's right. I mean, Yeah, those extra couple of minutes get chewed up pretty quickly in a lull.
It's easy math now with 40-minute heats. You're looking at 10 minutes a surfer. Whereas snapper, they're on to their third surfer, and they got plenty of time. And likely, fingers crossed, we see some people get an opportunity to go out there and improve on their scores. We had a slow start to the first heat of the morning, and that was only a 35-minute exchange. Yet we still saw a number of the clubs send out a surfer again.
Yeah, no, well, it ended up being pretty much average to yesterday's scoring over all four clubs in that first heat. So it came alive. That you could just tell as the tide came in, that was going to be another element again. I was always going to make this move at some point. I just had to pull the trigger a little earlier than I thought. I probably thought it in about an hour's time. I was watching and timing the sets before the event for about 40 minutes, and it still seemed pretty reasonable for the 35-minute heats, but right now it's slowing up.
Yeah, so just got to correct myself there. That was Raffineri for Team Maui. Dropped a good score too, 5.9 with that clean approach down the line there. Rattled off a number of moves, and he has now released Nora Liotta on the lineup here at Snapper. And Brian DePello's surfing for the Treasure Coast Boardriders. And I think he's still out there at this stage of the game. Well, we're waiting for some set waves to approach. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Welcome back to the show. Well, looks like we've got the Treasure Coast with a bit of a change here. Their first surfer's making his way in now. And this is Brian DePello. He only had a 1-point ride prior to this. He's chipping away at this one. Bit of texture on the face out there at the moment, making things a bit difficult for him. But he has taken up a fair bit of time on the clock, so he's opting to release the next surfer for the Treasure Coast there, and that will be Marilyn Glaub. Yeah, so not a surprise to see the order of things here at the moment, folks. Just sort of based on what you'd probably predict would unfold in this heat. But I did say while you stepped out of the booth there, with the conditions the way they are at the moment, this tide filling in, it levels this field up, and positioning and capitalising on the limited opportunities is going to be key to success, and maybe the key to a couple of upsets as well. This is James Wood, and he's found himself a pretty tall wall to work over. Starts to whack off a couple of nice little moves down the line here. Gets a clean little finish here. This has actually been a wave that's just given him so much. It looks like his legs are on fire. That was so many opportunities to let go of moves.
That was a long ride, Ronnie.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's hoping he gets a good score because he doesn't want to have to go back out there. He's going to be exhausted. I'm tired just watching.
Yeah, it was a bit of a leg burner.
Yeah, it's amazing, just how much these waves will take out of you, especially when the wave's not really helping provide you with too much speed and you're surfing into that wind. Oh, there's a great opening turn there for Maui Boardriders. Nora Liotta, unfortunately, wasn't able to finish that one off, but it was such a strong start.
Oh, Nora really impressed when she came first 2 years ago. She absolutely impressed me so much with her surfing, and you can see why. And here's that long ride. We'll be exhausted commentating this one.
The first two turns are really strong. That's his third move, so let's count them. 4, that's a bit of a half turn, but
we'll count it.
We'll count it. 4, that.
4.5.
I'm not giving him that. No, that's just, he's still on 4. There's 5.
Just under 22 minutes remaining. Score update.
6. At this point, he's just going, all right, I need a breather. 7. 8. And just labours his way through that final move.
Yeah, he's going...
9 and a bit turns.
9 and a quarter turns.
Yeah, 9 turns and 1 that he just wants to erase from his memory bank. Just got a little bogged up in that wind. But as I said, you're surfing into that wind. The tide's filling in, so these waves are kind of flat. You're probably almost sweating after 9 moves out here at the moment. It's a nice, warm Gold Coast morning. But yeah, no one's had any reps lately to get themselves surf fit for a ride like that.
Good point, Ronnie. The point breaks have been asleep for months. The little flurries here and there, nothing, no ground swells, and a traditional northerly season.
Well, Snapper Rocks was the inspiration for the Kelly Slater Wave station, the surf ranch. And Bugs, you and I have been there. And the first wave that you have when you finish it off, when you do make it to the end of a wave, you can barely walk trying to get out of the pool.
Yeah.
It is so taxing, and that thing's got some push to it. So, doing 9 moves on a slow morning at Snapper is going to definitely take it out of you. So, James Wood, he might even just settle on that score. It's going to be a good one anyway. But even if you got the opportunity to get back out there, I think you might brush it. 6.6.
6.6 is a keeper.
Yep. And Charlie Haley's out there now. Things are starting to even up in the race against the clock. Joel Parkinson's been out there for an age now, and he's actually sort of taking up what would be his 10 minutes as the Treasure Coast come on. And this is Marilyn Glob, and she is really looking to get them back in to a strong position. That was a disappointing finish of the wave. You can see the frustration for her. She was on her way to a good number.
She was looking so good on that wave, and the wave kept going too, but she just got caught up. There's a few little ribs in the face, Ronnie, that little southwester persisting.
Bugs, what do you know about the Treasure Coast team?
Absolutely nothing, except they come from Florida and
the Maryland Rebs.
And I suppose this might have been back to the pirate days, the Treasure Coast.
Yeah.
Long John Silver.
Oh, you're big on your pirate history.
I am, mate.
Yep.
The first book I read was a pirate book by Willem Dafoe.
Well, that was just such a strong start, and I feel bad for Marilyn because you could see how disappointed she was, but there's no shame in that. It's just that the fact that she was able to wrestle that wave away from Joel Parkinson blows my mind.
Yeah.
So enjoying these little highlight pieces from the production team, from some of these lesser known clubs in particular. And this is Michelle Flores for the Treasure Island team. Treasure Coast Boardriders, I should say. But they've definitely got some talent down that way, Bugs.
They sure do.
It's great to have them here.
Yeah, it's so good to have them here. It's amazing. They got off the plane and they said that's about 42 hours of travel.
Wow.
That's a big effort to come to Snapper Rocks.
Look at the waves that they're getting. Might have to go visit them over there. Okay, so here is Joel Parkinson now as we cut back to live action. Third surfer for the Snapper Rocks team. He was patient out there. He knew what kind of wave he wanted, and it definitely looks like he's connected with that choice This wave's given him a lot of face to work with as he's hammered down the line. Loading up for the big finish. Just always so complete through those carving turns. Really eyes his, section for those roundhouses. I think Parko's got one of the best frontside roundhouses in the game.
In the game.
Yeah, right. They're waiting for Joel to throw his hands up. It's just out there daydreaming at the moment. But let's have a look at what he did on the outside here, Bugs.
Yeah, as you said, those first 2 turns, scintillating Parko. And he's looking smooth as silk as ever. This wave is a keeper for sure. And Parko's just got, as you said, he's got super... His carving is still as strong as ever, Ronnie. Out here on a good day. But this is a small day at Snapper, and he looks great. That border under his feet. Probably the most idyllic stylist on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, well, Parko retired a few years back. He's actually, kind of really just fell off the map a little bit. He just dropped right out of the spotlight. He really wanted to. He had no plans on competing at all. Not even for Snapper, I don't think originally. He was saying, oh, no, I'm done.
No, see, what happened, Ronnie, was that you're right about he fell off the map as far as international competition. But we were on the plane home one day from the ABB when I was at Cronulla. And, Parko turns around and he says, Bugs, he said, I'm done. I'm never going to accept a wild card in a WSL event, a CT event, which is, basically his home. And he said, I'm only going to serve for the club and maybe a couple of special events.
Go.
Yeah,
so
he did say
Snapper was never off the table.
No, it was...
Of course it wasn't. As if, hey, I'd kick him out of town if he turned his back on Snapper. But here goes Nora again, just trying to make up for that fall earlier on. 14 and a half minutes to go, still plenty of time. I think all the competitors, all the teams, especially probably the captains, will be thankful for that extra 5 minutes, Bugs. But look at that, Joel, that wasn't even wearing a leash out there. But what I was going to say, Bugs, is while he shied away from any competition other than Boardriders meets, when he did decide to take part in a specialty event over there in the Maldives, something clicked. He really surfed it incredibly well. I think that was last year. And then we've obviously seen him in the Usher Cup last year, just absolutely blowing minds. And there's another really strong ride for the Burleigh team to Charlie Hadley. Keeping them on pace here. But Joel Parkinson's just dropped an 8.17.
Pretty similar to yesterday's score. I think it was an 8.13 yesterday, 8.17, incrementally getting better.
Yeah. Let's see what Nora did on this one.
Yeah, well, Nora, she's got that great carving style, and this wave just getting it's got a few ribs in it. You can see there's no draw off the bottom. That makes it so much harder to get quality manoeuvres in, Ronnie. She gets across that little ridge there. There may be something on offer down the line.
Great surfer, and has been a real performer for the Maui team the last few years. And she needed a number. She's trying to improve on a 4.9, just waiting to see if she's going to do that. And let's check out Charlie's ride once again. Score yet to come through for this one, but conditions looking pretty decent out there now.
They are. When the sets come, it's still nice snapper. And Charlie, this will be a good score. Her backhand is just scintillating. It's a series of swooping turns there. Down the line she goes. She's reading it like she comes from a point break, Ronnie.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, that's just so innate for the point break surfers, that the approach, you know, picking the power out of the wave when there's limited power on offer, you know, finding those little pockets to really capitalise on. they're scoring so well. Matty Job had a big number to kick things off for Burleigh Heads, an 8.4. James Woods backed him up with a 6.6, and Charlie has just dropped an 8.53 to get the Burleigh Club ahead of Snapper Rocks here. The battle is on. It's pretty close. And now we're going to see what Tommy Whitpain can do for Burleigh Heads. Can he keep them at the top of the ladder? And what can Kobe Enright achieve out here? She's been the queen of clutch performances for Snapper Rocks in this event over the years. So let's see what she can produce.
Well, Burleigh and Snapper keep leapfrogging each other, and every time Snapper gets their nose in front, Burleigh does something better. And that has been the story. I mean, an 8.5, that is the best score of the day so far.
Yeah, you can see why too. It wasn't like she was surfing through her turns and then flattening out, gaining speed and going back up there. The wave gave her enough momentum to really go rail to rail, driving from one turn into the next. The judges just dined out on it.
They did, and there's a Scarborough.
Like hockey on my breakfast. It's a beautiful big bacon and egg wrap here. And yeah, the Raging Bull's just gone at it with his head down.
Oh, gosh. I mean,
I think it was hockey, I hope.
Oh, I don't know. Look at the Scarborough mascot there.
Yeah, it's awesome. There's the Spirit Award. You know, that's a sought-after title here. There'll probably be some stories of where people are placed after last night's event. There was some spirit out there last night.
There sure was, and here's Kobe.
So Kobe Enright, you know, not even into the final 10 minutes has picked one off here. So we might see some repeat performers out here in this second heat of the Froggies round. This is a repechage round. It is an elimination round. You've got to feature in the top two to progress through to finals day. Otherwise, you're done.
Release yellow.
Through to the quarters, right, Bugs?
Yeah, well, there's a lot more action in the Froggies round. You know, you could sort of say the quarters. It's around a 24 really, and then it just keeps going. You've got to do a lot more surfing. But as I said last night, see Kobe on a nice smooth ride here. This wave has got a bit of fluff, white water. That won't stop her. And, Kobe Enright going to town. And she's got that big swooping cutback. There it is there.
Oh, yeah. You know, I think when Snapper's in that kind of 3 to 4 foot range and there's a nice big steep wall out here, that's when Kobe's able to execute her trademark turn. It's just a really deep rail carve that is held from the top of the wall right down into the bowl here at Snapper. It's a great turn. As we see Jay back out there now trying to improve on his score. And he just whips that board into reverse, sets those fins free. And he's executed some big versions of those moves in our regional qualifying series events in the past. He's going to attempt to stick another big move on the inside here. So he's after a pretty decent score. He's to better a 5.67. Just think that the wave kind of maybe let him down at the end there.
Yeah, I think at the end there he was looking to do an air rev or something, but the wave was just too fat. And here's Maui though. Maui trying to get into the picture here. They've got a bit of ground to make up, Ron.
They do. Yeah, Tony Nunez.
Release white. 8 minutes remaining.
So he is now going to sick Justin Roberson onto this lineup to chase down these high-scoring teams at the top of the ladder.
And the top of the ladder it is, because this is a tough call for the international clubs here. This is a great ride, though, to get them back in the picture, because they're against basically two of the top seeds of the entire event in the repechage round, in the Froggies round.
Yeah, Tony rips. No doubt about it. Great style. Just whip cracking his way through these sections. Just love that fast twitch move off the top that he's got.
You know what I love is that Maui was the first club from Hawaii to come and support this event. This is their 3rd year here. It is just so awesome. That really inspired. And then Seabass came last year and went home and said, right, you know, club surfing, it's on in Hawaii. And I believe there's 7 clubs now, maybe more. It's amazing what's happened over there. It's such a good story.
J.L. Kalupo turned in a 4.83 for this one, Bugs. He started the ride just how he wanted. But, you know, it was kind of like the complete opposite to his 5.67, where he didn't get a whole lot of opportunity on the outside, but got the steep section down the line. And this one was obviously flatter at the beginning. Sorry, steeper at the beginning, but flat at the end. But Kobe Enright back to 5.73. That got Snapper in front. Burley Heads have Tommy Whitpain out there at the moment. He doesn't need a whole lot to get Burley back in front, just a 3.38 to get ahead of Snapper. So, look, Kobe's back out there trying to improve on her score. And it's always interesting how the teams are going to work with the changes to the format. And it just feels like now that you can send more than one or as many as you like surfers back out to improve on their scores, no one kind of wastes time paddling. It's very much, if someone commits to a ride, they release that surf, the next surfer very quickly, and then they get out and run around to potentially have maybe a third shot at improving on their score.
It totally maximises the time in the line-up out here, and that's what the whole format's about. You know, it's this break. It's a world-class break. Stay in the surf.
And you've got that launch pad into the lineup out there at Snapper, whereas, you know, if we're at Duranbar and you're releasing someone and they've got to paddle back out, you might see someone take a few attempts at turning in a better score. But Snapper looking sharp here at the moment. It's one of the biggest heat score totals that we've seen in the contest, 26.9. So those numbers starting to come up. And it's always the way, Bugs. You get closer to those finals. You get to the do or die rounds, and clubs are going to start dropping some big scores and really pushing their performance to a new level.
Yeah, they will be as we go deeper into the event. And Ronnie, how's Maui and Treasure Coast going on their rotation?
They're doing pretty well now. We've got Justin Robeson's out there. He's the final surfer for Maui, but he needs a really solid score to get himself up into his team up into second position. Tommy Whitpain for Burley Heads has got an opportunity to maybe put it out of reach of Maui and Treasure Coast with a decent score. They might even jump up into the lead ahead of Snapper Rocks, but Snapper and Burley are in a powerful position at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that we're under the 5-minute mark, so some of the teams wouldn't have made it in 35 minutes in this heat.
Exactly.
They wouldn't have made it even through their rotation.
Well, look at this. Goofy-footed White Lightning. Heading down the line here. Tommy Whitpain just absolutely dishing it out to this right.
Oh, wow.
Chipping away down the line. We mentioned he didn't need a whole lot to get the Burley team into the number 1 position. I mean, he just got so much work done.
Well, this could well and truly be the highest scoring heat of the whole contest so far, with 2 teams way up there. And this wave here, this backhand attack here is just relentless.
Bang. We saw 9 turns earlier from James Wood.
And this backhand attack, though, there's some vertical turns here. He's just ripping it back down the face. And he's in great flow with the wave as well. Gosh, what a ride. They're going to go to the lead for sure, but here's a return for Kobe Enright.
Yeah, Kobe's trying to improve on a 5.73. Just under 3 minutes remaining here. And Kobe looks out the back. She hasn't put her hands up yet. I always just think, you know, if you're a captain of the team, you just say to anyone who catches a wave who's coming in, just release anyway. Just release. You just don't know, like, you got 3 minutes on the clock. You don't know what someone might do on the outside, another team. You know, you might see Maui Boardriders drop 10.
I'm with you on that. I mean, there's no disadvantage in releasing anyway.
So Treasure Coast, they're up against it now. This is Michelle Flores. We saw some vision of him surfing at home. Man, great forehand. We're not going to get too many opportunities to see it this week, but yeah, great surfer.
Well, Burley's
it
cracked
just seems they're going to be out of reach. Sorry, Bugs.
No, sorry, mate. Burley's cracked the 30-point mark.
Yeah, they have. Tommy Whitpain, 7.4. For just like, as you said, that relentless backhand approach. KBN right here. This is a replay. She was trying to improve on a 5.73. She turned in a 3.93. And now the Snapper Rocks Club is going to have to hope that Justin Roberson doesn't pull off a really big number. They need a huge score, though, the Maui Club. 9.26 to get up in the second. Haven't seen a score go there yet in the event. You can see the challenges out there in some of these flatter conditions. The surfers that have turned in the best numbers have been really onto their wave selection. It's been the competitors who've had the more reps than anyone who've tapped into the biggest scores out here. Matty Job, for example, he connected with a beautiful wave. It provided steep face way down the line. Oscar Berry, you saw him on a nice ride earlier on. Joel Parkinson. Here we go. This is Justin. No, it's not. Excuse me. They've sent one of their surfers back out there, Gabe Griffin, to try and improve on his score. He was only hanging on to a 2.4. Their first run at the event here, the Treasure Coast. And it looks like it's going to be coming to an end, but awesome to have a couple of new clubs in the mix, Bugs. 48 teams in contention.
And we could have had 80.
Oh, yeah.
But it's pretty much 48 is all I could do in 3 days, that's for sure. And it's 3 full days.
Well, what a battle that was. High-scoring battle at the top end. Burley Heads breaking the 30-point barrier. So 33.93. And they didn't even need the 3 bonus points to achieve that. Pretty strong. Snapper Rocks also impressive. I think that's maybe the second highest heat score that we've seen in the contest so far. So they're back. Those strong, established clubs are back in a big way. Let's have a look at some highlights of Burley Heads as we get set to bring in Oki and Rocky to continue the call here. More big heats coming your way. Don't miss it. We've got former CTers hitting the lineup. There's world champs in the mix here. There's emerging stars. It's all happening. And we've got more world champs stepping into the commentary booth. It's going to be a beauty. Stay with us.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M. One motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Yeah, that kid sitting there, mate. You need to move down the other side of the building. You're not special. You need to be the other side of the building. Thank you very much.
Morning. Everything's on? We're all good? Okay. Yeah, good morning. Welcome, everyone, back to, of course, the commentary booth here. I'm Glenn Rocky Rawlings and joined by Mark Okalupo, the Rocky and Oki show.
Good morning, everyone. Great to be here. Welcome to the Gold Coast. It is a beautiful morning. The swell is kind of hung in there. It was a little bit smaller early, and it's kind of that slow groundswell. But we do still have waves. Glenn, that southerly buster you predicted didn't really come.
There was a little bit last night, but not what they were expecting. And again, maybe this afternoon getting up to that 40 kilometres.
Crossing our fingers. There's going to be waves tomorrow. But,
Yep.
I mean, we still got waves. There's been some good rides already this morning. It was great to see Snapper get through the host club. So we're just going to have action all day. Hopefully we'll make it through the high tide.
It will get a bit full there,
Yep.
and obviously contest director, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew decided to extend the heats out to
That's a good
40
idea.
minutes, which is a really good idea. I mean, we're seeing maybe a slightly smaller swell, but a more sorted swell. Definitely longer lines, longer period. It's up to about 10-second period. So that means we're getting at least 3, even 4, possibly 5 waves in every set.
That's great.
Whereas yesterday there was only probably 2 waves in a set, and
one or two.
if you miss, you're sitting there. So hopefully today we will see the tide peak at around 11 o'clock. It is right now local time 8:30, so it's quite a few more hours still to come in, so it will really fill up. But at the end of the day, talking about the end of the day, it's going to be lower tide like we saw yesterday, and as that tide dropped, that bank just started firing up. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more swell.
Yeah, and there is more sand come around. Yesterday we had the sweep, and there's a lot of sand at Froggy, so that is a plus because it won't be as deep. It'll be a bit shallower at the bank, so hopefully we will get through the tide. That's what I'm hoping. The more sand's come around. Yesterday afternoon it was so low, and it was like waist deep behind there, which we haven't had for a while. Oh,
well,
who is that?
If anyone's near a big screen at the end of the cul-de-sac here, check it out. This is my co-commentator, Mark Okalupo, and doing what he does best, mate. The powerhouse, the Raging Bull. Big hacks under the lip there. So,
this was D-Bar, not so long ago. Probably in the wintertime. I've got my wetsuit on, haven't I? Just enjoying my home beach.
Yeah, it's an inspirational backhand style, and as I said, I saw you come on tour for the first year, and you're this young tacker who just had so much energy and so fast, but you're like a little wind-up toy. Jeffreys Bay that time we were surfing, it was amazing. You do about 30 turns down the line, but that's what we're talking about, that smoothing out your style. I love it, and more power-based. Your back foot is just planted. Do you drill your foot onto the board every time you go for a surf, or what?
No, but, it's true. These days I like to surf nice and slow and smooth, to keep the back in place. Oh, there we go. It's a barrel. It's a pretty nice barrel. Not too deep, but it's Scarborough, and bust out your phone, Rocky.
I'm trying to get to it.
We need to see who these competitors are, because Scarborough, the Western Australia surfers we're not familiar with. He looks quite young. He's got a nice style, nice base there, nice relaxed hands, does a nice little layback there, quick jam snap into another one. We do have that westerly wind still blowing this morning. We had that yesterday, really, like till about 12 or 1 in the afternoon, and which is very strange for here. The southerlies didn't really come through as predicted, but here we go. North Shelley up and riding too. This set's got a few waves in it, so we're going to see these competitors use this set to their advantage. It's always good to have a good set come in the first 5 minutes, get your heat under the way, and I dare say there's someone on this wave right behind him. Could be Coolum.
So, that was Manic Squires. We've got the live scores on here in front of us, so if you're anywhere near your phone, throw on live scores and go to Usher Cup, and you'll see all the updates second by second. So that was Manic Squires from Scarborough on that opening ride. Of course, this, Mark, is the
rep and charge.
It is the rep and charge. They call it the Froggies round. So it's where these surfers, or the clubs who got 3rd and 4th yesterday, now go into the rep and charge. And these surfers and the clubs are now battling it out for that chance to get back up into the seeded.
Yeah, to stay in the event. Yeah, so these clubs, even it happened to Snapper.
Yep.
We ended up in 3rd place. We had to get through our rep and charge this morning. So a bit like, the CT where the first round no one loses. But today, you got to get through this rep and charge round or you're out.
It's do or die.
Wasn't a bad wave there for for North Shelley, and here's goes Noosa on a smaller inside wave.
Cooper Davies.
Oh, it is Cooper Davies. Yeah, well, I remember Cooper just knocked out Jay in the trials for the Challenger, or was it not last year or the year before? He won the trials and got to the Challenger. Cooper doesn't compete much on the regional tour anymore, I've noticed, but definitely always here for his club.
Yeah, that's great. And that's the beauty about it is, as you know, when you come off the tour or you're just sort of winding things down, you're still always active in your club and get stoked to get called up and have that opportunity to still use your talent to be able to, boost your own club mates and get your team up there. And such a great feeling being in a team's event like this, because you're not really just surfing for yourself. There's so many strategies put into place, and that's a nice little replay there. Love those couple of turns.
Those first turns we didn't see. And straight off the rock into a big swooping arc, and then that second turn too was really good. So expect this to be a good score.
I think it will. Well, we're seeing, you said just coming from behind the rock there, we've already seen a couple of barrels today. They're pretty light on barrels because the tide's filling in, but later the Sabo, as we saw yesterday, Taj Stokes, just absolutely, here we go, look at this, in behind the rock, slotting in, just a little bit of a light pull in, not risking too much, because you don't want to sort of get locked in and absolutely just get hammered and not have this opportunity of coming out and getting scoring potential on the wall. But this wave, it looks like, so that's the Scarborough surfer. That's a great opening ride. And so we saw it yesterday. You've got to look for those waves that have got a bit of wall, and you can see this one continuing down the line. And we've seen quite a few because it's a lot longer swell line. You pick the right wave out there, and you can get a massively long ride right now, like we're just seeing. Finishing off on that replay. Yeah, that was a 6.67 there for Mannix. So great opening.
Good start. Yeah. Definitely good start. Saw those scores get really high yesterday afternoon. Started off slow in the morning. Fives were kind of good to get the teams through if you had 4 5s, but then the scores went north and started getting quite high. Fives were nowhere near good enough. You expect that today too.
Definitely in this round where they're having it up the ante. You've already seen more energy and that heat between Burley and Snapper, fighting it out for that opportunity to advance. And there's some great surfing there. It's almost everyone's got this new lease on life and this extra bit of energy just being expelled. So looking forward to just exciting heats coming up. Here we go.
It's Coolum.
Yep. Oh, getting blown off the back of that wave with the offshores. So
that could have been Kai Barraclough. That's who we've got for the first surfer for Coolum right here. And Kai didn't really...
No, didn't like it.
So back out. A bit held up in the wind. Didn't have a lot of oomph to that wave. So he's going to stay out there. Better that score. Obviously these guys, once they catch their wave and they've been through all their surfers and the girl, they can go out and try and better their score.
That's right.
That they got.
It's a great concept, isn't it?
Great concept. It just keeps... it keeps you in the game, really, doesn't it?
It does keep you in the game, and if you've surfed the tag teams where you've got really one wave that you get to ride and nominate, and it's such a crucial, if you blow that wave, that's it. Whereas this is an awesome opportunity. Two things you can do is either take that mid-size score and come in and quickly do turnovers with your teammates, and with the 40 minutes on the clock, you could even feasibly, each surfer, have 2 surfs. They can get to resurf. Or if you decide that's not good enough wave, you go back out and then you stay out there for a little bit longer. But I think there's going to be a bit of strategy put into place now.
Well, there will
40
be.
minutes.
Yeah, because, you're obviously going to send the person out with the lower score. It's going to be easier to better. And that's the way these clubs will take it.
Well, there's Eggy, the team manager down there. And a mighty amazing
Eggy and the
singer.
Diatonics.
Yes, you had a chance of singing with Eggy
I
at
did.
our 60th.
I got up because it was our 60th anniversary for Snapper Rocks at Rainbow Bay Surf Club, and we went mad. Well, not me. I don't drink,
Yes,
but I mean, I kind of was.
going off.
I was going off really for me.
Yeah.
I had a really good night.
Oh, it was great.
And it's got to be, for when you don't drink and you have a good night, it's a good night because usually everyone gets messy and you bail. And I'm not saying people weren't messy.
Oh, no, they're all pretty well behaved.
Everyone was pretty good.
Yeah.
And Rabbit sung Born to be Wild.
Yes.
And that's what set me off. I'm like, if Rab's up there, I'm getting up there. And I'd done my Black Magic Woman song.
Oh, that was all time. I've actually got video. So
Really?
I'll show you.
Please don't show
No, it's good, mate. It's really good. You killed it.
Oh, thank
and
you.
then and the funny thing was, it's so funny you say that because Rab was not sure whether he was going to get up or not.
Yeah.
And then obviously he got up and got the whole place going. You got excited, and that's when I went to Steph. I said, look, if Rab gets up, she goes, if Rab gets up, I'll get up and play.
Yeah,
So,
we were blessed to have Stephanie Gilmore play her guitar. She's so amazing on that guitar
She
and
really
the
is.
ukulele. Her wisdom of music is just incredible.
Yeah. Well, it comes from her dad, Jeff.
Yes.
Of course, Jeff plays in a local band. He's a bass player.
Yep.
Great guy. Surfs here at Snapper quite a bit on the bigger
Shared
days.
many a way with Jeff Gilmore. Like we pick each other's waves out. We love it. If he sees me on the wave, he'll go. And we just we'll do crossovers.
Do you? Unreal.
Every single
That's so
time. And
cool.
if he's on a wave, I'm going to take it, and we cross each other over. It's so fun.
He's got a great style. Rides a bigger board, big
he's a
pin
good
board.
surfer.
Yeah, love it. That obviously, Steph's taken a few of the snippets of talent from Papa Jeff and able to, one for the surfing side of things, but also for music. So she's an all-round superstar queen of surf and music.
Yeah, she is. Yeah. What's that in there?
Little
That's
eagle ray.
ray.
Yeah, a little still,
Like
a couple of
they're
them.
stuck on the rocks.
No, they're probably feeding.
They're feeding for sure. Look at them.
Yeah, a whole bunch of them. They usually stick
fish,
together.
All those fish stuck in between the rocks there. They're just like yum, 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 yum.
Well, they actually eat the barnacles and stuff off the
They
rocks.
do? Okay.
Yeah, they love it.
They're eating barnacles. Thank you. You're like Dave Attenborough, aren't you? Can you slow it down and tell us what they're doing?
Well, I've dived a lot out here, and you see them all the time. I was diving one time off Cook Island, and it just went dark, and I looked up, and I thought it was a cloud, but it was a cloud of these things.
Yeah.
They swim in packs of 50 or 60.
Yeah, they can,
It's
hey?
insane. They're such beautiful little creatures. But, of all the years I've lived here and grown up, I've never seen eagle rays feeding there on the rocks.
Oh, really?
That's the first time.
Wow.
That's amazing. Very cool. So we're getting it all. We saw dolphins yesterday. We'll see more dolphins.
There they are.
Oh, they're in the
there's
little
three of
marley.
them. 3.
That is cool. This heat right now, let's get back to the action. We are looking at, again, increasing tide. And, there's definitely bigger lulls going on. So far, we'll give you an update. We got Manic Squires from Scarborough with that 6.67. Noosa, Cooper Davies posting that 5.50. As we said, we saw Eggy going back to Eggy, team manager down there. Talking strategies again, and now time's ticking away. They've got to really work out, what they got to do here. Whether they sit their surfer out there for longer and try and grab that priority in that time frame, and then when you got priority, you got the pick of any set that comes through. North Shelley, the 5-point ride there for Joel Barry, and Coolum, Kai. So Kai's got a 2.33. So I guess Kai's back out there trying to better that scenario.
Yeah, he must be still out there. And right when it goes super slow, too. I thought, if I'm being subjective, I thought Cooper Davies was probably underscored there. I thought that was the best wave of the heat so far. I'm not the judge, though. I'm just a commentator, still watching these rays eat barnacles. Yeah, I learned something today.
They're so cool. I'll tell you what, Rez and one of my first jobs out of school, I worked with SeaWorld. I was the shark diver, going into the shark tank and feeding the sharks. But the eagle rays they're like little pets, and they would come up in front of you and you pat them on the nose and feed them fish. They're such a beautiful little creature, such great soul.
He's moving out, eh? Fast swimmers. Those fins are huge. Here we go, up and riding, Coolum. Little backhand, little gem on the inside. He's picked himself a good little shape wave. It's not big. Super small, but winding up there, doing his best because he got, he fell on that first one and he had to do that.
Yep.
Kai, and 2.33, obviously he's going to better that and might get up into around the 4 or 5 maybe if the judges are feeling generous this morning, which I think.
Let's have a look here again on the replay. A little snap there. Not a big wave, but keeping it in the pocket, trying to keep the board vertical. put himself back into the pocket, a little bit of whitewash rebounds, but yeah, not much wall there. But as we said, it comes down to time and a desperation. So you've got to take what you can. He will now have a chance to come in, rotate with the other servers, and if there's enough time, which there should be within the 40 minutes of these heats now, he will have another chance to get out there and better that score.
Yeah, for sure. Could have kind of maybe got down a little lower there and kind of try to bend his legs and get tighter and more kind of vertical. It was kind of hard on a wave like that, but that's my only bit of...
It's interesting you said yesterday you don't like drone footage for the fact that it flattens the wave out, makes it look smaller.
I don't, no.
It works the other way too. I was standing on the deck there earlier and I was looking at the TV and when you're looking down lower shots, the wave looks smaller on TV. But yeah, it's actually the wave itself was bigger. It looked a lot bigger. So when what we're watching here, just realise that the TV makes it a little bit smaller. So looking in real life, it's actually a bigger wave. So it's
yeah, well, get down here. I mean, wow, the road is blocked off. It's really kid friendly. There's some really cool stalls down here selling stuff, and there's a skateboard ramp for the kids.
22 minutes remaining.
And it's all happening down here. Really good food.
6.67.
Coffee. You have the Rainbow Bay Surf Club. You can have a beautiful lunch on the balcony, watch the contest.
4.33.
And it's warm today. Water's really warm for a swim at high tide. It's going to be beautiful little shore breaks down there in Rainbow Bay.
Well, that last score, definitely improved Kai's scoreline. It went up from a 2.33 to a 4.33. So did what he had to. Now able to get in, and his next surfer, or Coulom's next surfer, Geordie Halford. Geordie was on fire yesterday. So this is where it's getting really tricky. We can really see the water now up on top of those rocks. And as you know, Mark, on low tide, that can be like a 10-foot, 2-3 metre drop. So 2-metre drop. So, you jump off that rock on low tide and you've got a big fall down into the pit there. But right now, this shows you how high that tide is. The water is literally lapping on top of the snapper rocks and filled that channel up. So, the keyhole just fully filled up. This will make it a little bit harder right when we get to the end of the heat for the surfers to get in, because that water's so much higher up onto the beach. They're going to have to go a lot further to get those extra 3 points. So that'll make it exciting when we come down to the dying seconds. But, there's a lot of tide.
A lot of tide, yeah. It's really coming fast because it's not high tide till 11. So kind of a little bit worried about this. Definitely the judges and the contest director to be keeping their eye on that. And there they are, pretty much. The contest director is doing an interview, and the founder of the event, Theo, is right beside him. These guys have created a masterpiece of team surfing, and they've been getting so much media. It's crazy. And for the first big event of the year at Snapper Rocks, or worldwide, really.
Yes.
We had the backdoor shootout recently too. That was huge over in Hawaii. And congratulations to Koa Rothman and the Japanese team for taking that out. There was some 6 rounds. There was some pretty good surfing in that.
Yeah, that was absolutely awesome. That was Today's Show, by the way. That's just going live to Channel 9 Today's Show.
Oh, that's right. I was supposed to do that.
Oh, well, Theo and Rav got in and did it anyway,
Okay.
so that's all sorted. Well done.
Can't be everywhere, can you?
No, you cannot. You spread yourself too thin sometimes. So, that's what I love about the network and obviously being able to broadcast events. And we're glued to the TV, obviously, with the shootout and pipe. And any of these events, this is the beauty about when Peter Whitaker and Rabbit came up with the Dream Tour. You and I had surfed on the tour a bit before that, and there was kind of some questionable places we went to, just to appease the sponsors and the crowds on the beach. But now you don't have to worry about the crowds on the beach with the broadcast. It just goes globally. You can have someone sitting in an igloo up in...
You can.
You could.
It's crazy too. You're right, Glenn. And all the years that I competed at Pipe and at the Billabong House, and the strange thing is like you can see it, like the wave is right in front of you. And I even do this at home because I live right here at Rainbow Bay. I can see Snapper, but you know, you're right there and you're still on the couch watching the webcast and it's like 2 feet. Yeah. But you could be like in Norway in an igloo watching it too. But I mean, that's a bit lazy when you're actually right there at the event and you're still watching on the TV. But it's just because the broadcast is so good, right?
It's so good. Keeps you up to date. We've got all the information and all these clips of all the action, what goes on. It's fantastic. This is, of course, a clip of the Usher Cup. So previous heats, previous years. Oh, Scarborough. It is actually, sorry. That's the Scarborough
Last year, was it?
Yeah, a lot of this is clips from last year, yeah.
Got to put something on while there's this long lull. Still looking at Nick Squires there. Ripping it.
This is what Snapper does well. It doesn't matter even if it's a little bit lumpy and on shore. Still gives you a great looking wall to work with. Well, let's flick now to the Noosa promo clips if you're near the TV. Check it out.
Oh, hang on, that's live.
Oh, no, we're going live. Okay.
That was a nice turn. Macy Callanan right there. Challenger surfer. She looks nice. That board looks nice. Great style from Macy. She knows this wave really well. Had some great results here.
She has, yeah.
Just taking it into the rocks. She's going to put her hands up real soon. She's going left. Little turn, and she puts her hands up, releases her next surface. So Macy needed to get going there. I mean, for North Shelley, she did on a couple nice turns. The first 2 turns were very scoreable. And we'll see what she gets. Let's have a look at it. She comes, get some speed. Really nice first wrap. Really tight, powerful, and the second one was pretty good. Not as good, but now the wave kind of, it's a little smaller, but she just kind of goes through the motions there from the inside, and that's her score.
Well, a bit of a slow start for this heat. We're looking at scores coming in, I guess, for Macy. Let's have a look. They've thrown it
5.4.
Yeah, that's good.
Not too bad.
So
5.4 for North Shelley. You're in the lead. Scarborough sitting there in second. Coolum third. Noosa fourth. It's funny because we, you know, usually a lot, there's beach commentary and webcasts, but we are on the beach too. They can hear, everyone can hear us at the beach today. We do have Tapatis giving out scores and situations, so I was nearly doing his job right there. But we don't need to. We're mainly here for the World Wide Web, and it's great to be online, and thank you for everyone joining in, no matter where you are in the world. We appreciate it. That's our setup right there. All the clubs all got all their tents on the beach and on the next level on the boardwalk, and then we got the VIP area behind there. Then Rainbow Surf Club next to that. Look, there's Nick Squires right here. Picked himself a nice little wave. Good turn off the top into that powerful carve that he's got on lock.
Well,
now
Nick is a power-based surfer, isn't he? A brute of a lad, but yeah, give him half a decent wave and he'll just absolutely just shred that wave. So Nick, the second surfer for Scarborough right now. You know, they've got a solid team there. Joshua, he's just released now, Joshua Pepper, to hit the water. And here's the replay. If you're near the screen, check it out. It's a full wave, but he's really working it. Really beautiful snap up into the pocket. Hooks back in, staying tight, because you can't get too far out on that wall as the tide comes in. The wave gets fuller and gets harder, especially if you've got a thinner, more performance-type board. It looks like Nick had exactly that. So having to keep the board moving, keep it tight. This is what I love about certain surfers we've seen over the years. You know who really impressed me doing that was Tom Carroll. He was such a powerful back foot surfer, and he would surf so tight and hard in the pocket, he would over-dominate the wave. I loved it. I remember watching him as, you know, when we were grommets together at the Pepsi Junior Pro, and him and Joe Engel, they were just such great surfers. And here we go on the backhand attack from Cool. Okay, so that is...
well, she's off.
That's Geordie.
And here we go, Noosa, up and riding. Oh, and he's off.
Quick in and up. Yeah.
Seems like the tide is swallowing these waves as well as the surfers.
That's interesting. Yeah, so that was Ben Lawrenson. And he's not going to paddle back out. So obviously, maybe they're going for that strategy where they can just rotate their surfers around and get a few bites at it. I think
it's a really good point you make, because, I mean, if you fall off down the line, the other guy or girl is on the rocks, so you're going to save time to just release them.
That's right.
And then you might get around to get another turn. So it is a very good strategy. I haven't even thought of that one yet. It does save time.
It's also, I was talking to Tapper down there before, and I don't know if we can throw this out, but the scenario is if there's a 4 to 5 wave set and you've got...
It was happening yesterday. They were catching the first wave of the set and the last wave of the set.
That's what can happen. You can release halfway through your wave, as we see a replay, catching that rail. You can release halfway through your wave, and then your other server jumps off the rock and get the fourth or fifth wave.
Now we're getting technical, because you actually could, like, at the end of the wave, just turn around, look at the coach, and he's like, yep, release, because there's another wave.
Yes.
Someone could jump off the rock onto that wave.
Exactly, and it happened pretty close this morning with Snapper team, so getting 2 surfers in the first 2 minutes. So that means, if there's a long set period, which we're going to be getting, it means, there's more opportunity of that happening.
And if not, you just keep riding the wave and keep bettering your score.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty hard to do, because, you know, you're like there looking at your coach halfway down the wave. I don't know, but, you know, you could do it.
You know what might come into action in this sort of event is having waterproof headpieces.
Yeah.
So you can get coached in your ear while you're out in the water from your coach on the beach. That would be
Here we go. Shane Holmes, is that? Looks like him. I mean, I just thought I could tell that style. And the wave's gone.
Shelley. It is. Yep, you're right. Shane Holmes.
Yeah, I know my surfers.
You do.
Look, he's actually found something.
How's this
I
inside
thought that wave was over, and he did too. And now he's actually getting another turn and finds lip. Wowee. Well done to Shane Holmes there. Needed to do that. I had to give a little clap there, because thinking that wave was over. He's way down at Little Marley. He's released his surfer, so job done.
Here we go. There's a replay, Mark. Talk us through this.
Yeah, pretty nice first turn there. Just going back into the power source, and does a nice cutty. This is where, after he hit this foam here, I'm thinking, oh, yeah, that wave's done. And he kind of did too. But just kind of just pressing on his board and just going, hang on. If I get over this, which he does now, the rest is history.
Well, we did do last turn. That's right. Wrapped it up nicely. But in the meantime, we had to get back to live action. And, of course, this is the Noosa surfer. This is what we're saying. Their strategy is a quick turnaround. So this is Tim Bain. Oh.
Release yellow.
And they're releasing everywhere right now. It's just like a release-a-thon.
Score update shortly.
And red up and riding. This wave doesn't look like it's got a whole lot of wall either. But it's funny here at high tide. I mean, they can have wall and they're still going to get swallowed by the high tide, which this wave is doing. But he's going to try and press, and he releases. You can see red right up there in the keyhole, paddling really frantically to get off and not jumping off the rock, because now, look, it's got to be Nat Young, doesn't it? Looks like a Nat Young. That could be. It's not, though.
No.
It's a lookalike.
Saxon.
Yeah. Just, because you don't really want to be standing on the rock, because it's so high right now that it's just not breaking there. They're sitting way off the rock now. It comes to a point, if it's this size and this high, where you don't even really want to be on the edge because there's that little finger rock there and the whitewash will just swallow you in a little hole once you're paddling for it. It's happened to me millions of times.
Yeah.
Surfed out here. I wonder how many times I've surfed out here.
It'd be interesting when you try and analyse that, break it right down. But it'd be a lot.
Yeah, like...
You get to really know the place, though, you're right, in the different conditions, different tides.
Every single
and you're
inch of
still,
the lineup.
Still learning, you know. Okay, so let's go to a promo clip for North Shelley. See some of this action of this brilliant team.
Yeah, North Shelley had some big results in all kinds of Boardrider battles and Usher Cups, and Macy is a big reason why, because she's so strong. You know, you put together Shane Holmes and Macy and the likes, and you've got one jamming team. Any right-hander is going to get totally punished, not to mention Macy on a backhand. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, so they're going to be a strong team as if they can get through the day and get into tomorrow. Whoa, my goodness, what's going on here? Joel Vaughan. Yep, Joel Vaughan. And then you add Joel Vaughan in there, but I don't think he's in the team this year. I haven't seen him around. Anyway, back to live.
Yeah, there was a couple of waves went down during that ad break, and we'll get some replays here, but we did see Jackson Cohen from North Shelley. That's the fourth surfer for them, and also the fourth surfer for Noosa. That is, of course, that's back to Scarborough. That's a Scarborough surfer. So that's Shayla Short, and I think she had the first wave of the set, and then behind her was Jackson. So we'll get the replay on that, no doubt. But
yeah, she's picked up herself a bit of a wave, and finds that, can she ride out of that? No, she puts her hands up, trying to say, "Yep, I made it." But she did release. Oh wow, here's a wave. So it's not stopping. That's not stopping breaking. That's set broke quite well with the tide. So we're still going. 6 minutes left. Have had no word that we're going to stop yet. The next bunch of teams are getting ready. Used a lot of energy up there on that wave to take it in the big ones.
I used to have this conversation with Barton Lynch when we were on the tour, and I'll throw it at you. What do you think takes more effort, surfing small waves, soft waves, or bigger waves?
Definitely small waves, yeah.
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I know this wave. I mean, you can do like 10 turns down the line here, when it's 3 foot and you are so spent. But, if it's big, you just let the wave do all the work. And,
I agree.
Doesn't take as much.
Yeah, I think, you can get bashed around and smashed a lot on bigger waves, sure. But if you play it right, especially get places like Hawaii and, Polynesian reef setups where you can paddle out through the channel and, you can get out without getting hair wet. It's a bit harder here, obviously, because when it gets big, it's hard to get out.
It's hard to get
smashed that
Super
way.
hard.
But once you're on the wave, I think, really the wave's doing all the work. A big push and a big wave just gives you all that opportunity. If anything, you're trying to slow down, as you know, Sunset, how fast that wave moves. And once you've taken that initial drop, you're trying to slow down to get that bottom turn in.
Yeah.
But, it's more of a skill on bigger waves, obviously, to be able to control the speed. But you're not trying to get any speed out of it. There's already there. But with small waves, you've got to, as you see, each one of these competitors having to bounce the board, pump, and just put so much more effort into generating some sort of speed out of a fuller, softer wave. They won't have to do it so much at Savo when the tide drops, and the wave will be then pushing them down the line. But, trying to extract, that power out.
Yeah.
And we saw it yesterday with some surfers busting out their little fish boards, the epoxy lightweight carbon boards, so really sort of buoyant boards. And
don't have to expend as much energy on those boards for sure, because they're doing a lot of work for you. But I can't really, think of anywhere that apart from snapper when it's really long, that really expends your energy, you know. I mean, J-Bay, I'm trying to think of something similar, but J-Bay, you know, has got so much more power and it's so tighter that you just feel like you're going so fast and your legs don't get as sore as they do here when you're like trying to belt the wave like 10 times. You know, by the time you get to Greenmount, if you're locked in, really arcing and like really trying to, you know, do the best turn you can, and after the fourth turn or fifth turn, your legs are burning. Like, not to mention when it gets up to 8 or 10, like you can't. You know, I mean, I always think, you know, like when the waves are pumping here and you're trying to do that, and then you're coming in, running around, and you're surfing like that, catching a wave as soon as you jump off, and 2 hours. I mean, you got to be a pretty fit human to be able to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got the Ironman athletes. You know, they swim, they board, they run, and I've always said that I think they're the fittest athletes in the world. And they look like they are.
Oh, they are. Yeah, definitely.
And you know, we've got the Coolangatta Gold that's raced from Surfers Paradise up there that it starts at Cooley down here, and they race up to where the mini city is, which we call Gotham City, and they race back. And it takes, 5-6 hours or whatever it does.
That's right.
And, man, I can never forget, like, the Guy Leach. I mean, I remember when Guy Leach was winning them, and, oh, my goodness.
Yeah, incredible.
Like, it used to be on TV. I don't know why they don't put that on TV these days, because I was glued to the TV watching that race, and I love watching the Ironmans compete, especially when the surf's really big on their skis and their board and their swim.
Well,
and here we go.
This
back
live
to action. It looks like a nice wave, Glenn.
It's a good set coming through. Good snap off the top here for Scarborough.
Nick Squires.
Yeah, of course. Now,
He's
so look, there will be a wave behind that, no doubt, I guess. But this is the wave, the pick wave of the set.
3 lips he found.
Wow.
And for at high tide, this is going to be a massive score. Finds more lip. And, wow, he likes it. So does the team. I can hear him from here. Pats his board, get a little love tap going. Yep. Nailed that one. And that just could see them through this rep and charge, Rocky.
Well, here's the replay. Nick powers at the bottom. Absolutely pushes that tail out, drops the wallet on that, and continues down the line. Nice rebound. Love that. And again, 2 snaps off the top of the whitewash, making the most of that early part of the wall because we know it fills in on the inside. But he actually picked a beauty set off because this had extra legs to it. It had a bit of a wall, so he was able to wrap it up on the inside. So that's interesting because that's his second ride.
Yeah, he's definitely better to score.
He's thrown
away. What a
away.
move by Scarborough because that is the best score of the morning, I'm sure.
A 7-point ride right there.
Well, actually, I'm wrong. But anyway, good score.
But it's a good score. And this is his second time out. So this is that strategy we were talking about. They've surfed their 4 surfers, and he's had that chance to go back out again. And time-wise, they still got, 45 seconds. So that was just in on the time that was required. So he comes in, cross onto the sand, gets the 3 points. Here we go, replay for the Coolum surfer.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Riding a tiny little board there.
Yeah. Well, they'll forfeit their... they'll forfeit their 3 points.
Oh, they won't get their 3 points. No, they won't.
They're in fourth, so they did that.
Heard the hooter, and bad luck to Coolum and Noosa bowing out, unfortunately. Scarborough and North Shelley getting through there. Scarborough's got to be stoked with that. You can see the boys giving high fives.
Those last scores just dropping.
The kids bottle flipping. It's all happening.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much a done deal. Yeah, look at that scoreline. Scarborough 25.24, North Shelley 24.80. So a big gap there between first and second and down to third. Well, we're into the next heat.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, before we get into this next heat, let's throw to an ad break. welcome back to the gorgeous Gold Coast. What a sparkling day, and we've had, this is day 2, a little, I guess, clean up of the swell. Some really nice little lines coming through. We're coming into a full tide, so we'll get pretty high, but the odd set still pumping on that higher tide, and really looking forward to this afternoon. Of course, this is the 5th year for the Usher Cup, the World Club Challenge. We've got some of the biggest clubs now forming around the world, wanting to get down here. We're talking Bali, Hawaii, all posting teams, Japan, New Zealand, UK, Hawaii. Said Hawaii, but a couple of teams from Hawaii and UK even. Nuki Boardriders, which are in this heat. Of course, this one, North Maroubra, Nuki, town club, that is the Boardriders from town of Waikiki in Hawaii. And, of course, the Florida Space Coast. So yeah, some real awesome international teams. Overall, there's a big contingent of world-class surfers, and it's also, Mark, it's really important to know this is a charity fundraising event. But here we go, opening ride here for Town.
Zeke Lau, you can tell that style anywhere for Town. He's didn't get in the hassle behind the rock, and those guys went a bit deep, and he's picked it up. So nice strategy there. And that black board yesterday was looking super spicy, as it is this morning too. So the Town Club, got off to a nice quick start. And they've got a pretty good team. Look, Zeke's down a rainbow over the little Marley Rocks now and releases. So I saw the team yesterday because I got a bit mixed up with Kaunaloa. And I met Khalees. I hadn't met her before. And Kai Martin I know a lot of because my son Jay and him used to be in junior development squads over there on the North Shore at the Billabong House. And let's see this replay right here. So the team has got to love that. Oh, my goodness. It was the biggest kind of section that we've seen this morning. And he took it apart. Really nice, tight snap. And this is going to be a solid score, Rocky.
I think so. That's great coming out of the straight on the buzzer, basically. And looks like that was just a one-wave set, so there's no other replays, I don't think, from anyone else grabbing a wave in that set. So, Zeke, as you said, the others were battling it out. And in the early part before priority is established, surface trying to sort of get that inside position. But as you've mentioned before, there's a little finger out there. You've got to sit inside. And if you're on the other side on the high tide, you can, like just right now, you can see the two surfers sitting out around in front of the rock. That's great when it's low tide, but Zeke would have been sitting on the inside a little bit and was able to pick that wave up.
You just can't get around it. It's impossible. Oh, unless you're like I love Mason Ho and bunny hop that thing, which is possible. And look, it's Khalees right behind. She moved up to second today, so they've changed their order.
I love that board and love her style.
Board and the style. She is a longboarder, so that's her background. I've noticed her in a lot of the longboard tour events, and I dare say she might have won a world title. I'm not too sure. I should have asked them that yesterday too when I saw them. But there she goes. She's released, so super quick.
Look at that. She's able to trim that board.
And look at that nose ride.
5 on the nose. Beautiful. Right to the shore. Stepping off. Round of applause, everyone. That is fantastic surfing from Khalees. That board is just like a little cut-down longboard. And I love. See, this is why I'm saying you don't have to ride the little performance boards. Use your equipment to the conditions, and she's done exactly that. And mate, that's just paid off.
She gets a 3.83 for that. So just doing a job, keeping the turnover, the release action going, getting through the surfers. This is a great idea when the tide's coming in. And Zeke gets a 7.5, so jumped out to a quick lead right there. We've got North Maroubra, Max Magooan, Magugi, and I can't say Aussie names, let alone Hawaiian names, far out. Amani Barber, Jake Scott, Zach Michaels. For Nuki Boardriders, I'm giving it a go here. Lucas Skinner, Joan Pegg, Lauren Sandland, and Finn Gillespie. And for Florida Space Coast, Chauncey Robinson, Daya McCart, Becca McCart, so the family, brothers and sisters, I guess, and Teddy Whitman. And here we go. More little sets sneaking under the surfers there. I'm not too sure if that was a good one, but looked like the Town Club gave it a little look, and he's looking at that wave. Could have been the score. 33 minutes left. Plenty of time. And we welcome all these teams to the Gold Coast and hope they're having a great time. Waves haven't been great. D-Bar was pretty good yesterday. I wonder if the teams got over there and had a free surf. Very not good practice for here, though. Fair bit more power over there.
Yeah.
And a lot more size. But it is our wave that, you know, it's probably the most consistent wave in the world. It's on the, you know, like at Snapper is the behind the rock there. That's where our open ocean starts, and D-Bar attracts a lot of swell. And once you go around the corner there, we go into this beautiful bay called Rainbow Bay, Coolangatta, North Kirra, moving up the coast to Currumbin and Burleigh.
Yeah, but it's a beautiful part of the coast, and as I said before, it is a town, a city of two towns almost, because you've got the northern part, which is, of course, Surfers Paradise in Gotham City and all the action up there. You know, many years ago, that was always a place where, let's go out, we'll go up to Surfers, and that's where the nightclubs were and all the fun. But
well, they still are, but it's a little dangerous up there these days. You don't really want to be out late at night, and yeah, there's a lot of stuff on the news that you would steer you away from that, but it is still good. I mean, you know, we don't want to. Still pretty safe.
Well, yeah, I think we've done
those days,
yeah, but we've also selected our routes here on the southern part of the Gold Coast, and that's where, you know, growing up here from everywhere from Palm Beach to Burleigh, all the way through to Currumbin, you know, it's all point break after point break and really awesome beach breaks, and as you said, around the corner, D-Bar, one of the most consistent waves in the world. Often people say, where do you surf all the time? I said, wherever it's good. You know, get in the car and go and find it, because there is some waves around, and even further down the Tweed Coast, catches a whole lot more swell around down behind Byron. But, yeah, it's a great place to grow up. You know, we don't have the, I guess, the crocodiles they do up north, you know, white pointers down south. So we're nicely nestled in between on the subtropics, I guess we call it. You know, even in winter, I love winter when we get those crisp offshore days and the air starts cooling down to, you know, still around 19 degrees, but the water is still in that April, May, June period, still around 25, 24 degrees.
Pretty warm, it is. I mean, I'll be wearing a steamer though, because, you know, like early mornings, it's around 10 degrees, and it's doesn't stay that cold for long, but you definitely need a wetsuit. So if you are coming here in winter, well, bring some rubber, but the water's still warm. I mean, people from the colder climates say I'm crazy, and I am. But you'd have to speak for yourself. I don't leave the postcode. I don't surf I either surf D-Bar or Snapper, and that's about it. I've travelled a lot in my lifetime, and I don't need to travel when I'm at home. Just stay within the postcode. Waves are real good in our area, so no need for me to go anywhere. But here's a little wave. Who's got... Well, there's not priority yet, so who's got the inside? It looks like White. New Key Boardriders start the heat off with a good first snap.
Chauncey Robinson, that is. Oh, no, sorry, from Newquay is Lucas Skinner. And Lucas, yeah, as we said, you know, we've both surfed in Newquay, a beautiful part of the coast too. Great little fishing village, you know, cobblestone roads, great little bars. Can get a little bit cold and windy and wet down there, but or up there, but it's a beautiful, great little town, great little surf town it's become. And yeah, obviously the Foster Pro that used to be there.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, we used to compete there over the years. I think probably a half a dozen times I've been to Newquay, I reckon, competing there.
Yep. No,
used to be a part of the leg of the tour, you know, before we went to France, and we'd have a stop in Newquay, Fistral Beach, and that was a nice first turn. You must be happy to be in boardies and in warm water. Probably wouldn't want to go home.
Well, it's been snowing up there lately.
Wow.
Yeah, London has had a couple of really cold snow bursts and all those northern storms going through, and big swell and wind. So, yeah, not best beach conditions. I was there one time, and it was really cold, and then the sun came out just for this 1 minute, and then it went again. And one of the locals said, well, that was summer. So, yeah, they take it when they can. Well, just so those scores, just update. Zeke Lau on his opening ride was at 7.5. Khalees, she posted that 3.83, but they got those scores in quick, which is really important. They can now start working on their rotation of getting possibly Khalees back out to try and better that score, but at least give their other team members an opportunity of having a surf. But yeah, not much else going on. The other surf has been sitting a bit. We just saw Lucas Skinner there from Newquay post that 4.33. But, mate, there's a lot of surfing still to be done. There's no scores against the names of all the other team members, and they're going to be really scratching. And this is where strategy, again, you've got to lower your standards as the tide changes and there's less sets or less sets breaking. And there's that aerial shot. There's not even a wave break in there right now. So that aerial shot shows that even those mid-sized, smaller sets that were coming through and hitting the sandbank at low tide, they're not even breaking at all on this high tide. Such a big tide swing at the moment. We've just passed the full moon. We're up to about a 1.8 metre high tide, so it's still big.
Yeah, still big. Those are the lines running through there. Probably would be breaking, but the guys are sitting out.
Yeah,
it's like Red sitting out behind the rock. I wouldn't see him trying to make away from there at this high tide.
No, that's an interesting move, especially if someone else has got priority.
A big set.
Take it off you. Yeah, the great aerial shot as you spin around. That used to be the old marine park there, actually. The Jack Evans porpoise pool. You can see there's a bit of a pool there. Well, there's a prize package, and this is what you're going to get. A beautiful corner to go and travel to the Mandiri.
If you win the event.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice prize for the whole team.
Yeah, how good would that be, winning
the
prize?
Oh, here we go. Welcome back from the Mandiri Club.
To live action.
Oh, no, there's been a slip. Is he going to try and recover?
Was it a slipper or was it a manoeuvre? Was it meant to be?
It was like a bum turn. But he landed on his board perfectly, and it didn't really disrupt any turns. And, wow, a little vertical turn right there, so worth getting back on. And he releases his next surfer. So North Maroubra, that took a while. What is it, like about 10 minutes he waited for that in an awkward little slip, but managed to regain and get a really nice last turn there. So we'll have to see that score. Will the judges kind of mark that as first turn was nice and tight, but there his foot slipped off, not enough wax. Maybe, and definitely one less manoeuvre. Digs a little rail there, watching the replay, and then gets down the line for a nice last hit. So North Maroubra on the board. Needed to get going with this tide coming in here.
Last of red, a 4.5.
Giving a 4.5 there. So not too bad of a score.
Red second, North Maroubra 4.5. White third.
Puts him to second at this point of time.
Blue fourth, Florida Space Coast. Yet to score 23.45 remaining.
Hawaii holding down first place. New Keys had a 4.33 in the Florida Space Coast. You know they've got priority because they have not had a wave yet, so he's sitting pretty wide. Doesn't want to get caught too deep on any kind of weird takeoff. Wants to make the most of what's coming. And when will it come? As the boat kind of goes by, it's going to chop up the line up just a little bit. Hopefully not when a set comes. Something is brewing. Blue's having a look. He's going to have to go. And he does, with some boat wake in the wave. Might give him a little bit more lip, maybe. A little section in between the wake. But right now, all he's interested in is releasing his next surfer. Couple turns there. Had to get going.
Release blue. Release blue. Okay, a notice. If you do not have an authorised drone...
Really thankful to have the welcoming ceremony again this morning. So let's call it a welcome day. Welcome to country. Once was, always is, Aboriginal land. And respect is paid.
Last of blue, a 3.77,
3.77 for the Space Coast. There was rumours that Kelly Slater was going to surf for the Space Coast, but no sign of him. I didn't see him over there in the backdoor shootout either, so his name was on the team for New Earth Projects, and I wonder what he's up to. These guys surfed quite well yesterday, but in finding yourself in a bit of a doldrum of a heat, I guess all the teams knew this was going to happen. They knew it was going to slow up. The Hawaiian Club Townies, they took advantage. Zeke, Lau, with a nice first score, puts them in a really solid position. Up to their third surfer already. Lower is out there. Kawana Lower. Khalees getting a 3.8. Glenn's joined me again. Just had to run away and do a quick surf report. I saw you on the news last night, looking sharp.
Thank you, mate. Yes, no, it helps when you've got good surfing action in the background.
Here we go. Looks like a wide wave coming with a lot of wall. Someone's going to go. Without a doubt. Looks like Lower. He's having a look at it. Nice looking wave for Lower. Nice release. Didn't want to go too hard on the first turn. Second turn, nice. Stretched out bottom turn. Looks like a good little small wave board he's got going right now. Which is a good idea because the waves haven't got a whole lot of power. Right behind him, though, Newquay Boardriders on the very next set. Lower does a nice cutty.
Well, I love this split screen.
Yeah, the split screen's great. Little nosedive at the end. That's not going to matter. Both surfers have released. So we get two surfers paddling out the keyhole. Oh, and there's a third wave in this set, which is handy for Florida Space Coast.
Yeah, Florida Space Coast. That'll be Daya McCart, and she's released her surfer. So she's the second surfer. So this is where they're going to have to start really picking it up. There's been big lulls and a lot of sitting going on. So whenever any sort of set comes through like this, you can see every wave being taken, and they're now going to utilise the turnaround to get their other servers out in the water. Of course, we're down to, 19 minutes remaining. So with that in, here we go. Let's do the replay here, Mark.
Yeah, it was the third wave of the set. Wasn't as big, didn't have as much wall, a little whitewash on the face too, but she got a few cutties in.
Yeah, but it's more importantly getting a wave and getting it turning over, getting your other team members out. She's only the second server, so Beckham McCart must be the brother for Daya just there for the Florida Space Coast. They'll be then getting their third surfer out. And then Teddy Whitman will be the last one to hit the water. So within this next 9 minutes or so, they're going to want to really, 18 minutes. They want to really up the ante, giving each one of those surfers at least 10 minutes each. So they're just going to have to really start really relying on the waves. Okay, here we go. This is where we went with a split screen for these two rides, and I love that board. It's just lightweight, loose off the top, but it's got that wider profile to it, so you can see it just floating and flying over those flat spots where a lot of smaller performance boards with biting and digging, they're having to hop, where he's able to absolutely flow on this one. I love it.
For sure, Kawana lowered really looking nice on that board. I haven't seen him surf before, and I like what I see. He got a nice style, a lot of speed, pretty powerful. And here's the Space Coast right behind him on a nice first section there. Didn't get all of that turn. The second turn was better, though. And the third turn, not too bad.
That's actually that's the surfer from Newquay. So that was Joan.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Yep,
Joan
first
Pegg.
mistake of the day.
You're allowed 3 for the day, and that's it. So Joan Pegg, 4.9 he got on that. And just going back to lower at 6.83. So good scores coming in for the town guys and girls. And
this is live.
This is live action. Maroubra Boardriders with a marine.
And Kai Martin right behind with the on a wave with not a whole lot of walls. So if he elects to get out, she grabs her rail at the end, sinks and releases. And Florida Space Coast. We've got action aplenty. Tide's coming in. What do we got? 9:22. Still breaking. Can we get through this high tide? It's looking promising.
Yeah, as long as we still keep getting those pulses of swell, as I said, it's not any bigger, but there's just a lot cleaner lines and a bigger period swell, around 10-second period. So that means we get at least 3 to 4 waves in a set, as we've just seen.
Yeah, we have. We've seen that. We've got dolphins in the lineup.
Yeah, they're the Fingal pack. They hang around the southern part of, or D-Bar south of there, and you'll often, anywhere between Fingal to here, you'll be surfing with them. And I love it. They love living here, and you'll often see them. We've surfed many times.
Many times. I love them. They keep me safe.
Yeah.
Keep me safe out the bar there.
They do. Yeah.
Yep.
You have a little talk to them, and they'll come and show you the babies, and they're part of our sort of environment, and they look at us as part of them, and it's really cool.
I wonder if they recognise us, because I mean the amount of times that I'm out there and they always kind of put my head in the water and give them a little hello underwater, and I wonder if they. I reckon they do. They're pretty smart.
They are. They're definitely smart. They're really definitely a really intelligent creature, and beautiful nature, and they got a real social scene between them. They're actually it's really cool.
Surf.
When they have babies, the mothers employ one of the older dolphins as a nanny. So you'll often find the baby in between the two females, and they'll protect it. But they got a real social scene. It's a really cool lifestyle they have.
They love party waves.
They love it. Yeah, don't they? Here we go. This is a replay.
Yeah, didn't quite get all of that first turn, the girl from North Maroubra, but it's getting better as she comes down the line. She picked a pretty good wave for this point of tide. Had a bit of body to it, even though she digs the last turn, but not too bad. And Kai Martin, this is a wave that he flicks out of. He took it, and then he just thought, nah. Got a fair bit of time, last surfer, so can afford to get out there. And even though we go back in the priority list, so probably a little mistake, but can they get away with it? Time will see.
Yes, well, time is the factor now. 14 minutes remaining. Looks like the town club Boardriders from Waikiki or Wahoo, they have got their 4 surfers now in, so they're into rotation of getting a resurf. And
live action.
Whoa, here we go.
She's picked a nice wave, and she surfs well. I like the style. And look, she's got a nice section here. Beautiful kind of roundhouse there. Who are we looking at?
So that's Lauren Sandland from Newquay Boardriders again. Yeah, you're right. She's got a good style, hasn't she? But they definitely, surf a lot up there with very heavy wetsuits and really cold water. So they must be loving the fact of now just getting here to our 25-degree waters, and it almost sometimes that warm, it just melts the wax off your board. But here we go. This is a replay. Nice little wave. She springs off the bottom, snaps off the top, staying tight in the pocket. keeping that board flowing. And this is what I like, rather than sort of having to hop the board, beautiful roundhouse cut back there, constantly just rail, inside rail, outside rail, inside rail.
This wave wrapped
flowing
really nicely.
You're right.
Really hugged the sand and wrapped. Maybe the swell's coming a little more east, which would be great. You can see that lighter coloured sand coming around, so even though it's high tide and not a whole lot of swell, the sand still is coming around, which is good. Banks the bank shallower. Help us with the high tide trying to get through it.
I wonder if they're pumping. We'll have to get a check on, because rabbits...
They usually pump at night time, right? It usually turns off around 5 in the morning, because sometimes you can see kids kind of playing under there and it's not safe.
Mark, you can see all those clouds down south. That's what we're talking about. That's a great shot of a real storm cell down south, and that's associated with that little... it's a light, low pressure, but it's enough down there that we're really banking on, hoping it's going to stir things up.
Yeah, I saw it on the news last night, and it's just kind of more of a, what you call a surface low. It hasn't tightened up yet.
It hasn't yet, no. The water's not warm enough to really spark it up. But, it's better than nothing. It's better than a big high sitting out there. So we're hoping that little action. I mean, we're looking to the north like this. Now we're panning around to the north. And this is the thing. Sometimes the Gold Coast, it can be like this, and this bay that we're in, and the clouds just sort of part here. But when you look south, there's always, from Byron, a lot of clouds build up over Byron, and then they'll push out to sea from there. And that's what we want, is that those clouds stay away, but the action is out in the ocean, trying to stir the ocean up and give us some sets. So bring those sets in. We need them.
We do a little kind of a swell approaching. Is anyone going to take it? Nah, they have a look, but kind of wasn't quite big enough. Yeah, I hope that low doesn't sing tonight. It's predicted that we're going to have some pretty good waves here tomorrow. I reckon it's going to be pretty good this Savo too.
Yeah, when those winds, as I said, that storm swell down there, that's going to possibly push up a little bit further north, hopefully keep the rain away, but the winds are going to get strong. We know that, and we're going to be anything up to 50+ kilometres tomorrow, but that's okay. We're in a bay here and we're protected.
It'll still be offshore, right? As long as there's not west in it and not too much east. Subtly is directly offshore for us. Southeast is not a problem.
Yep.
A little bit of southwest is not great.
Well, looking dark down south. Look at that.
Yeah, it is. Still be getting barreled behind the rock on southwest wind, but as soon as you're coming out of the barrel, it's what we call devil wind. It's chattery. But southerlies, our trade winds is southeast. We'll get a lot of southeast winds. That's our dominant wind. Don't like the northeasters when it's directly onshore.
No, we've been through
surfable. We've been through those
months of it,
and we copped it,
didn't we? It was a very elongated spring. Spring here, you do have those northerlies, and I just reckon some seasons seem to be a little bit later each year. Now we're just starting to come into what we would usually have in mid to early December. So it's about a month late. So hopefully it means we'll get more cyclones and a bit more swell. That swell we're banking on later, which means running through February, March, April. That's when we get those beautiful crisp offshore days. And if there's a bit of swell going, then, with south banks forming, we should be looking at a pretty good autumn, I think.
Yeah, it's been pretty slow for us here. We've had waves. So, I mean, it's super consistent, but, we've been spoilt. The last, 5 years seems like it's been pumping, but this last year, not exactly. But it's coming.
Yes, it is. Well, as I said, this is a charity fundraising event, and of course, Theo and Rab, they've done a great job over the years of funneling money that's raised from this event back to some very worthy charities, and I'll just mention a couple of those now. And they're looking at what they call 10 for 10, so it's 10 grand for 10 different charities. So it's a great opportunity for this event to really help the local community and the charity. So there's Serve Our People, World Mental Health Organisation, Acadia College, the Currumbin Wildlife Hospital. They do a great job, again, with injured animals. And,
they sure do.
The sanctuary itself. Also, Friends with Dignity. Great charities that do a lot of work for the community, and this is a chance of really boosting and helping them out. Gold Coast Hospital Foundation, the Village School, the Volunteer Gold Coast. You'll see those vans running around helping people get to locations and whatnot. So helping out the elderly and disadvantaged. So yeah, and then Global Awakening Fund. So yeah, some really reputable, well-chosen charities. Here we go.
Here we
Live
go.
action.
North Maroubra. It's a pretty important wave right here. Looks nice too. I mean, it's small, but it's got some shape and it's got some body. It's got some length. The wall is running down the line. Can it steepen up for him? Goes for a cutback. Gets back in position to try and find lip, which there is none. So he releases at the 7-minute mark. But yeah, Currumbin Wildlife Sanctuary, it's such a cool place. We've got season passes, and my partner takes our little one there once a week, pretty much. And the koalas, they do so much work for the koalas. And, you know, we had fires, you know, recently, and there was a lot of injured koalas, and they're endangered, and they're so cute. Have you ever seen a koala live in the habitat?
Yeah, I have, yeah, a few times. So you've got to be careful, you know, they'll drop out of the tree and tear you to pieces, but...
They have got sharp claws, man.
They have.
Oh, you want to try and lift one up and put back... It's not advised. If you see one on the ground and try and put them back in the tree, don't do it, because they'll scratch.
That's when they're
They will scratch you so bad. But if you want to hold one at Currumbin Wildlife Sanctuary, you can. They've shaved their nails down a little. Yeah, they get what do you call it? A pedicure.
Pedicure.
Once a week.
and they're used to humans, and that's where they're in a nice natural environment still. But they're very, very subdued and cuddly, aren't they?
Oh, they're so cuddly.
Well, let's throw to a break, and we'll be back with live action shortly.
Down to earth. It's just as good as up there. Gonna keep you near, 'cause you're all I need, my dear. Do you feel the winds are turning round? 'Cause what goes up must always come back down. But I'll be safe in your
Napa rules.
Yes. We'll wait for Tapper to finish those results. So back to the live action on the beach here. And if you're near a TV, one of these the broadcast TVs scattered around the place, check it out. There's a panoramic shot of where you are standing right now on the beautiful Southern Gold Coast Napa Rainbow section. Of course, we just saw a promo there for Rainbow Bay Surf Club, a great surf club nestled up in the corner of the hill there, and just a spectacular place to go and have a late afternoon dinner and watch the sunset go down. You'll see our dolphin friends catching waves, and as Mark said earlier, when the whales are here, they come right in through the bay, and they literally come right past that edge there of Snapper. And I've paddled out there with Hippo before, and we've looked around and go, where are they? And right under us.
Oh, you've ever heard them groan when you get too close? My goodness.
Yeah, unreal. The sound it vibrates.
Sound is crazy.
Yeah, they're fantastic. But they was, seeing big numbers and a lot more of them coming through every winter. And I guess, that's a long way to swim, isn't it? When you think about it, they go all the way
a lot of swimming, man.
to Cairns, and then
It's
all the way
crazy.
back down to the Antarctic.
To the Antarctic, and mate, they get in some severe currents, because we were talking about that yesterday. And when you go out wide, it really motors from south to north, and they're in that current.
The East Coast
yeah,
current.
with the turtles and Dory,
and
they're all in that current.
That's all right.
And they're heading south.
It's really cool, because when they do go north, they do swim out a little bit further, but then they have their calves up there in, Harvey Bay and places like that. And that's when they come back, you'll see the mum and the bub in really close, and you'll see the big males still way out wide doing their thing, mucking around. But it's the mums and the bubs that are coming close. And
they come so close.
They're keeping protected, keeping them shallow. And
teaching them to jump. Like, I love seeing the whales teaching their bubs to jump, and they try and get it, and the big one does a huge splash, and the little one just barely bridges out and goes, boop.
Little boop. There was a couple came into Tweed River last time. Do you remember seeing last winter? Here we go, back to live action from Maroubra Surf Club. And
crucial wave. We're down under 5 minutes now, so that was crucial. He didn't get a whole lot of moves done, but but he's released.
Well, yeah, so that's Zach. That'll be Zach Michaels, and that'll be Maroubra's fourth surfer. Now, keeping in mind that Florida Space Coast still have to get their fourth surfer in, and also Newquay Boardriders also have to get their fourth surfer in. Of course, Town Club Boardriders, they've just absolutely been smashing it, and a runaway victory here. Split screen. Walk us through these, Mark.
Yeah, we've just had news that we are going to go on hold, so 2-hour break, I believe, with 2.5 minutes left. It's Kai Martin. He's waited a long time for this wave. Finds some lip right at the end. He's a really fast, explosive surfer. He's been on the Challenger, this kid. He knows what he's doing. He looks at his time, but I think the Hawaiian Club, Town Club Boardriders are pretty safe.
They've killed it.
They've fought through their rep and charge after not getting first or second yesterday. They're through to the next round, so that's great news for Hawaii.
And
I'm
North
sure a lot
Maroubra.
of crew are tuning in back there. I'm not too sure what the waves are like today on the North Shore. Haven't switched on YouTube, but I've usually got it on most mornings. It's the closest I get to the North Shore these days is watching that Surfline YouTube camera.
I do.
I think it's it feels like it's at the Billabong House because it's the same kind of angle that I remember all the years staying there.
Further to the left, yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Having music on and
it's great,
watching
isn't it?
Pipeline.
Just still feeling the ocean, seeing the vibe, and when the swells
I just want to jump through my TV screen.
I know what you mean. Well, down to the final seconds on this heat. No, I love that last little whip there from Kai. Just as you're saying that when he's walking up, you can see the shape of his board, a little fish board. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I've known Kai since he's been super young. Like I said before, like he's been on the Billabong team a long time, and really good surfer, really good little goofy footer.
Now this is a replay from the surfer from Newquay, and that's been the fourth surfer. It was enough to move him up into second position.
Wow.
And looks like he's going to get across down to get the 3 points maybe onto the beach. So that's crucial points. Down to the final seconds.
Yeah, under a minute now. So that's
here we
massive.
Go. Paddling.
Oh, hang on. Florida Space Coast has got something to say about this. Nice turn out of the top. This wave, it's going to fill up, but it's got a bit of size. So if it goes down the line, it's got some wall, which it'll be hard.
Seconds.
And what does he need? Because you know it's close.
Well, it's actually really close. It only needs a 3.73 to jump.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Is that a 3
Oh, sorry, 5.23. But you can get the 3 points, sorry. Can get the 3 points.
Yeah, and the 3, so which makes it a 3.
Yeah.
If he does get the 3 points.
Yeah,
so
it is.
Here it is. He's reached the beach.
On the beach.
30 seconds.
This is going to be
3 points
crucial.
obtained. Tapper counts it down. Wow. Wow, that was a buzzer beater if you've ever seen it.
Yeah, that was crucial, and that no doubt once the scores drop in, we'll get an update, and there could be a situation change. But that was Teddy Whitman from Florida Space Coast getting that wave right on the buzzer, but able to get onto the beach and jag those bonus 3 points. And scores starting to drop in. I'll let the judges do that because they still have their work cut out of dropping the 3 point scores in and also the actual wave. But I can tell you, Town Club pretty much have dominated this heat, and they're squeaked on through quite easily, qualified into the next round. But who's going to, once these scores locked and loaded, is it going to be Newquay, Florida, or North Maroubra? Very close between each one of them. And I would expect, looks like scores are in by the looks of it. So with that, I'll make a call on now. It looks like Town Club Boardriders taking a win with 26.66. It is, in fact, the last scores coming in, and it looks like Newquay Boardriders. In the end, that 20.83 moved them up into second position. Super close between second, third, and fourth. Florida Space Coast, 19.97 in third, and in fourth, Maroubra.
Well done, Glenn, and congratulations to the Town Club from Hawaii and Newquay Boardriders. Got to say that's an upset. That's their first time in this event, and they've made it through. So congratulations to that club all the way from Fistral Beach. We are going on hold for 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen. So doesn't mean we're really going to lose time because, as the contest director just said, we can run till real late. It's summertime here in Australia, so it doesn't get dark till about 7:30 at night time. So we'll take advantage of the later hours and the lower tide. And when we come back, I reckon we're in for some good action, Rocky, because tide will be going out. Hopefully the swell's on the way up. And just go and have a surf, have a swim, have some lunch. Well, you even have a nap if you're on the other side of the world. And we'll be back.
We will. Thanks, Mark. We'll see you all then.
In the fall pitter patter, the morning winter chatter. Springtime, you find that your problems don't matter. Cause every day feels like summer, the cooling gather. Check out the whales as they're shaking their tails around the rainbow bay. Come round and see them play. Cooling gather, she never fails to blow your mind every time you say your sails. For the light pitter patter, the morning winter chatter. Springtime's you're feeling fine and nothing matters. Cause every day feels like summer in cooling gather. Oh, let's sing it one more time. I said every day feels like summer in cooling gather.
You'll have the time of your life.
Cause every day feels like summer. Let me hear you say every day feels like summer.
Won't you come and play?
Every day feels like summer and cooling gather.
Queen stand for double 25.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M. One motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence. turning round. 'Cause what goes up must always come back down. But I'll be safe in your arms.
In the fall pitter patter, the morning winds chatter. Springtime, you find that your problems don't matter. 'Cause every day feels like summer, the cooling gather. Check out the whales as they're shaking their tails around the Rainbow Bay. Come round and see them play. Cooling gather, she never fails to blow your mind every time you set your sails for the light pitter patter, morning winter chatter. Springtime's you're feeling fine and nothing matters, 'cause every day feels like summer in cooling gather. Oh, let's sing it one more time. I said every day feels like summer in cooling gather.
You'll have the time of your life.
'Cause every day feels like summer. Let me hear you say every day feels like summer.
Won't you come and play?
Every day feels like summer and cooling gather.
Queen stands for double 25.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M. One motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to tear me down with their violence.
must always come back down. But I'll be safe in your arms.
In the fall pitter patter, the morning winter chatter. Springtime, you find that your problems don't matter. Cause every day feels like summer, the cooling gather. Check out the whales as they're shaking their tails around the rainbow bay. Come round and see them play. Cooling gather, she never fails to blow your mind every time you say your sails for the light pitter patter, morning winter chatter. Springtimes you're feeling fine and nothing matters. Cause every day feels like summer in cooling gather. Oh, let's sing it one more time. I said every day feels like summer in cooling gather.
You'll have the time of your life.
Cause every day feels like summer. Let me hear you say every day feels like summer.
Won't you come and play?
Every day feels like summer and cooling gather.
Queen stands for 225.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M. One motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Break down my walls, but I will rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to tear me down with their violence. is just as good as up there. I'm gonna keep you near, 'cause you're all I need, my dear. Do you feel the winds are turning round? 'Cause what goes up must always come back down. But I'll be safe in your arms.
In the fall pitter-patter, the morning winds chatter. Springtime, you find that your problems don't matter, 'cause every day feels like summer, the cooling gather. Check out the whales as they're shaking their tails around the Rainbow Bay. Come round and see them play. Cooling gather, she never fails to blow your mind every time you set your sails for the light pitter-patter, morning winter chatter. Springtime's you're feeling fine and nothing matters, 'cause every day feels like summer in cooling gather. Oh, let's sing it one more time. I said every day feels like summer in cooling gather.
You'll have the time of your life,
'cause every day feels like summer. Let me hear you say every day feels like summer.
Won't you come and play?
Every day feels like summer and cooling gather.
Quicksand for
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M. One motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence. turning round. As one goes up, must always come back down. But I'll be safe in your arms.
In the fall pitter patter, the morning winds of chatter. Springtime, you find that your problems don't matter. Cause every day feels like summer, the cool and gather. Check out the whales as they're shaking their tails around the Rainbow Bay. Come round and see them play. Cool and gather, she never fails to blow your mind every time you say your sails. For the light pitter patter, morning winds of chatter. Springtime's you're feeling fine and nothing matters. Cause every day feels like summer and cool and gather. Oh, let's sing it one more time. I said every day feels like summer and cool and gather.
You'll have the time of your life.
Cause every day feels like summer. Let me hear you say every day feels like summer.
Won't you come and play?
Every day feels like summer and cool and gather.
Queen stands for a double 25.
for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
I'm on there!
to earth. It's just as good as a pet. I'm gonna keep you near, 'cause you're all I need, my dear. Do you feel the winds are turning round? 'Cause what goes up must always come back down. But I'll be safe in your arms.
In the fall pitter patter, the morning winds of chatter. Springtime, you find that your problems don't matter, 'cause every day feels like summer. The cooling gather. Check out the whales as they're shaking their tails around the Rainbow Bay. Come round and see them play. Cooling gather, she never fails to blow your mind every time you say your sails. For the light pitter patter, morning winter chatter. Springtime's you're feeling fine and nothing matters, 'cause every day feels like summer in cooling gather. Oh, let's sing it one more time. I said every day feels like summer in cooling gather.
You'll have the time of your life.
'Cause 'cause every day feels like summer. Let me hear you say, every day feels like summer.
Won't you come and play?
Every day feels like summer and cooling down.
Queensland 4225.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M, one motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence. turning round. 'Cause what goes up must always come back down. But I'll be safe in your arms.
want that bag, go get it one day, you can brag. I say that I have it, you know that I got it, no need to look all in a bag. Stunning like this cause I work so hard, I'm the best, I only speak facts. In the store, I'm popping them tags, a limited seller with stag. Clout chasing for the cash grab, I don't really want it that bad. If I say that I have it, you know that I got it, no need to look all in a bag. Stunning like this cause I work so hard, I'm the best, I only speak facts. In the store, I'm popping them tags, a limited seller with stag. Clout chasing for the cash grab, I don't really want it that bad. Yeah. I'm trying to cut a milli while I keep my soul intact. Been through a lot, I learned to adapt. Never let struggles make me snap. Around the world, about to be on maps. Got a cute face, but it seemed like a trap. Pockets on glow, soul on no. In a chateau, counting that big dough. Your spirit on the gurney, by the plateau. Snake in the grass, reap what you sow.
Started off with nothing, now I'm paid. Yeah, they try to stop me, find a way. Yeah, they never lied, now we're drinking champagne. Vision 2020, been a party all day. After everything we've been through, you know that we deserve to have a good time. Baby, you're a dime, I'll be watching you whine. On the dance floor, yeah, your body like wine. Getting better over time, your body like wine. Got me tipsy, baby. All about love like the 60s, baby. Getting lost in the moment, going this is crazy. Good girl, but with me, you've been misbehaving. Stacks in your bag, all them things you craving. You can get and go ahead. Help you unwind, get rid of that stress. I'm out of my mind, and you know what comes in.
Big boost to my confidence and turn the attitude up to 100%. Big shot go off, yeah, I'm at it again. Yeah, my suede jacket always bringing the magic. I got the top pulled down and my automatic. You know my everyday life may sound dramatic, but when you got it like this, gotta make it a habit. Can't stop loving
Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop it.
Come on.
Everybody feel it, come around with the...
In the fall, pitter-patter, the morning winds chatter. Springtime, you find that your problems don't matter. 'Cause every day feels like summer, the cooling gather. Check out the whales as they're shaking their tails around the Rainbow Bay. Come round and see them play. Cooling gather, she never fails to blow your mind every time you set your sails for the light pitter-patter, morning winter chatter. Springtimes you're feeling fine and nothing matters, 'cause every day feels like summer in Cooling gather. Oh, let's sing it one more time. I said every day feels like summer in Cooling gather.
You'll have the time of your life.
'Cause every day feels like summer. Let me hear you say every day feels like summer.
Won't you come and play?
Every day feels like summer and Cooling gather.
Call yourself for a 225.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M, one motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to tear me down with their violence. to earth. It's just as good as up there. I'm gonna keep you near, 'cause you're all I need, my dear. Do you feel the winds are turning round? 'Cause what goes up must always come back down. But I'll be safe in your arms.
Yeah. You want it, gotta work for that bag, go get it one day, you can brag. You want it, gotta work for that bag, go get it one day, you can brag. I say that I have it, you know that I got it, no need to look all in the bag. Stunning like this cause I work so hard, I'm the best, I only speak facts. In the store, I'm popping them tags, a limited seller with stack. Clout chasing for the cash grab, I don't really want it that bad. If I say that I have it, you know that I got it, no need to look all in the bag. Stunning like this cause I work so hard, I'm the best, I only speak facts. In the store, I'm popping them tags, a limited chillin' with stack. Clout chasing for the cash grab, I don't really want it that bad. Yeah. I'm trying to cop a milli while I keep my soul intact. Been through a lot, I learned to adapt. Never let struggles make me snap. Around the world, about to be on max. Got a cute face, but it seemed like a trap. Pockets on glow, soul on no. In a chateau, counting that big dough. Your spirit on the gurney, by the plateau. Snake in the grass, reap what you sow.
nothing, now I'm paid. Yeah, they try to stop me, find a way. Did another lie, now we're drinking champagne. Vision 2020, been a party all day. After everything we've been through, you know that we deserve to have a good time. Baby, you're a dime, I'll be watching you whine. On the dance floor, yeah, your body like wine. Getting better over time, your body like wine. Got me tipsy, baby. All about love like the 60s, baby. Getting lost in the moment, going this is crazy. Good girl, but with me, you've been misbehaving. Stacks in your bag, all them things you craving. You can get it, go ahead. Help you unwind, get rid of that stress. I'm out of my mind, and you know what comes next.
Big boost to my confidence and turn the attitude up to 100%. Big shot go off, yeah, I'm at it again. Yeah, my suede jacket always bringing the magic. I got the top pulled down and my automatic. You know my everyday life may sound dramatic, but when you got it like this, gotta make it a habit. Can't stop loving what I got. Ooh, yeah, it hits the spot. I'm feeling my soul.
come around with the rhythm. It's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop it.
Come on.
Everybody feel it, come around with the.
All right, we're going to get back into things shortly, but before we do, we're going to see some of the highlights from the opening 3 rounds of the Usher Cup World Club Challenge. We got through the Snapper Rock section on day 1, round 1. Saw teams fighting to try and earn their place in the seeded second round. And this morning's been all about the Froggies repechage. And we've already seen a couple of teams fall out of the mix, some local teams too, which is a bit of a surprise. But things did slow up a little today as we reached that peak in the tide. It got quite high, and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew opting to take a bit of a break and allow the high tide to pass. And we're on the other side of that now, so expecting conditions are going to get going. But we are seeing some of the great rides from yesterday. Dylan Moffat on screen there. He's always rock solid. Such a good performer for North Narrabeen. And we saw some surfers getting a little bit of vision out there on the outside behind the rock. The bank's starting to take shape. Just reflecting on the past couple of months, almost the last 6 months, there really hasn't been too much surf out here. A lot of northerlies, so that sand hadn't really filled in, but it's luckily filled in just enough for us this week. And we do expect that the conditions will not only improve on the lower tide, but likely get a little bit bigger tomorrow and give us a stunning finals day. To crown our champions here at the World Club Challenge, 48 teams turned up to compete this year from all over Australia, from all over the world. $60,000 is the prize purse. There's the tube of the event so far for Taj Stokes. Yeah, 60,000 bucks can make a big difference to a Boardriders club and really help them get behind some of their rising talent. Here's some great vision. But if you were scoring snapper on a scale of 0 to 10, it's probably only surfed up about a 4 so far, but a lot of room left for the conditions to improve, obviously. Xavier Huxtable's been ripping for Team Torquay yesterday. They were the first team to break into the 30-point range, and they did that with strong performances from everyone in their class. And they also got those 3 bonus points for getting back to the beach before the final hooter sounded. That saw them into the plus 30 club. And we saw Burleigh Heads achieve that as well this morning, with the highest heat score total of the contest so far. Great drone vision on offer here of Xavier, just taking this wave apart. Easily one of our most promising young stars in Oz. Looking forward to seeing if he can eventually crack the World Tour ranks here in the next couple of years and give himself a shot at maybe a Final 5 position, maybe a shot at a world title. Why not? I mean, just reflecting on the highlights, the waves look A1. So, you know, with a promising forecast over the next 2 days, things are going to get good. They're going to get really good. Got big heats coming up for you this afternoon. Some fantastic clubs. We're going to be bringing in some special guests to join us on the commentary. The King of Padma is going to be joining us for this resumption of the Froggies round, because he's got his crew out there, the Legion Boardriders. Winnie will be joining us for the call. Also out in the lineup in that first heat is going to be the Sunshine Coast team, Yarumba. They'll be out there in the red. We'll have Santa Cruz all the way out from that beautiful part of Northern California. They're going to be out there in the yellow. Bay Boardriders from New Zealand, just over the ditch. They're going to be out there in the blue. So a nice international flavour to this heat. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew will be joining me in the booth shortly. He just wants to make sure this first heat gets off to a good start as the contest director. Always keeping a keen eye on things. And even considering a possible restart here in a moment. But thanks for joining us today. This is the 5th edition of the Usher Cup World Club Challenge, and we've been breaking it down, talking about some of the major changes we've made to the format for this season. Well, not me, but Theo and Rabbit. It used to be the individual component to the event, and we saw last year Snapper Rocks had brilliant individual performances. They did okay in the teams event as well, and that was enough to overcome North Narrabeen, who actually won the teams component of the event last year. But all the excitement is always around that teams format. So the decision was made to brush those individual sections and put it all on the line in the teams contest, which has been a lot of fun. And it is all on the line in this Froggies elimination round now. You've got to get a top 2 finish. Taking a live shot now of Snapper Rocks. You can see our surfers holding position on the outside here. Almost 10 minutes gone on the clock. And with that, we haven't seen a wave ridden just yet. There's a possibility we'll see a heat restart. Big crowds on offer. It's been a nice Saturday morning. Little bit of a light drizzle falling from the sky at the moment. But it won't slow down the competitors or this crowd who are just thirsty for action, thirsty for good times, and ready to rip into another great day of sporting competition here at Snapper Rocks. Bring it on. Winnie, why don't you come and join me in the booth, mate? Always great to have this man's company down here. He's the spiritual heartbeat of the Indonesian surf and push out here. And Winnie, it looks like the Legian team's going to get things rolling here. Look at that, a twin shot. We've got Urumba up as well.
Oh, this is Legian Boardriders on. Raju Sana is riding a wave now.
Yeah, you guys are starting to have some regular club meets, and I've had a look through just some of the results of those events, and super competitive from the opening rounds. Very stacked fields, a lot of good surfers in your region.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of good surfer out there in Bali now.
Love that. So, Winnie, great to have you out here again. It looks like a solid team that you've put together. Legian Boardriders there, just pulling the trigger before Bugs could get to the siren and give us a heat restart. So a score's going to be logged there. But how do you like your team's chances?
Oh, I love to be, my team Chan is doing good today.
I like that. Mate, you didn't make it in time. Wayne Rover Bartholomew went to give him a heat restart, but Team Legian just getting us going here, Bugs, in the resumption of the Froggies round.
Yeah, great call. It was to the second.
Love that. So waiting on those numbers to roll through from that opening exchange, and expecting that they're not going to be monster numbers at this stage.
Numbers are good.
Numbers are numbers, right? Yeah, we've got 40-minute heats for the competitors. The teams in this Froggies round now. A quick pivot after the first heat was a little slow this morning. But a 40-minute heat gives you plenty of time for everyone to catch a wave. A bit of time chewed up on the clock by the opening surfers in each of these teams at the moment, but they can pivot. Bay Boardriders have got Luke Griffin up at the moment. Been impressed with the way he can move across a flatter wall. Just keeps that board flowing nicely. Throws the hands up, releases that next surfer, Alex Dive. Set waves on the outside here, Urumba. They're going to get their second surfer up. And this is Zayna Sink. Now, the Urumba club is really starting to gather some momentum. Started out just with a group of mates meeting up for a surf to honour one of their mates, Chris Boyd, who passed away, and just quickly that crew got bigger and bigger, and then they started the Urumba Boardriders Club. And annually they have their big event to honour their mate Boydie.
Yeah, Boydie. And of course the Assings are instrumental in actually the establishment of their club.
Yeah, awesome. And yeah, Zane's done pretty well there. Just a quick pivot to get that second score on the board. Numbers coming through, looking pretty good for Legian here. Looks like they're going to win the opening exchange here, Winnie.
Yeah, look like Legian is at the top now.
Yeah, mate.
Yes.
That's going to feel good.
Oh, going to feel really good.
So, Bugs, I'm just going to fill you in because Winnie and I were chatting before we came on live. He's already got the wheels turning on an Usher Cup club challenge over at Legian.
That's awesome.
You happy for that?
Yeah, well, I mean, that will be. I'm seeing that as a qualifier for what we're doing next year.
Love it.
Which is a big announcement that we'll make at some point.
I think we should go over and just oversee it.
Oh, we're going over. We've got to check it out. It's just one of those things.
Oh, they're gonna be good, you know.
Well, you got your restaurant on the beach there, Winnie. So is that where we're commentating from?
Yeah, I have a restaurant in front of the beach there. It's a best break, you know, best good break there. And it's called Canal Beach Club.
And everyone's welcome, right? Yeah. And what's the code that you got to say to get a cheap drink with your lunch?
Oh, again, they're gonna be cold bintang right there after the sunset.
Oh, let's go! Bring it on. That'll be fun, mate, and hopefully you can get that off the ground. But just on 25 minutes to go here, and with Noah's wave, Zayn Singh, his wave dropping to 4.83. Roomba's jumped up into first place now by Boardriders. Positive start for them as well. A couple of scores on the board, moving through their roster quickly now. So everyone getting that sense of urgency and just wanting to put something on the board that they can potentially get back out there and build on. But the best number still belongs to the Legion Boardriders team, that 5.5. Something good to build on. So any of the Legion Boardriders team at the moment, Winnie, well placed on the Asian QS ranks. Do you think we're going to see them make a jump onto the Challenger Series this year?
Oh, yeah. They're doing really good. Yeah. Especially the, like, Joey and that. Yeah. A lot of Legion Boardriders gone, you know. They're through all the contests now. Even the Grom now is at Western Australia at Taj one. Yeah.
Oh, at the Small Fries event. Taj is celebrating 20 years of his Small Fries event.
Oh, what a great event.
So that's a huge Grom meet. And,
Part of the Grom World Tour.
It is. Yeah, I like that.
Here we go.
Also got the World Junior Champs are unfolding at the moment.
Yeah, this is Joyce Satriawan. He's the one guy holding the trip now.
This is Joy.
This is Joy.
Wow.
Madidera.
Well, he's working this tic-tacking across to get to the back to the power. Hopefully this wave doesn't fizzle out, but it kind of did.
Wow.
But still through the rotation, as you said, Ronnie, and he may get another go if time permits.
Yeah.
But he's a fine surfer.
And C. White is the female representative on the Legion team. And you see quite a bit of her surfing down there on that Legion stretch as well. Good surfer. But here we go. We've got Santa Cruz up.
Yeah, well, Santa Cruz sort of languishing in fourth place. They need to get going here, and it looks like a good one, Ronnie.
Yeah, nice. Oh, just didn't really piece that final combo together the way he wanted to. Obviously, looks like he's carrying a bit of an injury there at the moment. I think that might have been James Daniel. So they're going to set their next surf up onto this lineup. And that is Kiana Miller. Let's see what she can do. Just drives up into the pocket at the moment. Works this one over. You can see how difficult it is, but like you said yesterday, Bugs, you know, we've had a pretty big break now. We've got to make the most of this afternoon, and the cool thing is that tide, it does rip off the bank pretty quickly.
It does. And it ended up being a 3-hour break, and I think that's enough.
Okay, so Santa Cruz are just motoring through the roster, and you get the feeling that there's a good chance we'll see, you know, more than one surfer go out there and try and improve on their situation. Some other teams are playing a bit of a patience game out there at this stage of the game.
Well, that's the weighing it up, whether you go the quality or you go quickly and get as many waves as possible.
Oh, yeah.
So C. White's going to be out there now. We were mentioning before that you see a bit of her surfing over there in Bali, Winnie, but How do you think she's enjoying this trip to surf Snapper Rocks and
Oh,
be
yeah.
part of the Usher Cup?
Yes. Yeah, we got so lucky to get invited every year now, you know.
I love it. And it seems like you're one person that really makes the most of the opportunity and has a good time here on the coast.
Yeah, that was good. That's so lucky. We got invited all the time here.
Oh, we love having you here, Winnie.
Oh, we love always having you, you know. Good to see you every year here.
Yeah.
I noticed last night on the table allocations at the President's Dinner, it said next to your name, Winnie, King of Padma.
Yeah, they call me the King of Padma.
That is so good, man.
Nice,
We're
mate.
sitting with royalty here, Ronnie.
Oh, mate. I know. I'm in awe. But Winnie, did you bring your board out yourself? Have you been surfing at all, or you got enough mates here to borrow boards off?
Yeah, we got a lot of factory here to get a board.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, this is home to some of the best craftsmen in the world. Always has been a mecca for surfboard design and evolution, Bugs.
It's got a long history of evolution, design, from the longboard era. Really, the shortboard revolution. We played a big part of it up here, back in the Joe Larkin factory, underneath MP's house. It was wild, and since then, of course, you know, when Darren Hanley was a little grommet at Kira, you know, like 30 years ago, and look at him now, and JS, you know, it's amazing, the quality, the calibre of the shapers in the area. You know, Nev up there at Burley, and, you know, Dick Van der Stralen. I mean, I could go through so many great shapers.
Yeah, it's cool. Saw Ian Byrne there last night. Ern.
Oh, Ern's a classic.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, that board is shape.
The single fin?
Yes, yeah. Oh.
He's a master craftsman. Of course, his brother Al was, you know, one of my dearest friends in life.
Yep.
And the Byrne family, yeah, very close to my heart.
And just famous for their channel work, Bugs.
Oh, totally.
Just works of art.
Yeah.
A glasses nightmare.
Yeah, I met his glasser last night.
Yeah.
I said, how are you, mate?
How's he going this decade?
Let me buy you a beer. Let's sit down. Let's talk. You've obviously got a lot going on. Yeah, I don't think typically he's a 2 and 4 channel man.
No,
I think Al used to punish the glasses.
Deep 6.
Yeah. Sharp edges. But no, they're amazing. I got 3 urns.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Beautiful boards. They work in anything. 18.5 minutes remaining here. Bay Boardriders from New Zealand pushing their way to the top of the order here. Santa Cruz in second spot. And Yarumba looking to get back on pace. Nice looking wall here. So some positive signs with the conditions. This wave looks to be lining up pretty nicely too. Yeah, this is a good looking wall.
One of the nicest waves we've seen since the tide dropped. Hopefully this is a sign of the afternoon fixtures.
Love it. Giselle Sinclair here. Still rolling. This wave's carrying a lot of momentum down the line, and this should be a great score. I mean, it's been a low-scoring affair so far. A lot of sort of mid-range to below average rides registered already, and with that busy kind of period there after the 10-minute mark, we know we're going to see people out there trying to improve on their numbers, but maybe not Giselle, because this is going to be a bomb.
This is a keeper for Giselle. She won't be going out again to improve upon her score, I wouldn't think.
I think he's getting better at the wave now.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's got a little bit of a snapper look about it.
Yeah. It's keeping more wall now.
There's so many great surfers in the mix, you know, quite often when you had a big break like that, there's not a whole lot of set waves. You get a wave that good, and it's easy to get sort of over-amped and maybe, you know, not hit all the right sections. But Giselle did incredibly well there. She's going to get a good number. 7.5 she logs. And now we're seeing for Santa Cruz, Jackson Taylor making his move quickly. And that means that they've moved through the order now. So likely we'll see Strider Stealth back out there trying to improve on a 2.33.
I think this is going to be Santa Cruz's best wave by far. This is a beauty.
It's a good wave, this one here.
We saw at the end of it, and he was still going. Just ripping off the top. Good boardwalk there, Ronnie.
Oh, ripping off the top, but just nice deep bottom turns too, and kind of banking off the bottom for a good amount of time to size up these pockets.
Now, I'll just show you something as he goes down the line here. There's something interesting happens because right here, after this turn, he claims it, but then he goes on. But guess what? They stop judging after the claim.
Oh, do they? Oh, well, that was...
Not the claim, but the release.
Tipping one out for his homies there.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of work down the line.
Santa Cruz, I think, just came in with something.
That's just a surfer appreciating being out at Snapper Rocks and when it's starting to come on. So here we go. The big push from the Santa Cruz team is happening now. And Strider's back out there. Wow, Jackson Taylor got a huge score, Bugs, 9.47.
Those deep bottom turns. I mean, that's insane. Like we've got 9 fours happening now. An hour ago, it was you could only ride a tanker out there.
Yeah, it was Foil City. We did have a little Grom expression session out there, but here we go, Santa Cruz.
How come? Wow. There's only one colour surfing.
Yeah.
It's just yellow.
Kiana Miller, she's looking to improve on a 3.87.
This is an incredible performance. They came from nowhere and they've had 3 bombs with no one else surfing. Where is everyone else?
Well, much like Legian and the Maui Boardriders Club, Santa Cruz have been here for a few years now, Bugs.
Yeah, they've supported this event for 3 years, which is so awesome.
And, wow, they're really starting to find their place out here at Snapper, you could say, because we've got solid scores across the board. We're going to see Strider, I think, improve on his ride. Kiana Miller is waiting on a score. Here's the replay of it. It's going to definitely be better than a 3.87, you'd think.
Yeah, they started out very slowly. They had no score at all, and now they've had their last 3 rides have put them into first place in a big way. We need Legian to get going now, Winnie.
Yeah, Legian have to be going hard now to get more wave.
Yeah, Joy's going to be out there now.
Joy's going to be out there, so yeah.
One of your best.
The best kid at Legian now.
He's the best kid at Legian at the moment.
Yeah, he's doing really good in a career, isn't it?
Yeah, we've seen some amazing performances from the anchor surfer.
Yeah.
Who generally ends up in that 4th position. Not always. Everyone's got different strategies, but it sort of has been the case, generally speaking. So Joy situated in 4th. Let's see if he can turn the fortunes of the Legian team. He needs to get a big score to get him back on track.
Score update, 13 minutes remaining. Santa Cruz in the lead. Surfer 1 improved.
There's still 13 minutes to go, and Yarumba have still got their 4th surfer to bank a score, Isaac Markwell. But Joy's in the same situation. So two clubs yet to have their 4th surfer post something on the board, but Santa Cruz and Bay Boardriders, they're just looking to improve now. Great to have your company. Second day of the 5th Usher Cup, the World Club Challenge. You know, this is these surfers knew it was going to be tricky. They were either going to be on the peak of the tide or just the first heat once conditions kind of looked good enough to get competition back underway. So that it seemed they were kind of prepped. They were releasing their fellow competitors after logging low-range scores, 3s and whatnot. It's very tactical.
Yeah.
But, you know, as more time winds down, more tide is going out too.
Yeah, well, it is. As time, you know, every 10 minutes there's another couple of inches, couple of centimetres going off the bank. And when I called it off, I mean, basically the next heat stopped. There was absolutely no way you could have finished a heat.
Bugs, I got a new T-shirt from my mates at Surfers for Climate.
Oh, yeah.
Down there, they're set up, filling people in on some of the big projects that they've been working on. Of course, we're celebrating the big news that the PEP 11 exploration drilling has been canned.
Wow.
So that is a massive victory, driven by Surf Rider, driven by Surfers for Climate, driven by Sean Doherty, Damien Cole, Belinda Baggs, a cast of people getting behind, fighting that bill, and thank God that they were victorious.
It's a good team. It's a good team to go into battle with.
Most definitely.
Yeah, good on them.
Yeah, so big congrats to them. Check out Surfers for Climate. They had a huge year last year, and shedding light on important issues to do with our waterways. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to go down and have a chat with them sometime in the next next high tide.
Josh Kirkman is the CEO of Surfers for Climate. He's a sponger. He's a sponger, but he's a great bloke, and he charges. He also surfs, body surfs as well. He's a waterman.
Yeah, no, I just ran into him earlier on, and I'm going to go down check out what they're doing. But it's so impressive.
I hope I didn't turn you off.
No, mate. No. How could you turn someone from up here off anything? We deal with a few crowds, Winnie.
Oh, mate. Yeah, well, there's getting close to 800,000 residents.
Oh, that's right.
Gold Coast.
Yeah.
I surfed with 75,000 of them yesterday at Duranbah on dark. Jeez, it was wild.
Our sleepy little...
Yeah, it's a wild experience, but I think it's the first kind of decent, clean sort of swell that we've had in some time, so everyone's appetite is ferocious.
It will be. I mean, it's kind of early days in our season too, though. You know, we're still only in mid-January. Our season's just kicking off, and traditionally, the southerlies really come in February. We're coming into cyclone season. Kind of the peak of cyclone season, February, March. I don't know if these beaches right now are ready for one, though. I'll tell you that, Ronnie.
Oh, mate.
Yeah.
There's going to be just absolute mayhem.
Carnage.
These lineups, but everyone seems to get their piece of it. As we check out some highlights here of the Leggett team, who had some great performances in the event last year. Was Katuda Gus out here last year?
No, Katuda Gus wasn't here. It's Tonyo.
Oh, okay.
And the twin.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what this.
Well, gee, they surfed good here last year.
Oh, yeah. That's so good.
Give them a 4-foot wave and it's all over, man.
Yeah.
They just rip.
They because they think that it's their own beach break,
Yeah.
Like a Padma. They think they surf at Padma here. So.
Yeah, they're in board shorts, warm water.
Sand bottom.
Sand bottom, yeah.
Unreal. Yeah, Raj has been surfing really well, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Looks sharp. So just waiting for them to flare up in this heat, though, Winnie. They need so you might need to go down to the stand on the rocks and yell some instructions.
Screaming at them, yeah.
I got to fire up. Joy is out there right now, waiting for his opportunity. We've got about 8 minutes to go, and it's quite a lead that the Santa Cruz team's put on the field here.
Yeah, that's a big score. In the inconsistency of that 9.4 ride, standing out.
Bugs, obviously, a lot of seasoned campaigners here in the Usher Cup, and we've talked about the pressure that comes with competing against former CT surfers. There's some big names. There's world champions in the mix here at the Usher Cup, but the other thing is just the attention of the cameras in your face as you're getting ready. You had a bit of that when you were competing back in the day, but there's just so many different pressures for these younger athletes to deal with at events now.
Well, the great thing is when Theo and I were doing the meet and greet of all the international teams coming in, most of them, I mean, nearly all of them brought young guns, young surfers on the pathway. So this is a great dress rehearsal, as I see it. I mean, put a bit of pressure on them. Having to deal with the media and interviews and just people stopping them and then still having to compartmentalise it and prepare for a heat. I think it's good training wheels.
Most definitely. I mean, most kids these days, Winnie, they're not a stranger to the camera.
Yeah.
But it's a little different when someone else is holding it. The selfies aren't an issue.
Oh, yeah.
The selfies aren't. You post a couple of selfies every once in a while, mate.
Oh, yeah. I love the selfie. Just like, You feel like so good when you see someone you took a photo yourself, and you know what you're doing. You know.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like Team Coffs Harbour gearing up for that next heat, getting a close eye on the conditions. Lee Winkler will be helping them formulate a game plan for these particular conditions and maybe even for their opponents in that next heat. Coffs is actually coming up on 60 years too, so starting to plan that celebration.
Yeah. Well, I was there for their 50th. It was a big one. It was a huge one.
Yeah, they've only just recovered.
The Hoey Maui has only just recovered.
Oh, the Hoey Maui.
The Hoey Maui was famous back in 1970 when I went down there on away trips with the club, you know. They were so fun days.
Love that. The Hotel Motel.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a look at a bit of action from the Santa Cruz Club from last year. Well, there's some free surfing highlights if you don't mind. Jackson Taylor looking really strong. Yeah, they've just got such a deep pool to pick from to represent the Santa Cruz Boardriders Club here at the Usher Cup. Strider Stelk here, and love that release. Kiana Miller, she's helped improve their scores at the moment. She dropped a 5.57 on her last wave. And James Daniel. Look at that. Nice.
Oh, wow.
So many of the Santa Cruz surfers, fearless in big waves and really good above the lip. You think back to some of their heroes from that zone. You got Pete Mell, Flea, Barney.
Richard Schmidt.
The late Barney Barron, he was unbelievable. And, Richard Schmidt, list goes on. Jeff Clark.
Jeff Clark, wow. Surfed by himself for decades.
How wild that.
They're really
Surfing
wild.
Mavericks by yourself.
Yeah.
You been there? Bugs, checked it out?
Yeah,
Half Moon
checked it
Bay?
out, yeah.
Oh, it's the eeriest place ever.
In the world.
Oh.
In the world.
So sketch. And, man, there's the same swells that have been lighting up Hawaii and the islands, all the big outer reefs there have been hitting Mavericks, and wow, there's been some amazing performances out there.
Yeah, that was, I think there's one photo there that's, arguably the biggest wave ever ridden there.
Yeah.
A recent photo from that day.
Well, just down around 3.5 minutes remaining here, and it's leg end Boardriders with work to do. The ocean has gone...
Is the Leon Boardrider? You need to go up now.
Yeah.
Where's the swell?
I know.
Yeah, we got Joy out there. He's just such a threat. He can drop a huge number, but he needs that canvas to work with at the moment. Can't find it. Bay Boardriders, they've been pushed back into that third position, but don't need a monster score to get up into the top two. They're only after a 5.77.
Okay, here we go. There's going to be action here. It's got to be
The
white.
York Cup.
Oh.
Not interested.
Oh.
No, it's Bay Boardriders. Tapping into this one. Nice little swoop there.
Oh, and there's Santa Cruz again.
Wow, Bay Boardriders is really just looking to improve on scores now.
Yeah, I see a wave behind this too.
I think this is Alex Dive. So he's trying to improve on a 2.7. Got to get the hands up.
Yellow, what number surfer are you? Yellow.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Someone was throwing a sharker out here, quickly got his hands up, but you almost want to get that final turn done and get them up there. Like
Santa Cruz are well drilled on that. They do it before their last turn.
Yeah. So Alex Dive, I believe, is looking to improve on that score. He will. He was only trying to better a 2.7. They still probably have a little bit of ground to make up. So I wonder who they'll send out there for it.
Oh, I thought there was going to be a wave behind that one, Winnie.
All right, this is an important one for Yarumba.
Yarumba.
Because they're trying to hang on to that second spot at this stage. And Isaac Markwell, he's been out there for a bit of time now. Just gliding through a couple of carves here, just keeping that board moving. hoping for a steeper section.
Oh, they passed the rock now.
Wow, straight over the top.
Did it?
Bang.
Wow,
Oh, did
well
well.
done.
Oh. Don't know if they'll give that the nod as a completed manoeuvre.
Or a release. There's only a minute left, so he's trying to get back to the beach, no doubt. That's going to be a tight one, Ron.
Yeah, I think that last turn might have been really crucial because there wasn't a lot of steep sections there. Well, it's a 5.4. So it is just enough there to bump Bay Boardriders. Sorry, Bay Boardriders out of the second position for the moment. Legion Boardriders just sweating on at the moment.
Yeah, well, they started so well too.
Yeah, Joy.
Come on, Joy. Where's Joy? You have to get a wife, Joy.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen for him here, Winnie. All right. 20 seconds to go. Well, even if he gets a wave, he's going to have to almost surf it way up into the excellent zone because they're going to miss those 3 points. He won't make it back to the beach in time. All right, so you can see the Bay Boardriders.
Here's Joy.
Oh, he got one.
He got one.
Oh, that was nice. Take us through it, Winnie. Go, mate.
Done. Come on, Joy. All the way to the Marley Beach.
Yeah, Joy, just giving it his all. He's doing his best.
Try his best there.
There's not a whole lot in this wave. Look at that. All right.
Oh, gosh, it's a shame they didn't get through their full rotation.
Yeah. Maybe next year.
Maybe next year.
Hey.
For sure next year.
Winnie, I want to say that it's always awesome to see you, mate.
Oh, always good to see you guys here.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
And a big shout out and congratulations to the team as well. I know they probably had dreams of going all the way here in the World Club Challenge, but they'll be back bigger and better next year.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, brother. So it looks like those results are in now. Bay Boardriders, they fought hard. Luke Griffin actually upped the ante, but ultimately fell short once Isaac Markwell for Yarumba dropped a 5.37. But winning the heat in fine form with a healthy heat score total was Santa Cruz. So they're going to be marching on through to the next round. Another big clash just around the corner here in the Usher Cup.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M. One motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Welcome back. We've got Heat 6 of the Froggies, round 1. Out there in the lineup at this stage of the game, Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. We have Winnie from Padma in here for the call, the 4 bugs. What a classic.
Absolute classic. What a pleasure to have Winnie here. Always just such a good vibe.
Great vibe. Unfortunately for the Legion team, their run, the event has come to an end. Bumped out in that last heat alongside Bay Boardriders. Progressing through was Yarumba in second position. Santa Cruz got the win and had a pretty healthy margin between themselves and second even. And right now we are seeing Black Rock out there in the red. Coffs Harbour is out there in the white. North Shore Boardriders. Oahu is going to be out there in the yellow, and Kingscliff are going to be in the blue. So this is going to be a lot of fun, Bugs, because some very recognisable names in each of these teams.
Yes, this is a top heat, this one. Blackrock, Coffs Harbour, regional champions, North Shore Boardriders. I believe they got second in the US earlier this year, last year, and Kingscliff, great performance this morning.
So Love Hodell travelling with the North Shore Boardriders team, and we were impressed with Nalu, the way he surfed yesterday. Looking forward to seeing him again. He's just really sharp. Here goes Micah Marguson, though. He's looked good too. Have a little look out the back there.
Yeah, oh yeah, see, they're going through their order.
Spirit fingers. Yeah, they've got a strong lineup too. Chelsea Hedges.
Oh wow.
World champ. She's in the mix. She's going to be out there next for them. And Wyan Necker Jr., seen him surfing quite a bit. And Mitch James, he's been performing well.
Solid surfer, Mitch James.
So 4.5 for Micah. He'll definitely want to get back out there toward the end of this heat. He can drop a much bigger score than that.
But it's not bad to get a 4.5 in the first 2 minutes of a heat.
Mate, it's good.
Especially when you know you've got room to, you're making room for yourself again.
Yeah, everyone wants to drop the excellent score. Of course, that's what you dream of doing, putting on a fantastic show. But sometimes the conditions don't necessarily allow it. You're, with 4 people in the lineup, if you take that wave, Micah gets that wave, gets through to the inside, he's got a real decision to make, just based on the fact that he's got to get back out there. It'll be the bottom of priority. Working through your roster seems to be the smart play.
Yeah, it sure does.
Oh, we're seeing some vision here. Highlights from last year. This is actually the North Shore team, but it's the North Shore of the sunny coast. But still fun to enjoy.
Oh, that's cool.
You just look at the quality of waves that we had here last year.
Yeah, all the North Shore Boardriders from the sunny coast getting a free plug.
Yeah, that's right. Dimity Stoyle and the team, and Dimity's going to be surfing in the next heat, I believe, representing the Jacksonville team. She's been called in as a replacement. An injury wildcard with Karina Petroni busting her ankle. I think Karina's going to step into the booth with Rock and Ock for the call.
Oh, that'd be great. That will be awesome.
But, Kingscliff, quick start there, 4.5. The Blackrock team is a classic one. It's a real underground club. The surfing world over, Bugs, there's numerous Blackrocks, but this one's just down the coast a little.
That's right. And as you said, it's a classic for, gosh, back in the 70s, it was such a secret spot.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
When where I grew up on that Long Beach, New Brighton, South Golden Beach zone, we used to ride our bikes down there with the Sutherly at low tide.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a ride.
Yeah, we'll stash our bikes in the bush because the tide would usually fill in and hitchhike home.
Hitchhike home. I was going to say, you weren't riding against that Southerly home on the beach.
No.
Hitchhike home. That's great.
But no, it's a fun little zone. It's a underground spot, and they've got a pretty mean little pack. They're kind of a bit of a mongrel mob, really. They're from all different parts of the coast. A couple of Queenslanders in the mix who've relocated down that way.
Yep.
Daniel Vardy, Kaylin Schloss, and they're doing well. They've got themselves here in the Usher Cup. So here we go, Blackrock getting started. And it's Matt Roble, their first athlete up.
Yeah, well, Matty Roble's surfed in this for 5 years. And it's Kingscliff, Chelsea.
Yeah, Chelsea's final won the event here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
As a CT contest.
Oh, she's still got that great flow about her surfing. So Kingsley ripping through the rotation.
Chelsea works as a coach down there at the High Performance Centre. Big part of that developing the talent, the next wave of emerging stars here in Oz, helping them realise their dreams.
Yeah, she's well respected as a coach, Ron.
So that was pretty handy work from the Kingscliff team. And they're going to now release Wyan Necker Jr. on that section right outside Snapper Rocks there. So look at Micah. He's not even taking his leash off. He plans on getting back out there and improving on that 4.5. But must be pretty cool for you, Bugs, to see the next generations. I mean, we've seen a lot of it in this event. The bloodlines, if you like. Mia Collins is out here competing.
Yeah.
Oki's son, Jay, did really well for the Snapper Boardriders Club today. You know, like during the break, I saw Dean Morrison's little fella Ike get a wave out here at Snapper. It's really cool. But Micah Marguson as well, he's got some, you know, distinctive sort of similar style traits to his dad.
He does. I mean, Micah is an exceptional surfer. And as you said, I mean, you've seen the bloodlines coming through and they come through at the club level.
It's in there. It's a pretty tidy sort of surfing family that Micah's got. His uncle's a great surfer too, from the Gold Coast originally, Heath Walker.
Oh, yeah, Nutty.
Yeah. I'm sure Nutty would be tuned in. He runs JS Surfboards over there in the States. He'd be watching on, and his sister Simone as well. But here we go, a bit of movement on the outside. North Shore Boardriders. This is Nalu. Love this guy's surfing. Really sharp timing that he has out of the lip. Always throws some water up and has great variation too. On his way to a number here.
He's really dialed in at Snapper yesterday. Oh, hang on.
Oh, no.
Don't do that, but, I mean...
So...
No, I'm not sure of that.
He's taking this one right through to the inside. Oh! Right through to the inside. Right over Little Marley Rocks there.
Yeah. Oh!
Oh. The Coffs team not really, Creed Smart not loving the start that he got the team off to, but time's not working against him yet. So 30 and a half minutes to go. There's time for him to potentially get back out there. But let's have a look at the replay of the work that was done on the outside here from Creed.
He is wrestling this wave. It's tough work for him. Yeah, the body language there did sort of suggest that he wasn't exactly happy with that ride.
No. Let's have a look again at what Nalu was able to do on this one, Bugs. Just a great mix of turns.
Oh, the variety's awesome. The board looks like just a little magic carpet under his feet. He can do whatever he wants on this wave because he's just so free.
Yeah, strong stuff. I can always feel your stress levels, Bugs, as contest director. Any contest director wants to see, you know, a lot of opportunities for competitors out there in the lineup. But are you relaxing into this afternoon now, mate, that we've seen some pretty healthy scores dropped?
Oh, that 9-4 is a real relaxer.
Yep.
It just sedated me.
So Blackrock up again, and only for a moment, though. Yeah, what's the most stressful role in surfing that you've played? I mean, you've battled in you know, intense rivalries. You've won a world title. You ran the ASP, the championship tour, for a number of years. Contest director, commentator.
It's absolutely very clear what the most stressful situation was. That was when I had to call Europe off after 9/11.
Oh, there you go.
9/11 was the most stressful thing for someone running any global sport.
Well, you made it, mate. We're still here.
Yeah.
Nalu, well done. Great surfing. Getting his team off to a flying start once again. 7.17. That's a healthy number.
Fully franked.
Yeah. And Chelsea Hedges, she dropped a 7.5 on screen there. Oh, sorry, that's Carly. I believe. Carly White.
Oh, yeah, Carly White from Coffs Harbour.
Yep.
Okay, so Kingscliff have already had 2 waves, and here they go for wave number 3.
Yeah.
Looks like
Right.
Jake Sharp.
Wow. Kingscliff. This is
Wyan
Wyan.
from Kingscliff.
Yep. Solid unit. Got some speed up at the moment.
Kingy just on fire.
Wow, this is... Oh! That can happen, can't it?
Yeah, just a slight over the handlebars.
All right, so building pretty nicely. He's still got some work done on that one just before falling there at the end. And Mitch James now will get an opportunity to put something up. But, you know, better than average scores for them.
Yeah, well, that's what you want. And there we see Mitch James having a look at their wave. You don't lose... he would have had no priority going out there 4th, but his Blackrock is a paddle with intent.
All right, so this is Eliza Dunlop. She did already have a wave. It was just a 1.93 though, so she's back out there trying to improve on that. Nice little swoop. Clean stuff. North Shore Boardriders on the outside, kicking out of one. And Eliza's going to release Daniel Vardy on the lineup now. Having a chat to a few of the former CTers, Bugs, around the event site. And they're digging the format that you've concocted this year. The changes have been welcomed, and I think they love this, you know, beat the clock and get yourself an opportunity to get back out there and improve on your scores, which, you know, is pretty easy. Sometimes on the CT, obviously, you're looking for a requirement to beat an opponent, and there's still that requirement factor here, but if you can just do your job and improve on the number that you've already banked, put another half a point on it, put 2 points on it, then you're really giving your team a leg up.
You are. And, I mean, last year we just had it so that, you know, one surfer could go out there and do it, but then I wanted to sort of ease the format in and then this year open it right up. And we've seen it used on so many occasions because, you know, a surfer very early on in the piece can now go, okay, we can all go back out. Like, I mean, not just one of us. So it just takes that whole blowing it sort of, blowing it for the team. It takes that away.
I think it's amazing how quickly the surfers adapt to these new format changes, and the coaches for the teams, the captains, identify strategies just instantly. And the instant call was, once you commit to a wave and you get down the line, release the other surfer, because we've touched on it a few times. There's just no point in paddling out, being at the bottom of the priority order. It's like, give someone else a chance to maybe drop a good number, and then we'll get you back out there if we have time. But yeah, don't chew the time up on the clock. That's just the most stressful thing in the world, especially for that surfer who's sitting out there, leash on, the 4th surfer in the order. You know, the one that you're probably banking on delivering your best number. You don't want to rob the time from them.
Well, you've got to be at least, if you paddle out from Marley Rocks, you've got to be looking at least 90 seconds that you've actually cost the team with the next surfer. And then you could come back around and do it again yourself.
It's just interesting watching when someone takes a lot of time. And I've seen it even with the Snapper Club last year in their run through the contest. And it's sort of like the team for a moment starts to implode. And everyone's going, what's he doing? He's been out there for 15 minutes. He hasn't caught a wave. He didn't even look. He should have gone that one. He should have gone this one. But that person can save face by dropping a big number.
Absolutely.
Owen Wright did that yesterday. He was, I think, probably the Culburra team was saying to themselves, Owen's having a shocker here.
Yeah.
He caught a wave. He didn't bank a score. He got back out there. He was overly picky, but when he took off, he got himself an excellent number, and the team got right back on track, and it helped them build confidence and easily claim the victory.
And they were easily coming fourth in the first half of the heat.
Easily. But, yeah, it's fun. Just, you know, it is fun how quickly people master a new format, a change.
Yeah, and it's a, you know, as I said, it's a bit of a liquid chess game because there's so many different combinations.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, should I go, should I not? I mean, that's what it, as far as a coach trying to give directions.
I think we'll see more changes to the strategies throughout because you've got to know the rules before you can make them work for you. We're already seeing that.
Now, the other thing is it changes again if we get it, say, we get some 4-foot waves tomorrow. That'll change it up again. There'll be a whole new set of strategies you can deploy.
Love that. But I think, you know, with this commentary ringing out over the contest site, probably people have been listening to yourself in situations when people get to the end of their ride and kind of just not really concentrating on what they're doing and don't release their surfer instantly. 10 seconds is a long time in one of these heats.
Yeah, well,
10 seconds can be from, you know, making the beach at the end of the heat and not making the beach.
Well, 10 seconds is off the rock into the priority zone. 10 seconds.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's, you know, definitely something that those surfers have to consider. You know, you don't want to throw your hands up and release that next surfer because essentially you're giving that person instantly the opportunity to bank a score. So your scoring opportunity ends, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So you want to claim it at the end of your ride, but instantly. So let's have a look at the order here. Kingscliff looking strong here at the moment. And that ride's come through pretty nicely for Wyan Necker Jr. 5.9. I mean, that was with a fall at the end of that wave. So he's done very well. Mitch James yet to bank his number. Nalu's down there signing hats. Boy, he's still right in this heat.
Oh, yeah, these young guys from Hawaii are very popular. Such a famous stretch of coastline in the surfing world. The most famous, by a long way.
Yeah, he's staying limber out there, Nalu. 7.17 on that opening ride. Luke Temmer, he had a 3.17. They've got Raya Campbell, a local, representing their team as well, called up to fill the spot. As we see Jakey Sharp from Coffs Harbour.
Oh, you know, this is the journeyman. This is the guy that there's one in every club. You guarantee he's going to go out there and do something for the team.
Mitch James, too, is up at the moment for Kingscliff. He's been impressive through the opening 2 days of competition, Mitch James.
Yeah, another one, a very solid club surfer. And I think we saw it just quick in and out there by Raya Campbell for North Shore on loan, which is part of the arrangement. Certainly, Karina Petroni, her situation is exactly why I brought that in.
It's just a team of just powerful, stocky units, the Coffs team. Jake Sharp, Creed Smart, and, well, Lee Winkler. One of the most rock-solid little nuggets.
Yep.
Ever, but Jake's such a great surfer. Used to sort of have just big claims on him going a long way. He had a really strong junior career on our Australasian circuit. He always kind of stood out amongst an incredible class of just young talent. He was one of the best.
Yeah, I remember seeing his name coming through. He was always there in the finals and the top two. Here's
Daniel Vardy. Oh,
comes unstuck on that one.
Wow.
Yeah, he wouldn't be happy with that. He had to look down the line to see what he missed out on as well.
So Coffs is making their move here, Bugs. Jake Sharp dropped a 7-point ride. So let's see what Lee Winkler can do now.
Yeah, Jacoby, the Coffs boys and girls, the club, they'll be happy with Jake. He's putting in another rock-solid performance for the club. Lifted them out of the doldrums, into contention.
Yeah, Wink popped up on the news recently. Did a ocean rescue down there at Coffs and was getting some deserving accolades from the local media. But he was reluctant to be celebrated for it. It was just
yeah.
It's just what you do.
That's what you do.
So Mike is out there trying to improve on a 4.5 now. Lee Winkler up behind him.
That distinctive style of Lee Winkler.
Yeah, he was just a megastar in all Justin Gaines movies, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The Pulse movies, and Winks just finished that one off in style.
I remember, you know, the classic combo was Lee Winkler and Trent Munro. You know, they were unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
I think they both got knocked out at off the wall.
The Hobbits.
By waves, you know, I mean, like pulled into big barrels and got actually knocked unconscious.
Oh, yeah.
17 minutes remaining.
The Hobbits.
Oh, Daniel Vardy made a mistake just earlier on, and he was on a pretty decent wave too. He's going to try and make up for that now. Lining up the inside. Starting to let go of a couple of pretty nice turns here.
Blackrock.
Blackrock's got to make their move now. They've still got Kalen Schloss waiting to get a piece of this lineup. But that's going to be much better than 2.83.
Sure is.
It'll narrow the requirement. The North Shore got off to a really good start, 7.17, and the numbers have been dipping a little bit, so they need to lean into Liam Wilson. He needs to drop a big score to get him back on track. He's up at the moment.
Yeah, Liam, super impressed with this young guy earlier on and watching him in free surfing. They've got a good team. This match is really coming alive now.
All right, so yeah, just on 15 and a half
Christina.
minutes to go. We're going to bring in another one of our guests who's been a big part of the push for the Boardriders scene over there in Santa Cruz. Christina, how are you? Good to see you again.
Well, good to see you guys. Yeah, what's going on?
Just loving our time here at Snapper Rocks. We're seeing the conditions improve, it feels like, but we saw the Santa Cruz team a moment ago perform really well. Must be good.
Yeah, I'd say that was probably one of the best waves of the whole contest, Jackson's wave, and we kind of have a happy to be here mentality, but at the same time, there's a lot of young guns on our team, and they're pretty amped, so we had to wait for that lull, that 2-hour wait. They went out and free surfed and got amped and performed, so we're really stoked to make it to Sunday.
Well, I think they were pretty stoked to get that 9.4 because it was actually a 3-hour wait.
Yeah, that's true.
I put that extra hour in just so we get that 9.4 and relax me.
So we have you to thank for that. Thank you.
No, no, the tide, as much as I tried, Christina, I just failed to stop that tide coming in this morning. I just put everything I could into it, like Uri Geller, how he could bend spoons. I just couldn't stop that tide.
Yeah, you can't control the weather, but thanks for putting it on hold for us, because that's kind of what got us that first place into finals day.
Yeah,
so thanks, Ravs.
good stuff.
All right, so we've got Creed Smart at the moment, just working so hard to improve his number for the Coffs Harbour team, but they've made their move up in the second spot at the moment. And well, Christina, you've been witnessing the evolution of the Usher Cup over the last few years. It's been great to have you part of it, but 48 teams this year, and just feels like that energy, especially with the addition of more international teams, is continuing to rise.
Yeah, at the President's Dinner, we were saying it's like we can tell they're really on the precipice of something, too, with the... Have you announced the change yet for... All right.
Oh, we got big news going. This is good.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll
Hey,
keep it under wraps
Bugs
for
never
now.
shows all these cards.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow.
We've got an ace up my sleeve here, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What you're saying is totally true, though, like that we're expanding into this thing that's transcending international boundaries, 48 teams, and our team is all under 20. So a lot of these people, our team's never been to Australia before, so that they're meeting people from all over the world and stuff. It's pretty iconic for us.
That's
yeah,
so cool.
it's great.
Yeah, I mean, when Theo and I were doing the meet and greet as teams arrived at Greenmount, we noticed that, like, pretty much every team was under 20. This crew of young guns coming through, young surfers that the clubs are relying on, and it's such a good sight, you know, and it's such an inspiring thing to see. We were stoked.
Yeah, and thanks for having us, too. We've been taking a lot of notes from how Snapper's been surfing out here, and also that y'all are a really gracious group, too, and that surfing doesn't have to be super aggro, that we can have an awesome time and all be friends and also have that harsh competition like Snapper does as well.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, you compete hard, and that's the Australian way, really. We compete super hard. But at the end of it, we shake hands, we go and have a couple of refreshments, and we enjoy each other's company as friends. That's how kind of we do it. I mean, and that's what kind of clubs are about in Australia. There's thousands of sporting clubs, and it's just part of our culture, I guess.
When they're being good hosts, though, you got to really consider the quality of the wave that they're giving to you in the lineup. You can have this one. I don't know. It's questionable sometimes, I'd say.
Well, that's super questionable.
Yeah. But, no, you're right. They've been fantastic hosts here at Snapper Rocks. As we get back to the lineup, and Kalen Schloss just rips into a couple of big hits here for BlackRock. And Kalen, he was another one of those aspiring younger surfers. He competed in a lot of the junior events around the country. Don't see him with the jersey on too much these days unless it is a Boardriders meet. Good to see him back in the jersey and performing very well on that wave, and he's going to help lift BlackRock, I think, maybe off the bottom of the table here. That could really give him a fantastic shot. But Christina, you're in a great position to chaperone the young Santa Cruz team around town because you've been living out here studying these days.
Yeah, that's true. I came for the Usher Cup a couple years ago, and I didn't really overthink it. It felt right, and here I am a couple years later.
How good. And you love the area?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, this whole coastline is so good, and can go and find, of course, surfing out front's awesome. You can go find waves elsewhere as well, and it's been really good. I think because of that warm welcome, I'm able to show Santa Cruz that as well with us being over here. Yeah, it's been really good.
That's so cool. And the Gold Coast, I think as surfers, we can have a bit of a one-track mind, but the hinterland here is sensational. Have you done some exploring in the hills as well?
Yeah, definitely. There's plenty of waterfalls I'm sure you know about, and also some of the Santa Cruz Groms have been getting out there as well. Gone to the Sanctuary, which is one of the charities here for the contest, so it's cool they're able to see that side of it as well. Yeah, Hoda Koala.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you seen one in the wild yet?
Yeah, seen them up on Magnetic Island at the Great Barrier Reef.
Nice.
Down in Byron as well. Yeah.
That's so cool.
They're around.
Unreal. So the Santa Cruz team, I saw you guys last night at the President's Dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Looked like it was a pretty subdued celebration for you guys. You seem to be really, like you said, why you're happy to be here and enjoy this. There's some serious aspirations in this team.
There are. We have our strategies under wraps, but I will say that we have a plan on our hands, and it's been going really well so far. We did go to the Froggies section yesterday by losing by 1.003.
Yeah.
0.03, yeah. So that kind of, in a way, we viewed that as just more surfing for us out at Snapper on an empty lineup, and that kind of motivated us for today, and we ended up doing really well.
Yeah, it's interesting because you've been part of this event for a few years. You've seen some of the changes to the format and whatnot, and we were just chatting before you came in, just about how quickly the teams are adapting to this new format, but it also feels like there's still some refining going on. Are your team members kind of talking about that?
Yeah, I will say there's a couple things we're trying to like get dialed. One, you don't lose priority if you paddle for a wave, which is kind of different from these contest surfers, where like that's something you kind of have ingrained in your head. So we're trying to adjust to that. And I will say one of our kind of part of our plan is going through the rotation and getting the rotation through as quick as we can, and just getting numbers on the board and then sending surfers back out. And I think we have Rabs to thank for that too, just getting like a lot of people on their waves. Yeah, rather than like kind of waiting. And yeah, so
that's cool.
We're figuring it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. But yeah, the priority thing is a big one. I've seen some people paddle for a wave and almost sort of, you can see the despair, because usually that would be a huge mistake in a heat, but you can have a really good look at a wave. You can virtually, well, you can paddle for a wave as long as you don't stand up. Yesterday I saw Jackson Baker almost ride a wave on his stomach for a little bit and then just kicked out. No priority loss. So, it's an adjustment for these competitors. Like you said, it is just so innate, and you just can't help but sort of feel like you've thrown it away if you miss one. And with this reverse current at the moment, we are seeing people paddle for waves and not get into them. So I've got 7 minutes to go here. Kingscliff out in front, North Shore in that second position at this stage of the game. Michael Marguson making his way back in. He's been successful in improving his score, but it was just a very marginal, small incremental jump that he made from 4.5 to 4.77. I think he's now sent out either Mitch James or Wyan Necker Jr. to try and build on their score. I'm guessing that probably Luke Tammer is out for the North Shore Club. He's trying to build on a 3.17, but it's Coffs Harbour and Blackrock with work to do, and there's not a whole lot separating third and second place at this stage of the game. There's less than half a point in it between those two clubs. So it's going to be a tight one as we move toward those final 5 minutes.
Who's this for North Shore?
Oh, just throwing that board up there for North Shore is Raya Campbell.
Oh, yeah.
Who I think surfed with the Legion team last year, but, filling that spot. So if, it's an expensive trip out here. It's a big commitment to get here for the Usher Cup, and some teams couldn't manage to get the full roster here, so they're able to call in some help from the Snapper Club, and Raya only too happy to answer that call with the opportunity to surf Snapper Rocks with just a few other people in the lineup. She's done well though. She's put some good numbers on the board for them so far. She was looking to improve on a 2.97 there.
I think she did that.
I'd say so.
All right, 5 minutes, 23 seconds to go.
I love how rock solid the merch has been from all the teams coming out from the States, especially. It seemed like Darren Brillhart was pretty committed on helping people get their uniform set.
Oh, yeah. They got the full tracksuit going. We'll have to give you some merch, though.
Oh, yeah, bring it on.
I'll give you some. Yeah.
That was a crack up last night. I spoke to a couple of the crew. The Space Coast guys were like, I'm so hot, but I can't take this stuff off. We've got to represent.
Oh, we got to shout out Ziggy from West Coast Boardriders. He designed all those tracksuits and gave them to all of us. And great for the flight over, but a little tricky on the Gold Coast for summer to be rocking tracksuits.
Love it. Yeah, so living here on the Gold Coast, what's your spot? Or just move around chasing waves everywhere?
I love Fingal a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, and in the early morning, I like going to Chugan as well. Yeah, and just kind of find a bank if I can, and then I surf out front a lot. Yeah. And down the coast sometimes. I really like Broken Head when it's good. That spot's awesome. Yeah, kind of your neck of the woods down there.
Yeah, it's it's a special stretch. The entire East Coast is magical for chasing waves, but on the Gold Coast typically we're so focused on the points. Sometimes the beaches are overlooked, and that's a good thing if you're a travelling surfer and you just want to find some waves to yourself. Guaranteed you can do that You know, there's sort of some extended sections of coastline between the points here, which is awesome, and always a little sandbar to be found. So time winding down here, 3.5 minutes to go. And, yeah, you can see that BlackRock's got some work to do. They've fallen behind just a little bit, but a really close battle happening between Coffs and North Shore for that second spot at this stage of the game. Obviously, things could change completely here. But, yeah, Coffs is kind of sweating on a score. I think a mid-range 5 to get themselves back up into a qualifying position.
Yeah, it could happen. And we have another 3 minutes on the clock? Yeah. I'm an optimist, so I never say it's over till it's over.
For sure.
Yeah.
You know what the cool thing is now about this team's event, Christina, is the fact that with that individual component gone, you know, it sort of takes that, you know, that opportunity for someone with a champion surfer in their club to steal a big hunk of points from those clubs that don't necessarily have that, you know, top-end competitor.
Yeah, that's true. If you're just tuning in, this is the first year that this contest hasn't had an individual surfing aspect. So we're all just surfing for our clubs alone this year, which is pretty special, like you're saying, like that camaraderie. And when one of us wins, we all win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just think it opens the door for a consistent team who always gets their solid scores to, you know, have a consistent performance and edge ahead of some pretty fancied performers and some clubs that obviously have like a really stacked field to call on to compete in this event. But yeah, we've seen it already. We've seen some pretty solid upset results and some local clubs, which is a bit of a surprise, falling out of the mix in this Froggies round. We've got just on a minute and a half remaining here. And we're waiting for some set waves to roll in. We're going to take a quick break and wrap this one up. Stay with us.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M, one motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time Time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Down to earth, it's just as good as up there. I'm gonna keep you near, 'cause you're all I need, my dear. Do you feel the winds are turning round? 'Cause what goes up must always come back down. I'll be safe in your arms.
We are giving a big shout out to RWTD who are running the broadcast here at the Usher Cup World Club Challenge. Whether you're creating a global conference, a large-scale gala dinner, a corporate meeting, charity function, party, or wedding, the Rowan Walker Technical Direction is your one supplier for all your technical production needs. Make sure you get behind them, doing a fantastic job, bringing amazing vision to you live from Snapper Rocks. They can do it all. High quality, good people. Get behind them, get involved, just as they've gotten behind the Usher Cup. It's been a lot of fun working with the crew here. Experts, they're chilled, and yeah, they make the job easy, don't they, Christina?
They sure do.
Yeah, it's so fun now to be able to just tune in and get behind your Boardriders club. Obviously, it would be really hard for all the teams, the full clubs to get here, but they've been loving the opportunity to bang into the broadcast and watch vision like this unfold. And yeah, the cameramen have been sweating it out there in the field as well. We've had really humid conditions, especially with a couple of light rain showers. But it's cool. They're committed. Most of them are committed surfers as well, which is fantastic. But RWTD is definitely worth checking out. Over 19 years of experience, and they just love what they do. And broadcasting a surf event is a big commitment.
Oh, it sure is. And in the rain as well as the humidity, we want to thank them ourselves from Santa Cruz, because everyone back home is watching thanks to them.
Yeah, it's a big one for all our international teams for sure. So tickets for the team to get back here next year?
Yeah, we're pretty stoked. Hopefully we can bring more of a team next year, and kind of some of the teams here, like Snapper is an easy example. There's just so many of them out on the beach cheering, and we want to bring that same heat next year.
For sure. Well, there is a Spirit Award, Club Spirit Award too. Will you guys be gunning for that on finals day?
We'll do our best. Yeah, we have some competition in that regard, but we have to thank Brillo as well, because he's been down there waving the U.S. flag for us. Yeah, U.S. Boardriders flag.
And I mean, there's been some famous stories of collaboration between rivals at different times to overcome a common enemy. Mm-hmm. Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson are obviously fierce rivals, almost a sibling rivalry between those two as they competed on the championship tour. But, they were trying to end Kelly Slater's run at one point, and they famously got together and just said, it doesn't matter which one of us does it, but someone's got to stop him. And so they kind of egged each other on to overcome Kelly. And, well, it didn't work, but it was an interesting sort of tactic. Have you and the other American teams gotten together and sort of said, this is our year, we've got to make our mark in Australia, we've got to get this Usher Cup?
Oh, absolutely. And it's so cool because for so long we were the West Coast, part of the West Coast Boardriders, and now we have the Florida teams involved and the New England team, and we're all rooting for each other. We all showed up at the hotel at the same time, and it was such a reunion to be together since lowers last year. And yeah, the fact that we're all over here under one flag is pretty exciting, and if we can leave our mark, that would be awesome. So we're giving it our best shot.
Well, Santa Cruz certainly did it in that previous heat. Really strong numbers there. It was cool to see. But, yeah, we're still just looking to tighten up this technical glitch before getting Heat 7 underway. Now we've had quite a bit on in the lead up to this event. We're going to have a look at some highlights from the Cooley Kids Classic Keg competition. Check it out.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Break down my walls, but I will rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to tear me down with their violence.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M. One motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
All right, so we are back into live action now, and we have 4 minutes remaining in Heat 6. There was a bit of a technical glitch there. We've sorted that out, and we've given the surfers in Heat 6 the opportunity to lock in some good scores, because there was some opportunity missed with that little technical error that we had to overcome. So apologies for that, but just know that these competitors are going to get the opportunities that they need to maybe save themselves in this clash, because it's all on the line. It's the elimination round, the Froggies round. You've got to finish in the top two. And at the moment, Coffs Harbour and Blackrock up against it, sitting in third and fourth place respectively. Ronnie's sitting alongside Christina, who's here with the Santa Cruz Club, who had an important win earlier on, dropping some big numbers on us. Great performance from them. But this has been a pretty impressive one too for Kingscliff. But there is those teams, Christina, that you kind of circle when you see the Heat draw and say, oh, they'll be hard to beat. And Coffs, for me, is one of them. They have a really complete team, but they've got to make up some ground here.
Yeah, we'll see. There's Is this 4 more minutes on the clock now? Or a little less now?
Yep. They're giving them an additional 4 minutes on the clock. I think there's just still a little bit of technical stuff going on there, but we'll get caught up on what the situation is going into these final stages here in just a moment. But rest assured, the surfers know the deal. They know what they scored in their first effort out there in the heat, and they know what they have to achieve to get themselves into that top 2 spot. So the clock's kind of lying to us at the moment, and I believe that there is numbers entered already. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a mystery for us as we roll through these final stages. But Michael Marguson looking to get going here. And Nalu, man, I've been loving his surfing.
Oh, yeah.
Just really clean, super sharp. It's all happening out here now.
And Nalu's such a mellow guy, but he's so lethal, too. Like, he's just milking this one.
And Black Rock up at the moment too. Matty Roble rolling through to the inside. We've got a new world champion. WSL have their World Junior Championships unfolding over in the Philippines at the moment. Luana Silva is the women's world champ. Rosie Smart, who has surfed for the Coffs Harbour Club here at the Usher Cup. She made the semi-finals in the women's event, so a big congrats to her. And then in the men's, there's an epic final unfolding at the moment between Bronson Mady of Indonesia and Winter Vincent of the Northern Beaches of Manly. Both of them sitting on massive scores. Can't be a lot of time left in that exchange, but it's looking like an exceptional fight for the World Junior title on the men's side as well.
Yeah, congrats to Luana.
Yeah, she's such a good surfer, and she's, you know, just had that kind of those crushing moments with the past couple of years where she's been bumped off the championship tour and had to fight her way back. So a really massive achievement for her and a confidence building win for sure.
Red released. So just a heads up, those who have been following the live scores, they are now reset. So you can go back to your live scores and check those out. We can tell you that North Shore Boardriders Oahu opening line of 6.17.
Apologies, folks. Just trying to get some answers on what's unfolding here. We were initially told there was going to be 4 minutes on the clock, but it looks like a fresh clock at this point in time. So we'll get some confirmation on that for you. At the moment, though, we're just enjoying relaxing in air-conditioned comfort while the rest of the fans out there sweat it out under the humidity.
Currently 35 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes down in this hit.
It's definitely worth coming down, though, if you're in the area. We got a half pipe and basketball hoop.
Oh, man. It's a great comp site.
Yeah.
You know, it's a pretty similar setup to the major events that happen here at Snapper Rocks. Good food on offer, great cafes. So yeah, you can see there the numbers from that opening exchange, and it does appear as though the surfers in Heat 6 are going to basically get a whole nother heat here. So yeah, they're giving them a fresh clock. There was an issue with the scoring in our first run at this heat, and as a result, we're going to hand a fresh clock to these battlers and see what they can serve up. But it's a much better start for the BlackRock team who didn't have as strong a position after their first couple of surfers rode their waves in that first effort. But Nalu's had another strong performance, 617 for him. Lucky us.
Yeah.
All the surf fans, you know, we had a big wait, and we're going to get a little bit of bonus action here this afternoon at Snapper Rocks. Necker Jr., he won't be too disappointed to get back out there here at Snapper with conditions likely to improve this afternoon. Micah Margison had a pretty strong start in the original version of this heat. And he's going to head back out there by the looks of things. So, Christina, some of the crew that have travelled out from the different clubs are sticking around to maybe venture down the coast and explore Australia. What are the young Santa Cruz team going to do?
Extending car rentals, extending flights. Yeah, trying to stay.
Oh,
yeah,
awesome.
Trying to stay longer and find them places where they can stay a little longer.
We're still just trying to wrap our heads around what's going on here. Apologies to everyone out there. But you can see just how quickly, once we get to the other side of the tide, just how quickly the water rips off the sandbar here, and conditions do improve. And the cool thing about Snapper is you don't need a whole lot of swell for it to sort of come to life and give you a nice little steep wall to really do your thing. Such a fun wave.
Yeah, and is it Mika? Is that how you say his name?
Oh, Micah?
Micah.
Yeah, Micah, yeah.
He's sitting in a good spot too, like a little bit wider. He
Yeah,
doesn't have
exactly.
priority. That's kind of that perfect spot. That's where Brett Simpson was getting some high scores yesterday.
Yeah, you often see that when there's, you know, not as much of a sweep.
Mm-hmm.
People sometimes push each other pretty deep out here, and someone, you know, can prosper as a result, can capitalise on those insiders that sneak under and kind of line up beautifully here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks. Great to see the event, the Championship Tour event, back on the schedule for Snapper here. Awesome as a Challenger contest, and I know the Challenger Series surfers are probably bummed, but it's just always been such a great stage for the world's best to do their thing. As we see Micah up once again, whips through that first carve, and here's what we mean, it's a smaller wave, but it's steeper, and he's generating a whole lot of speed.
Yeah, look at that.
Blue released. Second serve.
Pretty tidy first turn there.
Blue. Kingscliff.
Did you ever get to see much of Micah's old boy, Brendan Margison, surfing back in the day?
I regret to inform you I have not. Not yet.
He was like one of the original free surfers.
Oh, wow.
And he was so good. And his surfing still looks so relevant. He's still been dropping amazing clips more recently. But Mike has been going down there, down the coast, the mid-north coast, and surfing with his dad a bit recently, just escaping some of the crowds up here. But he had a number of shots improving on his score there. That was a 5.37. So he actually caught 4 waves to get to that point.
So it's Blackrock, Northshore, Boardriders, Wahoo, Kingscliff and Cox Harbour. So we will be about 40 minutes behind schedule.
But yeah, we're really kind of can't wait for this swell to fill in. Hopefully for finals day tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, we're so excited. We're Santa Cruz's first heat tomorrow.
How good. Have you had a look at the matchup? Has it
not
taken shape yet? It's
Yeah,
not
hasn't
complete.
taken shape just yet. Yeah, I think we're the only ones that are officially in for the first heat tomorrow, unless it's changed.
Nah, there's
We'll have to wait and
nothing there
see.
on the schedule just
Yeah.
yet.
Wait and see what unfolds this afternoon.
Surfers, in the heats, you can only release once you've finished your wave. You cannot do it after.
All right, here goes Creed Smart for Coffs Harbour. Couple of nice backhand hits there. Just a real stocky unit. Throwing a couple of nice hits there, and yeah, he's going to release that next surfer.
Seems like pretty much every team is releasing their surfer after a wave, and you might as well get another surfer out there right away.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a full heat resurf that Bugs is telling me.
So that last wave, Creed from Coffs Harbour, a 5.40.
So yeah, it's a full resurf. We know that now, and those numbers are rolling through. And I don't think any of these competitors will be complaining.
Oh no, this is a dream come true. Come surf snapper with 3 other people in the water. It's like you got to restart. Might as well take it. All right, here comes the man of the hour.
Yeah, a bit of chaos out there, Bugs, but can you give us the background? What unfolded there, and what did you decide to do? Yep.
We've had to revert back to last year's system where you get one extra surfer out.
Okay.
That's what we did last year. It worked pretty well. Look, getting the second and third one's a bonus anyway. Generally, getting that one has worked.
All right. Okay, so just to fill everyone in there, there was a situation. Each of the team captains or the coach has a walkie-talkie, and they're basically instructing to the judging panel that they're ready to release another surfer, or tell the judging panel which surfer is going back out there to improve on their score. And there was just a glitch with the walkie-talkies, the communication, which meant that nobody on the judging panel knew which surfer was going out there to try and improve on their number, and as a result some scores were missed. And the right thing to do was to give them a fresh clock, get them back out there and give them another crack at it. Snapper rocks.
Anyway, you know, it wasn't a guarantee like you were getting through, so, and it was getting pretty close. So,
Yeah, it was.
We're just trying to keep it fair for everybody.
Yeah. Well, you know, the BlackRock team's relishing the opportunity for a fresh clock, because they were kind of needing a bit of a score in the final stages. Not that they wouldn't have been able to do it, but, you know, they just want to get off to a better start this time. So we've got 25 minutes remaining here, and that tide, Christina and I were touching on it, Bugs, it's starting to roll out for us now. We saw Micah before on a knee-high wave that still provided a lot of speed to let go of some decent turns.
Look, the one good thing is that they got themselves a half an hour better tide.
Exactly. So, you know, the second round of the Froggy section, Bugs, is taking shape. And we're yet to see those matchups come together, but we know there's going to be some big ones, because we saw some big-name teams fall into this round.
Oh, yeah, there's some big teams in the Froggy section, and as it squeezes down, and after we have the quarterfinals of the Snapper section, it's even going to be tougher in that Froggies round.
Well, here goes Chelsea Hedges for Kingscliff. Just riding high on the face of this wave, keeping that speed up.
Also a winner here in the past.
Winner here in the
Pro.
past, a world champ, a Hall of Famer here in Australia. Just such a gun. There was Chelsea and Sofia Milanovic just sneaking in world titles before Steph Gilmore started her reign. But still got it. Looks sharp.
40 seconds remaining. 22, 40 seconds remaining. Kingscliff, 9.
So, Kingscliff making their charge back at the top of the leaderboard here. Christina, 5.47 for Chelsea. Does it kind of impress you? Does it blow your mind, the standard of surfing that we have at this Boardriders meet, and just the names that it's sort of pulling out of the woodwork?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you already mentioned last night at the President's Dinner, one of the jokes was that this contest is the graveyard of the CT. Where you have, I mean, it's like more than a handful of former amazing CT surfers surfing for their club, which is kind of leading an example of what we want to be doing back home as well, as getting all of those former pros involved and having them represent Santa Cruz.
Graveyard's a harsh way to put it.
It is harsh, yeah.
Oh, man. No, it's really cool. I even kind of hoped with our regional qualifying series that some of the, the old heads might get lured just to compete in some of those events. But, you know, what I think happens with a lot of the veteran competitors, they don't want to tread on the toes of the rising stars, the next generation. So they don't take up those offers to get involved in those events. But club surfing's where it's at. So they're back from the dead, competing. Yeah. As we see, the North Shore Club looking to get back on a bit of a roll here.
Release yellow. Release yellow.
Luke Temmer there for the North Shore Boardriders. Doing pretty well. We got Daniel Vardy up for Blackrock at the moment. So they're moving through their roster a lot quicker this time around. And Vardy's going to finish that one off pretty nicely.
I'll say he's been using the athlete tent probably more than anyone this whole contest, getting body work done and getting warmed up in there. So
Daniel has?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, he's got, old bones he's got to get seen to. And let's see what kind of work he got done here, Bugs. How'd you like this one?
Yeah, it's a good backhand attack, and it's lost his sort of equilibrium there a little. But he's got it back on track now, Ronnie. Trying to get this finishing move in down the line. And pretty slick attack. It's one of his better waves for sure. And that's a keeper. So now it changes. Like there's only one surfer going back. It'll be, whoever kind of the weakest link is on the scorecard. However, it could be someone who's got a mid-range score who's capable of getting like an excellent score. You can play it a lot of different ways.
Most definitely. It's Coughs that's kind of struggling to get those next riders into waves at the moment. But let's have a look at this wave for Luke again. Strong work. This one came through at a 6.53. Pretty impressive stuff. On the outside, moved some water. Stayed alive on his feet, Christina, and really quickly just released that next surfer once he knew there was no opportunity down the line.
And I don't know if you've touched yet on how the North Shore had to qualify. They had to surf huge Haleiwa to qualify for this too. So.
And you know that it's pretty competitive over there.
Yeah.
I love the way how their board riding scene is kind of coming together now.
Yeah, and it's happening so fast, too. 2 years ago, it was Maui only, and now they have 7 clubs out there on the islands, and it's only going to keep growing.
So awesome. Yeah, just, I think you're realising it and just seeing, like, what it can do for a community, a surfing community, having that board rider scene. It's been around on the mainland for a long time. Some of these clubs, Coffs Harbour's about to celebrate their 60th year. So they've been around for a while now, which is really cool.
The unifying aspect's pretty important too for Santa Cruz. Like, we have the east side and the west side. And if you're Grom growing up on the west side, you can go your whole Gromhood without knowing an east side Grom. So the fact that we're all surfing under Santa Cruz name is pretty cool to unify the town.
I like that. Is that the walls are actually coming down?
Yeah, absolutely.
In more ways than one, aren't they? Because the old, what do you call it? The old jetty came down, didn't it?
Yeah, that's our pier.
The pier.
Yeah, we call it the Santa Cruz Wharf. It broke that from the eddy swell, actually. Yeah.
And there were people on it.
Mm-hmm. There was 2 people on it.
They were
and
safe.
They got rescued. Yeah. They were just about to start repairs, actually, because we've had the past couple winters have hit us pretty hard. So, yeah, our pier floated, our wharf, part of it floated down to the river mouth. Yeah, and you can still go, it's ready now. You can go out there and have lunch and dinner again. So they got it back up and running pretty fast, but take a while to get it 100% back in working order.
Wow. So seeing a replay here of Jake Sharp for the Coffs Club. I mentioned before they were kind of struggling to ignite, and this wave's just set them on fire, Bugs.
Yeah, well, even in the previous seed before the rerun, it was Jake Sharp that got Coffs Harbour back into the mix in a huge way, and it looks like he's done it again.
6-1-3 for the Coffs team, and they're coming up the ranks now, moving up into second position here. North Shore still hanging on to that lead. They've had a really strong start, couple of mid-range 6-point rides for Nalu and Luke. Ray Campbell's out there at the moment trying to maintain that impressive pace. Kingscliff really leaning on YR Necker Jr. here to turn them around. They had a bit more momentum when we had the original heat playing out, and they need YR to stamp some authority on this this lineup with a big number. Get him back on track.
A 6-1-3, Coffs Harbour on 11-5-3 second.
Bugs, you said that you got down to Coffs for the 50th anniversary of the club.
Oh, it was massive. It was just such an incredible gathering, and they really did it well. They honoured the champions of each decade. Both it was just surfing champions and Indigenous champions from each decade. It was a really cool thing to experience.
That's so
cool. They do it well.
Yeah, there were a meeting of the minds this morning over a coffee down there. The Coffs crew, they were starting to plot it out, throwing some ideas around, spitballing about how they're going to celebrate the 60th. They were listening in to hear about the black tie function that North Narrabeen had.
Oh, yeah.
Which apparently was just an awesome night.
Well, you know, we had Narrabeen and then we had Merriweather in the town hall. We had Bronte celebrating their 60th, the Roaders from South Australia, and then Snapper had their 60th just recently at the Rainbow Bay Surf Club.
The black and orange tie.
Yeah.
It was Black and Orange Friday. That's what it was called.
Yeah.
Can we get a repeat performance of some of the music acts that...
Oh, my gosh.
The music was outrageous. Got it going. It was just looking a little bit like no one was rocking and rolling, you know, Ronnie. Someone had to kind of get it going.
Yeah, mate. Come on. What did you throw out there?
Oh, I just busted out one of the old faves. And then
Born to Be Wild.
Well, you know, I need some new material. That's for sure.
I love it.
But then Steph Gilmore, if Rab gets up and do it, I will. So she got me boxed into a corner. Didn't take much to twist my arm though. And then Oki got up with Black Magic Woman.
How good.
And it was on.
It was on. No doubt. Sounded like a fantastic night and a milestone worth celebrating for all the clubs.
All the clubs. If they do it, everyone does it their own way.
How many years has Santa Cruz been around now?
We're 7 years in.
7 years in.
Yeah.
Also, okay, so coming up on your 10th anniversary.
Yeah, we're getting there, and we're figuring it out, taking a lot of notes from Snapper. I was fortunate enough to be at that party that evening, the 60th, and some of the original members were there, and hearing them talk story about the wild trips that you guys used to go on. And
the original members?
Yeah.
What were they in formaldehyde?
From 64.
No, they were in the flesh.
The spirit of the summer of love, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
How fun. No, look, they're going to keep coming, the big anniversaries. The club scene is so strong.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to be obviously introducing new clubs, I think, as time wears on, but it's going to be more clubs hitting that 50th year very soon.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's such an institution now. You know, you think about 60 years. It's several generations in surfing. You know, for our club, for example, in 60 years, we've only had 10 presidents. You know,
you had a letter from the king.
6 presidents. I mean, including 2 assassinations, of course.
Oh. You had a letter from the king, Bugs, for your 60th year.
No, we got the letter from the King of Padma. Actually, sent us a message.
Oh yeah, I love it. The King of Padma. Awesome stuff. Big component or part of Usher is also putting the spotlight on some incredible local charities doing great work in this zone, and we've told the story of some of them throughout the event, and I met a couple of people last night who are doing fantastic work. Bugs, it's one of the serving our people is a fantastic one.
Oh gosh, yeah, they're up at they just started as a very small, handing out a bit of food. You know, the beautiful thing is that like you've got restaurants and you've got some of the grocery stores donating product, and families come in who are doing it a little tough, not making the budget, and especially single mums coming in and getting the week's groceries for free to feed the kids. That is such a cool thing. They are awesome.
Yeah. Also, just if people need a lift somewhere or need to be picked up.
Yeah.
So any kind of assistance, getting if they don't have the means to get home from hospital. So,
well, that's what we were doing.
Serving that people will jump in there.
Oh, they do. I mean, and that's what we were doing with the Gold Coast University Hospital Foundation, putting money towards a bus to go and pick up cancer patients and take them to the oncology doctors, and then wait and take them home. That's a great service.
Serving our people, check them out, doing great things. Happy to be supporting them at the Usher Cup. So 11 minutes remaining here. North Shore Boardriders out in front and really off the strength of their first 2 performers. Nalu, he has just really been impressing us through each of the rounds. Dropped a 6.17. Luke Temmer backed him up with a 6.53. Raya Campbell joins the North Shore team. She dropped the 3.8. Liam Wilson's out there. He's looking to add to the number. Kingscliff is moving up the order, and they've got themselves in the 2nd spot now.
And Ronnie, how's the actual in the rotation? How many? Who's doing what?
Mitch James has yet to take a wave. Liam Wilson, I mentioned him. He's got a surf yet. So they've just got 1 surfer left. Kalen Schloss is the final surfer in the order. Coffs Harbour's a little behind the clock though. Lee Winkler and Carly White both have to get waves yet.
Okay, so it's still quite poised.
Yeah, and Coffs kind of got some. They got reasonable numbers, but they got work to do. They need Wink to fire up.
Wink will fire up. We know that.
All right. You can already see those competitors just waiting for a potential release to get back out into that lineup, just hiding in that little safe zone there behind Snapper Rocks where the current doesn't affect you too much, and it's just a few strokes to get yourself into a position to tap into a wave.
Yeah, just on that corner there, you get a little surge, one little outcrop, just sort of juts out, gives you a tiny little surge sometimes, off the rock.
Here goes Wink, having a look at this one. Third surfer for the Coffs Harbour team. Did a few years on the championship tour. Had some big finishes. Always a strong, fierce competitor. Throws the arms up there, and he's going to release Carly White to get out there as the final serve for the Coffs team. Here is Necker Jr. for Kingscliff. Quick work on the outside for him. So it's all happening. North Shore, they've got Liam Wilson up here. They're going to probably send Raya Campbell out, who's looking to build on a 3.8.
Yeah, great sportsmanship being shown here. Kingscliff surfer from the North Shore of Oahu. And just, Christine, it's a good vibe around the event. I mean, the waves aren't absolutely pumping, but the vibes are.
Well, they sure are. Kiana Miller, one of our surfers, ran down the beach in her heat today, and she said that as she passed every single tent, they were all clapping and cheering for her.
Wow.
Yeah, and she's doing the QS right now, and she says you just don't get that.
That's so cool.
Most of the time, and she was so stoked on it.
Yeah, that's great to hear. So seeing the replay of Wink's wave, you just know Wink with all his power and some of those bigger turns that he has in the arsenal. He wanted a steeper wave, but he had to make a move, Bugs. He wanted to relieve some pressure on Carly, and maybe he'll get another opportunity if Carly can work quickly.
Yeah, well, that's right. There's a good chance that one of them, maybe Wink could improve on that score, but this is a pretty decent ride. A lot of frenetic energy. And
yeah, that's Wyan Necker Jr. You're right. He just looks alive on the wave. It's sort of like when he gets that flatter wall, it doesn't slow him down at all. And Liam Wilson, he had a 4.07 for this one. I think he'll probably race out to the rocks and probably get prepped to head back out there.
Well, I think they may have sent, he was their fourth surfer, right? So I think they may have sent Raya back out. I'm not sure. No, they haven't sent anyone out yet.
Oh, there she is.
There's Raya.
So, yeah, Raya's back out there for the North Shore, who are at the moment still hanging in there with the lead.
And so how many surfers has Coffs Harbour had now?
Coffs has had 3. They've got Carly White out there at the moment. Here's a replay of a wave from Raya just moments ago. Probably won't factor in. He's trying to better a 3.8. So it's a pretty, shoulder to shoulder out on the outside there.
Kingscliff have had...
Kingscliff have got Mitch James out there yet to lock in a score. So
is that fourth surfer?
Their fourth surfer.
Oh, well, they're in good shape then.
And Caitlin Schloss is there too. Fourth surfer for BlackRock. He needs a pretty reasonable number. Kingscliff not chasing a lot from Mitch James here to jump up into second position.
Okay.
It's good coaching on Kingscliff part as well. They had Micah catch 4 waves before he got his 5.37.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen much of that, have we?
Yeah.
He was really looking to his team for a little bit of feedback on what he should do, how he should handle that situation. They were going, no, we need more from you, Micah. We need you to actually get us off to a flying start. It's not good enough, mate. Get back out there. Look, Kaylin's just getting a little antsy out there now, Bugs. 5 minutes to go. Because I think the BlackRock team's probably feeling like, they need to get Daniel Vardy or Matty Robo out there to build on their numbers. They had pretty low scoring first efforts, just a 2.73 and a 3.83 respectively.
Well, they only get to send one surfer out there now.
Yeah, well, it's probably going to be Matty Robo. But no, maybe not. I think that basically it's like who's going to add to the points the most? Who's got the potential to add to the points? Even if someone has a lower score than you, you might say, well, Daniel Vardy's the guy. You know, he's capable of dropping a 6. You know, there's three valuable points that we need there.
Yeah, no, that's a big question. It's who's going to actually do the job. Like, you know, is someone who's carrying a 4 capable? I mean, I know they're all capable, but under the conditions of getting the 6 you need, or is someone who's got a 5, who's in red hot form, could get a 7?
Or
that's
8.
the question.
Well, Raya Campbell's just putting her local knowledge to good use here and just putting some separation between herself and those on the outside, hoping that one just lines up. But here goes Carly White, who's surfing for Coffs Harbour and looking to really hold off that Kingscliff club with a strong ride here. And there's 3.5 minutes to go, and you know, there is a chance that they might send Lee Winkler back out there to try and up the ante as well. So Carly's done well here, multiple moves, bringing it right through to the inside. She's going to release someone on the outside, and I believe it's going to be Lee Winkler, because Jake Sharp had a 6.13 and Creed Smart had a 5.4. Wink only managed a 4.9. Kaylin Schloss had a ride here, Bugs.
Yeah, Adam needs to probably get a pretty decent score on his backhand, working hard down the line. Now trying to get to a section where he can get some scores in, to get some manoeuvres in. So he's had to kind of wrestle with that wave.
He doesn't look thrilled with it. And we're going to see Matt Roble get back out there, try and build. So did Wink already get a wave down the line? Oh, he may have. I can't see him there. Here we go, though. This is Mitch James for Kingscliff. He's their final surfer, and he doesn't need a whole lot to get his team right up into a qualifying position here. There's been a little bit of a shift up in the order of things. You've seen Coffs Harbour make the jump up into first place now, and that means that North Shore, who've been in that number 1 position for a majority of this heat, could be a little vulnerable, and they'll be hoping that Ray Campbell's done some good work there on the outside. So let's have a look at who went out there and turned things up for the Coffs team. Well, Carly White was the one that got them into the lead with their 4.73.
30 seconds.
And they're just back on the beach now, so they're opting for those bonus 3 points.
20 seconds.
Matty Robles making his way in now. He had a crack at improving on a 2.73.
10 seconds, prepare for countdown.
But he needs more than that. He needs basically a 6-point ride to get the BlackRock team into a good position. So these are replays now. This is Mitch James, who wasn't after a massive score to get his team into a qualifying position here. The North Shore team's a little vulnerable. They've counted this one down. The hooter has sounded. I believe that most of the teams made it back to the beach. Well, the North Shore and Coffs Harbour certainly did. Kingscliff, we saw Mitch had about, I think, about a minute to get back to the beach, so he should be sweet.
Well, that was the heat that kept on giving.
Well, Mitch James got himself a 4.17. No, I don't think he got the number that he needed for the Kingscliff team. But what about Coffs? Carly White really delivered for the Coffs team, turning in a 4.73, getting the Coffs team the win. North Shore Boardriders ultimately hung on for second position, and Kingscliff and BlackRock, they're going to be bumped out of the event here. Christina, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Ronnie. Great
for a
to be
couple of
here.
heats.
Thank you so much.
You helped us survive the big break. Bugs, cheers for your help. And we're already underway with the next heat with Alistair Reginato representing North Shore from the Sunshine Coast, getting off to a really strong start here. And we're going to take a quick break. We're going to bring in some special guests for the call. Rocky Rawlings, Mark Occhilupo, the 99 world champion, and Karina, the Queen, Petroni. We're going to go to a quick break. Back in just a moment.
Well, welcome back. What a day it has been. We've seen everything from absolutely full conditions and no waves. We had to go on a 2-hour break, and then, of course, we had a breakdown on some technical scenarios with the walkie-talkies, and obviously it made it a little bit difficult with the communication between the team managers and the communication centre and the judges up there. So there was a lot of going on out there. And hello, everybody. And so we got special guests here. Of course, we've got Mark Occhilupo, my co-host, and we've got, of course, a very special guest, young Occhilupo, Java. How you going, buddy? Can you hear me? You got the headset on, you can hear me. I'm Uncle Rocky, by the way. So that's Java Occhilupo. And Java, welcome to the commentary booth. Of course, you can see all the action going on. And Dad's going to be there to help you commentate through. So thank you for that. I think, Mark, you might still be able to use that. Try that one. We're just going to move some mics around here and see if that's going to work. Is that on for Mark? Okay. How's that, Mark? Give it a try.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Perfect. We can hear you. How's that? How's that, Java? We can hear Dad in the microphone. You can do some expo commentary for us.
Daddy!
So, there he is. So right now, out in the water, well, we're just watching a bit of a replay here.
Looks like, yeah, Sophie McCulloch right here, Rocky.
Yep.
She's got a nice little wave. No talking. Well, Daddy's talking. And it was a couple nice cutbacks. Mind your language. When you're on the commentary.
What, me? Or
no, not you. But Sophie
Thanks,
really
mate.
winding up here. She's surfing that wave really well. As it winds down, she releases. So that technical issue we had was with walkie-talkies, I believe. So the surfers are now back to only releasing one surfer. And they have to claim their waves at the very end of your ride. Don't claim halfway through. So that was the start of the problem. And we've finished it because only one surfer is going to be able to be used now. So it was just getting too hectic. And who's going to claim that? Izzy, he was thinking about it, but here we go, White. Got a flurry. It's Chris Zaffis.
Flurry.
And Chris is looking pretty spicy here. Really making the most out of that wave there, guys. And it was a good start to the heat. We had a set, which was handy. Is he going to get to the air? Yes, he does. He'll make an air out of anywhere, Chris will. And Chris has been on the circuit, a lot of competing. He's kind of winding his competing days over, but always there for his club.
Well, yeah, so thanks, Mark, and Java. And, yeah, posting already at this stage, Chris Zaffis, a 6.17. Some big scores being thrown on here already. North Shore, Alistair Reginato, he was on fire yesterday. Well, he's opened up with another massive score there, Mark. It's a 8.33. And then Sophie came in right behind him with a 7.40. So for North Shore, they're really busting the gates open here with some big scores and setting down a very big challenge to their opponents. And then Gareth Parks, we just saw Gareth with a 5.33, so some good scores being thrown down. And we'll see these last scores. These surfers releasing now at the end, so they do have to release at the end of the their ride. So it's just trying to sort of minimise the confusion of what goes on, because we saw Mark in the previous heat. Here we go, up and riding on the backhand attack. This is for the North Shore. This would be Noah
Arkfield.
Andrew. Anyway,
sorry about that. Yeah, I got that mixed up.
We saw on that where the heat broke down. I was commentating on the beach, and mate, there was a set, and there was literally 7 waves in a set. That means there were surfers who were getting one wave releasing halfway through, and then they were getting in the same set their second next surfer. So in the same heat, in the same set, there was 2 surfers riding from a number of teams, so it just sent everything into confusion. It was out of control. So,
I was worried about that happening, because I noticed they were putting their hands up halfway through their ride.
Correct.
The other ones were jumping off, and they were on the same set, and you've got 2 surfers. In the one team surfing at the same time. How do you judge that, for one?
Well, that's right.
And 2, it's not fair.
No, and we talked about that earlier, but to exacerbate the situation, the walkie-talkies must have got wet, and they weren't. The team managers weren't able
to tell who's out there.
So we didn't know what surfer, what number. It was triple trouble. It was triple going off all over the place. So, mate, just while we got a little bit of a replay going on here.
Nice first turn there.
Jacksonville Surfer, and why don't we introduce, while the Jacksonville Surfer is doing the replay here right now, looks like Tristan Thompson, and of course I'm going to introduce the president for the Jacksonville, Florida team. That is Karina. Good afternoon, Karina. Welcome to the Gold Coast, and welcome to Snapper. And of course, you've got your team there right now. That is their first ride. Now, just run us through a bit of your team. There's a little special guest in your team by the looks of it.
Yes, there is. Absolutely. Hi, Rocky. Aki, pleasure to be
Hello,
here.
Karina.
Honored to be here with you guys. We're absolutely elated to make the global stage here from our humble town of the Duval County. It's a pretty notorious county in the United States.
Love it.
I've been there.
You have been there, Duval.
Yeah.
And we're so excited to be here. I was having a bit too much fun on your back beaches surfing the other day.
Oh, did you?
And horrifically sprained my left ankle.
I noticed you're hobbling in, so now that because of that, you were supposed to be surfing in this exact heat right now.
Yeah, I sure was.
So we have a little guest star in there replacing you. Who would that be?
Yeah, we did a little bit of a piracy right there.
You did.
Because what's even more hysterical is that Dimity's surfing for our team, but she's surfing against her own team.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, no, it's true.
I know.
Oh, no way.
So you got to love the Boardriders and the old school rivalry in there.
Yeah, I love it. Well, that will be classic, especially if you guys win and she gets to go over to the
well, if she takes a dive, we know why, right?
Oh, hang on. There could be, a bit of a payoff.
Listen, apparently she didn't get the call up from North Shore, so she said, listen.
Oh, okay.
Well,
it's
there you
true.
go.
I'll surf for the Sunshine State, Florida.
Well, we're all in the Sunshine State.
Yeah, there you go.
This is Sunshine State
There you go.
Queensland.
We're keeping it congruent.
We are, keeping it all in the hood. Well, fantastic. And with the team, tell us about, the process of you putting your team together and getting. I mean, how do you pick 4 surfers out of a caliber of how many good surfers you have in that area? Do you have like surfing rounds, or how do you select your team?
Yeah, absolutely. So out on our team, we have Dane Jeffries, who heads up Florida Boardriders. Not only is he one of my oldest and dearest friends, he orchestrates everything for Florida Boardriders, and it has just grown exponentially in the last 5 years.
Awesome.
It's phenomenal to see what's happening.
Yeah, that is cool.
It's such a movement. It's such a breath of fresh air when it comes to competitive surfing.
Yep.
And it has just revolutionized competitive surfing for me. I mean, being an ex-World Championship Tour surfer and then being able to retire and take a hiatus and then come back and be affiliated with Boardriders is just, it's unreal. It's so much fun, and being surrounded by world champions, decades and generations of surfers from all over the world, intertwining communities from all over the world. And I think Lane said it so right last night at the President's Dinner with the Swellians, and she said, you know, this is what surfing's all about, is combining communities globally.
Correct.
And as bummed as I am to not be able to surf and compete at one of my favorite waves in the world that I grew up surfing,
Yep.
it's an interesting little twist on life that goes to show to slow yourself down and just be happy to be where you're at and be participating, and to involve a fellow Aussie teammate, and that's what it's all about. So
yeah, it's a global connection that this event does. I love it, and we've seen it. I mean, like Mark and me, we've grown up in Australia in a very strong team environment. You work your way through the ranks of the team, and you know, to surf for your team is so important, and it gives you a bit of a platform to advance your surfing into our professional careers that we had. And you would have had a different approach to your professional career because you probably didn't have that platform in the time of that team nurturing. We're with Snapper Boardriders, so we have such a big junior development here, and it's fantastic. Mont and Lorraine putting these kids through it, and in my time I've seen a lot of those kids. Those kids have been like Dingo Morrison, Joel Parkinson, looking at, you know, some of the best superstars of surfing, nurturing from grommets. And so look at that. Beautiful. Look at this. Dolphin going for the big jump.
Oh, dolphin jump.
Well, there you go.
9-point ride.
The airs are being already thrown out there by the locals. And, yeah, we're just stoked, you know, obviously have our heritage of team surfing, and seeing the freshness of what you guys are doing in Florida. You see it with all around the US now, all the teams getting together. Hawaii in particular, they're really starting to nurture that whole team event.
Absolutely.
And it's great that this event allows a platform for everyone to come over and put their team on show.
Yeah.
Oh, we had Dakota Walters there, sorry guys, from Byron Bay, really ripping into that wave. I mean, the wave was half a foot, let's say, and let's see Dakota ride it. It just looks like he's got a motor on his board. I don't know, I'm not too sure if this is actually fair, the way he surfed this wave, because most of us mere mortals actually do have some weight on them, would not be able to do this. Look at this.
Wow.
I mean, it's crazy. So
the talent.
The talent that he has is amazing. I mean, you know, he's on the Challenger Tour now, and that's going to be a great score for Byron Bay.
Well, he opened up with a .33, so he's going to throw that well.
That was gone, and that was his replacement right there. So he would have released. I didn't see him release.
He did release.
Looked like he flicked out, but no chance. You're not right in that wave. Can we get this kid's mic turned off, please?
So. No, that was a beautiful ride there, and and again, shows once we were talking about it before, Mark. You know, there's some surfers who have to sort of really pump the board to bounce it, but when you get those surfers who just flow and have that rail to rail surfing, it just shows total style and performance, even in the softer, smaller waves.
Well, you know how that goes, Karina, because you guys get those size waves a lot over there.
Listen, I mean, it's pretty remarkable to see how many world champions have come out of Florida.
You're right.
It's true.
Lisa Anderson, Frida Zamba, CJ Hobgood, Kelly Slater, Caroline Marks. I mean, it is endless.
Wow.
I mean, the swamp has produced.
Yeah, it has.
Tell you.
You're right. Yeah, no, you're right. It's an amazing thing I think we've seen over the years, but is that because maybe, you know, we do have similar sort of conditions? We're both on the East Coast. We have average mostly small waves, but when the waves are on, they're good. But, do you think because, you know, you learn how to surf small waves, and I think Rab said at one time that, you know, if you learn how to extract the power out of a small wave, then you get onto a big wave, you've got it wired.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I think that I owe so much to Rabbit and Lane for helping me when I first came over here in '98.
Yeah,
and,
wow, okay.
Snapper Rocks Boardriders so totally welcomed me in with open arms to allow me to surf their club rounds, and that was my first introduction to the Boardriders.
Epic.
Growing up hand in hand, running around Greenmount Headland with Stephanie, and looking up to idols like Aki and Joel and Mick and Dean. And, it's unreal. And then being a Floridian and having to be so aggressive in small surf and to try so hard, and then being able to come over and refine those maneuvers on these beautiful Australian point breaks was certainly a
moving your, I guess, your approach to smaller, softer waves and then get into a bigger, more powerful surf, then you're able to unleash. But check this out.
Check out this. Is this a local kid here, this Australian?
Yeah, no, this is Dakota Waters again.
Yep.
Because he didn't...
is this a replay?
That wave that we saw is the highest score that I've seen that hasn't been, actually taken.
Wow.
Or what is going on?
Well,
you can tell me.
I can tell you that, that previous wave of his was a 6.67. He wasn't quite happy with that. So that last wave he just got
for another one.
was a 5.83.
Oh, so he's not going to be happy with that.
No.
Well, no, he maintains the 6.67.
Oh, he does. Okay,
yeah. So he's just now wasting a little bit of time. So he's now going to come in and then change over. I don't know if he released again there, but we didn't quite see his hands go up. But you would expect he would to be able to get in and give Marley Adams, their fourth surfer in the Byron Bay Club, a chance to surf. I mean, time-wise, 24 minutes. They're doing pretty good. They're in front of the mark, so that gives them a little bit of extra breathing space, a bit of extra time to do that. So, look, do you know, Corrine, that the Gold Coast was actually originally moulded and developed on the back of Florida.
Our canal system.
The original mayor here, Bruce Small, he went over to Florida and he loved what he saw over there. And because it was very similar, a coastal line setup, and he saw the development opportunity of the canals and in Miami especially.
Interesting.
Yeah, and he came here, he came back. And if you go up to the Gold Coast, there's Florida Keys as a suburb. There's Miami. There's what's the other one?
Palm Beach.
Palm Beach, yes, of course, yes. How do I not know that? I grew up at Palm Beach.
It's like it's turned into trivia.
It has, yes. Here, where's the buzzer? Oh, okay, but that's what I mean. So he came in and went, okay, I love the Florida thing. Let's do it here.
All right,
and
there you go.
Built canals. So when I was a kid, canals were built and we used motorbikes and running through the canals. It was just great place to grow up.
Yep.
But love the whole concept of it. And, we're sister states, I reckon.
Absolutely.
The only thing we don't have, although we do have up north, is crocodiles here.
Absolutely. No, there's not too many Aussies that I've met that I haven't liked. And I think that, except for Ronnie.
Oh, no. We put up with him too.
Yeah, but no, I don't know. I mean, we're pretty similar. Floridians and Aussies are pretty similar.
Yeah, I agree.
We have a lot in common.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, that's unreal. It's good to catch up. Good to meet you finally. Thanks for being here, and we'll keep going through on this, and you can give us a bit of a commentary on your team as they surf in particular, just to give you a heads up. So far, you got one surfer, that is Tristan Thompson, with a 6.33, so that's a fairly good score there, Corrine. But this is where the tactics come into it. The tactics are crucial, especially as you start coming down. And you have the other, look at that storm in the background.
See, another thing that Florida has.
Yeah, you got the same.
Crazy lightning storms.
Exactly, yeah. You hear the other night when that one hit.
Yeah.
And, this is part of we've been saying there's a low down south. And we're looking south now.
Wow.
We're on the corner here. So this low's been just hanging off Coffs Harbour. And it's
spinning off these things.
Yeah, it's feeding off these, sending these little bursts up. But that's a beauty. I like that one.
Unbelievable.
Those things are...
Well, we won't like it when it's coming over us.
Well, as long as it pushes swell in, I'll be really happy. But
it's too close for swell.
Yeah.
It's actually over land. But you mean the big one behind it, yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
Batten down the hatches, I say.
Here we go. It's darkening already around us, but it is. It's very similar, isn't it? Very similar to Florida. Here we go. Okay, so...
He's still after bettering this score. Seems like he's been at it for an eternity. These team members are going, what? Come on. Like, we would have taken any scores you had. I mean, obviously they're banking on him to get the big one. I mean, it's not like the score's doubled or anything, so it's not as important as it seems like it is to him. And he finally releases his surfer after 3 waves in 22 minutes.
What a teammate.
Oh, man. I don't think that wave will go into his top. He has a 6.67. I think would have been good enough to come in on.
He should have.
Anyway.
But, he's got high expectations, this kid.
Yeah.
And so does his teammates.
Looking at the time, we've got 20 minutes, and that means their next surfer, their fourth surfer, Marley, still has, theoretically, 20 minutes to get a wave. But, obviously gets a wave quick, and then he can get back out and or get another surfer, their resurfer out into the lineup. Of course, the rules have changed a little bit since, we had that debacle of, that heat that just went downhill very quickly. Of course, they aren't they aren't able to claim or release until they get to the very end of the wave, just to minimise confusion. And when they come in, and if the second their resurfer comes in, they've got to come up to the...
There's your surfer.
Here we go.
There you
Dimity
go.
is my alternate, looking spicy on this right-hander. She knows this wave better than anyone.
She does.
She's making it work. Ooh, keeping the speed up. It's tough work out there, boy.
I'll tell you a little history with...
Nice clean finish.
Yeah, well done.
There we go.
Beautiful. Well,
Way to
Dimity,
go, Dim.
in fact, when I was commentating your event, Mark, the Oki Grom Comp over at D-Bar, and Dimity was only like a little pipsqueak.
Right.
And it was pretty solid. I don't remember, but it was pretty solid. And we got a bit sort of worried whether the kids are going to be able to deal with the size and the punch. And we got all the kids together in the junior section and said, look, you know, only if you're keen to go out, but we're a bit worried. And straight away, Dimity, I want to go out. And she was just so keen. And I was working with Custom and Billabong at the time. And straight away, I'm going to sign that little girl.
Sign
She's
her
going to
up.
become someone and something with that much gumption and wanting to get out. Fearless. Just wanted to go and hook into it. And I've always backed her. I reckon she's just a great girl, great character, but a great surfer as well.
For sure. She's a girl of many talents too. She's really become something, you know. She's a shimmy-dimmy
Shimmy-dimmy disco.
disco girl. She can do that and she can rip. We all know that. She's come close. Did she ever get on the CT? Or, I know she was close a bunch of times.
Yeah, close. Yeah, she really had a couple of cracks at it.
Yeah, she did. She's good cracks. Here we go. It's North Shore as the rain starts pouring down.
Whoopsie.
Uh-oh.
And Jack Reginato.
Reginato, it's Alistair's brother. It's got to be. And also a natural footer like his brother. He releases the next surfer. They're in the lead, so let's see a replay. This wave seemed it was like a little bit in slow motion, really. He's got a nice base to his surfing. Winds come up a little onshore with that
Whoa, here
storm
it comes.
front coming.
Yeah, you're right. There wasn't a lot of spiciness or speed or precision in that. It was just a very safe wave, I think. So, Jack, well, a 4.33. That now locks their 4 surfers in at least.
Sophie McCulloch, yeah, she's out there now. I can see her paddling to the back of the line. You know, she knows she hasn't got priority, so there's no use sitting inside these guys. She's going to drift off there and hopefully find a wide one to come her way. What did happen to your ankle, Karina?
I was having way too much fun surfing your back beaches down south. Don't need to say any names.
No, okay.
But it was just a silly little mistake. Here goes my teammate, Evan Thompson, up and riding on this right-hander.
Oh, he's looking spicy.
Evan's a fabulous, not only a fabulous human, but an incredible surf coach from back home. Really trying to sync this one up together. Oof.
Wow,
Looking good,
that's
Ev.
non-stop.
Keep it going, buddy. Oh, tough work out there. Wow. A lot of cardio.
That wave really disappeared.
And a tremendous amount of ankle movement out there.
He releases there, North End. It's getting some messages from the technical team here. Hopefully we're going to still be able to get through this storm here.
Well, run for cover, everyone. Batten down the hatches. Here it is. A little storm burst.
Here's your guy.
Yeah, here we go.
He looks, I love the way he surfs that.
Yep.
He just kind of overextended that, but didn't lose the wave. He kept on with it. And he looks like he's got a good power base, can get a lot of speed out of his board and his turn. So that's impressive.
Wow, Queensland is giving it all it's got right here. We got the rain, the sun, the humidity.
Throwing it all in there for you. Nice little snap off the top there. North End surfer. So that's interesting. They've sent Sophie out. She's already got a 7.4. That's going to be a big ask for her to try and improve that. I don't know if that's a good strategy, but North Shore. You were saying that was Sophie out there, you reckon, Mark?
Sophie McCulloch? Yes, definitely.
Okay. Well, she's already got 7.4. You would think Noah.
She's been resent, yeah.
Andrews, he's got a 4.9.
Oh, they must be mixed up, those scores.
I don't know.
Because she wouldn't try and better a 7.4, would
You
she?
couldn't. Not at all. There's something interesting there. And obviously, Noah could better his 4.93, but is that around the wrong way? I'm not sure, but anyway, we're only working off what we can see here on the live scores. Wow. Well, if you're looking through the webcast here, you can see we can hardly see the surfers out there now.
We're about to sink in this booth.
Yeah. Wow. Yikes. It is coming down. Well, that's one thing the Weather Bureau got right. It was going to rain this afternoon.
Oh, we've had so much rain. The Gold Coast, I know Kauai is supposed to be the wettest place on earth, but I think the Gold Coast really challenges it because at this time of year, and we've had so much rain over the past few months, right? Glenn, you're the weather guy. I mean, you're the surf report guy. You can tell us the Hinds Dam is overflowing. Yes. We have a few dams here. We don't need no more rain.
No, we really don't. I mean, this is only a little short burst. It'll be gone in a few minutes. It's just those little tight cells that just come in from the ocean. Scud showers, we call them. They're just, you can dodge and weave them if you step to the left, step to the right. They'll go past and just playing a bit of footy with them. Just football, just dodge the waves, the rain squalls. But yeah, it'll be gone in a sec. Look, it's already backing off. So.
I like your positivity. But who we got? We got North Shore in the lead. Byron Bay. It's about 13 minutes left. The contest goes on. The judges can still make out the colours. We can too. We can see red paddling out to what seems like a kind of a bomb. He hasn't got priority though. Blue has, and it is Sophie McCulloch up and right and just going out of our screen there. I think the cameraman's gone for cover and left his camera there. There she is.
Oh, that was a nice first turn.
Yeah, it was a nice turn from Sophie right there. Maybe she's going to better a score.
Wow.
If that's correct, as we see the wind and rain in her eyes, and she does a beautiful fan.
Wow.
And another one.
Wow, amazing surfing.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
I like Sophie. She gave me a ride on a jet ski one day when the waves were big at Kira, and I was like paddling against the rip, and she pulled up, and I'm like, another ride? She's like, sure. Got me all the way back to Cooley.
That's amazing. Well, look, she might be proving us all wrong. As I said, at the moment on the scoreboard here, it's a 7.4. And to improve that, that's a big ask. But, man, she just went off on that wave, huh?
She really did. I'm sure at home you can hear this rain come down. We've already had one burst of rain today. This is our second storm, a lot bigger than the first one. We can get like 3 days in one here on the Gold Coast. You wake up, it's beautifully sunny, then it's pouring rain, it's dark, you turn the lights on. And then it's sunny again. And now stormy again.
So Karina, again, president of the Jacksonville Boardriders from Florida. We've got now at this stage still Dane Jeffries to get the last wave, your fourth surfer. It's a new concept, obviously, that Rab came up with. Did you guys do training for this? Did you do mock-up heats with this sort of scenario back home before you came here?
Oh, yeah. Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have the Florida Boardriders is the governing entity of all the Boardriders Club in Florida. So we have multiple club, I guess you call it here club rounds,
yes.
But we have multiple events throughout the season where we compete against our other fellow Florida Boardrider clubs.
Awesome.
So then in the end, we have the Florida Cup, which deems the championship team of Florida. And then those top two teams go out and compete against California.
Right.
And then we compete in California, or we try to compete in California every year at Lowers in May.
Yeah. So we've just got a replay, if we can see this, of these last
wave is
4
unreal.
rides. Yeah, let's check this out, Sophie. Last 3 rides, actually. So this is Sophie's ride to try and better her 7.4 mark. I'm just looking at some scores that have just come on, and she's bloody done it. I mean, she's gone a 9.33 on this wave. So this has got to be one of the high scores and well earned. And we were all blown out. Look at the turn. She masters down the end here and just absolutely released the tail.
Done.
What do you reckon of that, Karina?
100% earned that 9.33.
Isn't that insane?
Amazing surfing.
I thought that was wrong, but, you know, for her to go out. And, you know, she's proven us all wrong, and she's able to absolutely go off. And talk about going off, North End rider here.
Chris Zappis.
Zappis, yep. Looks like it. Well, Chris posting a 7-point ride on this one. So, again, he had a 6.17 and has gone out and just smashed it in this rain squall and come up with a 7-point ride. So that's going to improve their position. But at this stage, it is still North Shore holding the lead. Wow, here we go.
Here we go. There they go.
On the backhand attack. Very just crisp, vertical backhand snaps. That will be well rewarded. Wow.
And he's paddling back out after that too.
Well, again, I guess at this stage, he's the resurfer. So with 9 minutes on the clock.
What is this?
Got plenty. That's a wave from early by the looks of it.
Like, geez, that rain stopped quickly.
Didn't it? Got a big umbrella over the top of it.
Oh, we've got a technical glitch right here.
Do we or do we not?
Oh, there it is. There's Dimity with that big storm
Check out
behind her.
Dimity ringing the cowbell for Jacksonville.
Yeah, how cool
We
is that?
are famous for our cowbell.
Is that right?
Yes, actually, I brought one here to show you guys.
Oh, dig it.
Dave Rostovich gave us this cowbell. Can you get hold it right here? Hold it at the end. And then give it a... Yeah, there you go. Give it a good whack. There we go.
Yeah. Wow. Ow. That killed my ears. That's Will Farrow style.
Here we go.
I just
Here's
nearly
my
burst
best
my
mate,
eardrums.
Dane Jeffries. Aki knows Dame.
I do.
Such a great guy. Works for Billabong back home in Florida.
Yes, he does. Wow, nice turn there.
Wow.
There we go. Nice wrap, buddy. Oh, it's so hard for me to watch this from the booth. I want to be on the beach screaming, ringing this cowbell.
Yeah.
So excited for Dane to be here. They are just gyrating. They're so excited.
Well, there you go. As I said, that storm, it was only a burst. It's already gone through, and now we're getting glass-off conditions, and these surfers are upping the ante with the, how many minutes we got? 7 minutes and 40 seconds. So look at that. You can see the storm cell in the back has already passed over. This is where Rainbow Bay is famous for. It'll go through, and we could even get those afternoon beautiful rainbows. So look out for it. But at this stage, what it's going to do, apart from soaking the teams down there. But apart from that, it's going to give us glassy conditions and give us improving surf into the afternoon, hopefully dragging some new swell with it. And as that tide drops, we'll see more hollower, steeper walls to work with.
Yeah. Through rain or shine, everyone's still smiling. Vibes are still super high.
Kids are still swimming.
They're digging it. Well, of course, we'll let the beach marshal give the heads up for the team. There's Tapper letting everyone in the water know what the scores and time frame is.
And here we go. Someone looking at this wave right here. Looks like Jacksonville. There's your team.
Yeah, that's Evan Thompson. Syncing this one up together. Nice wrap in the pocket. Another wrap in the pocket. Oh.
Well, only needing a .78, so this could be a crucial wave.
Unreal,
This wave's like 3 foot for you guys. Hey, he's flying.
Oh, come on. Don't be that hard on us. Shoot, man.
So that was Tristan, was it?
That was Evan, his brother, older brother.
Oh, yeah.
This is Dane Jeffries here on the webcast, head of the Florida Boardriders.
Wow,
Makes
cool.
it all happen for us back home.
Oh,
so
he's a man.
Huge props to Dane.
Well, he didn't look like he was happy with that wave, but, I mean, it was pretty good. Can you tell us what he needed here, Rocky, please? Because pretty crucial right here. They're in third.
They're still in third. He only got a 5.53, so it doesn't better his 6.17. So it hasn't changed the situation at all. So, yeah, at this stage it's really close.
Not for a lack of trying, though, because he really put a lot into that wave.
Totally. Very similar to Florida conditions here, too. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
For sure, a lot of work.
Yeah, that's what we were saying before. You know, what's harder, surfing small waves or big waves? But without a doubt, trying to draw energy out of a smaller soft wave is harder, way harder than surfing big waves.
And it's so hard, you know, for us, like coming all the way from Florida. I mean, thousands and thousands of miles. The amount of money that it took for us to get here, it's truly remarkable to see all of the international clubs here. Bali, Portugal, California,
it's
Florida,
so cool.
Tahiti. It's
Hawaii.
It's amazing. Hawaii, of course.
Yeah. New Zealand. Yeah, it's unreal.
It's countless. Bugs just got invite happy, and we were all about it.
Well, it's just getting bigger, this event, each year, and we were talking about it before too, Oki and myself, and just saying how some of these new, unique concept events, how they're coming on, and they're just really capturing, you know, the audience, rather than just watching, you know, just basic sort of surf contests, or someone's just doing surfing by the criteria. This has so much more.
Totally.
So many more elements thrown into it. I love,
Truly.
you know, what can be done and the strategies that can be thrown in, and the camaraderie in the teams, and not just the surfers, but the whole team who are
Absolutely.
standing there on the rocks, flying the flags around. Of course, there is prizes for the most. What is it? There is the prize for the, I guess, the club that shows the most spirit.
There is.
It's really cool.
Unreal.
It's close, man. Jackson, they fell so short, you guys. Karina, like 25.17 to 24.40.
4 minutes remaining.
So tight.
The wind's gone back towards nice, perfect offshore. It almost looks like a different day with the sunlight coming back. Swirl lines out there. We can see the drum lines out there, which is those yellow buoys that we don't have shark nets down this end of the coast. We just have drum lines, and there's a big hook on there, and with bait, and you don't want to really see what they pull up there.
No, you certainly
in the
don't.
mornings.
No, wow, check this out on the webcast here. So it's Damien Hobgood, a
It is
Floridian,
Damo Hobgood, yes,
surfing
he
for
is.
a Californian team.
what's
okay?
going on there? It's true.
So we definitely like to talk smack when we're 10 to 10.
I tell you.
Damo has been living in California a long time. Even when we were on tour together, I think he'd already moved, hadn't
Yeah,
he?
but he can't forget his roots.
No, you can't.
forget
no,
your roots.
no.
mate.
I mean, Cronulla Sharks. Yeah, that's where I'm from, and
You
in
still
our
back
football
them?
team.
Yeah.
Yeah, still back them.
Yep.
All day long. We won a premiership.
And I think that's what's so fun about the Boardriders is there's the good old-fashioned rivalry and the smack talking between the clubs. And
exactly.
It is that much fun. And it just
is.
brings back that old 90s rock and roll era that we just all love.
Yeah,
you know?
you're right. Yeah, no, it is. It's unreal. It's friendly rivalry, and you know, any pro or former pro or current pro getting in the water, you know, it's a lot of fun. But when you get in the water, it's on. You know, the competitiveness comes out in everyone, and it is just like, let's get it on. And
100%.
I'm looking forward to bigger waves, you know, we hope, tomorrow, and just some sparky conditions.
Yeah.
So that will really bring out the competitors, especially as we get into the later heats tomorrow.
Absolutely. It's interesting. The surfing is such a solitary sport or a lifestyle, however you'd like to call it.
It is.
And it is so singular and solo, which is so beautiful. However, it is just so refreshing and nice to see it in a team setting like this. And then just to have that pride to represent your hometown or where you're from, the camaraderie with all your teammates and the fellow clubs. It's, I have to say, it's really refreshing and invigorating.
You're right. Yeah, it is. And when you surf in a team event, there's just all that weight on your shoulders, you know, that you've got to do well, not just for yourself, but it's for that team.
Absolutely.
And it's a whole nother scenario. You know, you do not want to let your team down.
No, you don't.
But at the same time, when you do really well, you come in and go, oh, man, I did it. You're feeling the best ever.
Yeah.
Certainly a lot of different ways we can do our sport. A lot of different equipment, a lot of different size waves, and team sports. We can do it in teams too.
Well, 1
We are in
minute
the
remaining.
final minute here.
This is close between second and third. That is Byron Bay and, of course, your team there, Corrine. I've been Jacksonville
I'm
very
guessing,
close.
yeah, well, I'm guessing they're not very high up in the priority order because he's pretty much had the last wave, right? And there might have been a wave after that, but he can't be any higher than third on that priority list. I can see.
Well, Byron's coming in to get their 3 point.
Yeah,
right
they
there
are. They've
to the
done
right
the
of the screen.
3 points, and
was
they
smart.
needed to because it's so close. And that was good spotting there, Glenn, because he is right there. He's not
There you
completely
go.
on dry sand yet, but he is now. He gets
There
a
you
little
go.
run.
3 points for
And that's 3
Byron.
points for Byron.
Crucial.
Good strategy right there.
How long have we got exactly? I can see our...
About 30
15 seconds.
Wow.
Count it down.
Here we go. What's going on?
Well.
Look, there's a wave coming too.
Oh,
and he
scratching.
misses it. He
Here
wouldn't
we
have paddled.
go.
He wouldn't have paddled for that if he had priority, obviously.
Oh, final countdown.
Not enough time.
And there it is. That's
It is
the
done.
end. Sorry about that, Karina.
Oh,
Wow.
no worries.
But you know,
listen, we are just so happy to be here.
Yeah,
it's an
awesome.
honor.
Yeah, look, just thank you for coming and thank you for sharing some insight into your corner of the world and this great team that you got together. And may I say, it's one of the highest scoring heats. I mean, you know, North Shore took that out with 29.9. I don't think there's too many heats that who've busted the 30 points. So, and you
Unreal.
guys are right up there. So that was a big effort. Any other heat could have
That was
been
exciting. We got all the weather, the sun, the rain, the wind.
Well, you did. Dolphins jumping. I mean, what else do you want?
Yeah.
Well, look at that. The sun's back out, shining over the tents, drying us out again. And, of course,
Aw,
wow. What a
there they
beautiful
are.
afternoon.
The Jack's Boardriders, Rat Town.
I'll give them a round of applause.
Yeah.
That is great coming from so far away.
Yeah.
Well done to the Jacksonville, Florida surf team and +1
And our,
Pimity.
good, old Aussie alternate, Shimmy Disco.
Yeah, Shimmy. She'll get up there, Shimmy, and get those discs going.
Well, thank you so much for having me, guys.
No worries,
Pleasure
Karina.
sitting
Thanks for
with you
coming
all.
in.
Yeah.
Awesome.
May need a jacket.
And good luck with your recovery with the ankle.
All right, well, we're just going to go into an ad break. And we'll be back shortly with all the action as the sun comes out and the waves start pumping.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Welcome back to the 2025 Usher World Club Challenge. I'm here with Rocky Rollins, and we have another special guest. We got Nathan Hoghedge. Hello, Nath. Good friend of mine. How are you?
Awesome, thanks, Ock. How's this? The sun's come out, it's gone offshore again, tide's a bit lower. We're back on. How good?
So good, eh? Like, that was a little scud that went through quick, and fellow goofy footer ripping down the line. Looks like Diego to me from the Cabarita Boardriders, making a quick start here and really milking that wave for all it's worth.
Palm Beach, yeah, but Diego, you're right, that is.
Sorry,
yeah.
Palm Beach.
Yeah,
it is Diego. I just got the club wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
I haven't made that mistake yet. I've got plenty of surfers wrong, not clubs, but that was the other way around.
I had a heat with Diego yesterday, and he had my number on the backside.
Wow.
He hassled for the inside at the top of the point and got the better wave, had my number, so he's got a lot of respect for him. He's ripping. He's in good form.
He is. Looks like he's got a little carbon board, but wow, how fast is he? How many? He is surfing almost to your style. He's just throwing those very quick, hard back, fast backhand snaps.
I've seen Diego around for a long time, and I mean, he's no Grom, but it seems like he's getting better like a Grom. I think he competed over there in the Philippines this year, and he's been doing a few contests, so obviously he's been putting a lot of work into his surfing, and it's showing right there, so good wave. It'll be a good score. We haven't got it through yet, but this is a great heat, boys. Newport Beach, California's in there, Cabarita, Palm Beach, for just up the coast, and San Diego. So 2 international clubs, 2 Australian clubs. Let's see who comes out on top.
Well, look at that storm. Still another round of storms to push through, and hopefully that'll push the swell up again. But here we go. So this is San Diego, Ensenada team surfer there. Just by the way, Diego, an 8.67 on his opening ride.
Wow.
And this will be Sean Macaron.
Sean getting a wave there. It won't be an 8-6-7, but it'll be a fairly good score, and it's a good start. You've got to keep it ticking over, don't you, boys?
Here's the replay, Hog. Talk us through this one, mate.
Yeah, well, this is, nice turn in the pocket there. Something steep, because the judges don't want to see too much stuff out on the face too fast. So, nice little runner. A little bit caught behind here, but as Ock was saying, time management just settles the team. It's a good start, build a bit of a foundation. So, it seems to be the clubs that can stay consistent. It's not, the guys that break away. You've got to surf as a team. Quite often the consistency through the 5 to the 7 point range will get you through. So, probably a good start. You can settle the nerves for the rest of the team.
And how's your team tacking along, Nathan? North Narrabeen? How are they tracking along?
We just had the one heat. We a little lucky yesterday, but technically we got through. We went from 4th to 2nd.
Okay.
And so we won through to today. We've got a heat in the 4th quarter coming up. So looking forward to that.
Quarter's on today?
Yep, today.
Okay.
We get the spotlights out. We'll be surfing till midnight.
I'm like, how are we going to get there?
Well, yeah, he's going to push it as late as we can, Rab, of course. Look at this front coming on.
Oh, not another one.
Well, this could be that southerly we've been waiting for, I would say.
Could this be the swell bringer?
He's been calling it all weekend.
Is this the event?
Oh, look at the dolphin. There's a dolphin tracking him. It's under there.
Beach.
Wow, nice surfing.
Okay.
It looks like the dolphin flicked out, but
Dylan Hall, that is.
Went Dylan, yeah, that was well surf wave, and here we go. You're right, the swell is coming up. Looks like Zane to me, yeah.
Yep. Young Sylvester.
Yep.
Chucky
Oh, he
Sylvester's
just
boy.
leans out the back. It is.
Zaniac.
And this is a Cabarita surfer. The first one, Sebastian Bungate.
Sebastian on a little carbon thing. Oh, and he's off.
He's got a little bit ahead of himself there. Was looking at the last turn and just didn't quite complete.
Oh, come on. Sorry.
We're going to go back to the replays.
I want to see the replay of that storm that's coming over. It looks like it's going to barrel us over.
I think it is. It's going to be that. Look, I've been calling fronts every time a little bit of rain comes over. This is it. This is the front this time. That's the one that's going to bring the swell.
Thank you. Oh, look, it's a big V thing.
Wow.
We're heading straight for Coolangatta.
And look at that sand surging around the headland. So that is great. That means more and more sand.
Oh, no, my car's not in the garage. I gave J-Boy my park in my garage and mine car's outside. Mate, he can handle hail, not my new car. Well,
hope your windows are up. Here's the replay,
Zane,
guys.
Oh, it's a replay of Zane. He's been spending so much time in the ocean, and it really shows because he is starting to really light up. The more time you spend in the water, kids, the better you get. And this boy is a great example of that. He does fall off the back of the wave, but
doesn't matter.
He claims it.
Didn't get the completion, but surfed it epic the first 4 turns. The Cabba lad.
Yep.
Be pretty familiar with this right-hand point bait going through the cove there at Cabba Point.
Young Sebastian on a little black carbon board.
You surf down there a bit, eh, Hog?
Yeah, it's fun down there, isn't it? It's normally a little bit bigger sometimes if the swell's south.
Yep.
Here we go, backhand attack from the
nice
Newport
jabs.
Beach.
Really nice surfing there.
That's Dylan Horde.
As the sun pops back out. Actually, that was the replay.
Yeah,
so
that was the replay.
that was when the sun was out. But it seems like it's trying to pop back out. Oh, this is...
So this is the San Diego Ensenada surfer. Sydney? No,
It is.
Is it? Oh, no, it's actually Daryl.
Yeah, Daryl.
Goodrum.
Daryl Goodrum. He ripped yesterday. He got a really good score on that little board that looks like a little skateboard. And he actually asked me, should I ride it again? I'm like, absolutely. Are you kidding me? Didn't get a good wave there, though. So, obviously, you need to pick the good wave to make a board go. It's just a little small. He's still happy. Still giving double shuckers. Gets his teammate back out there.
Does he send Damo Hobgood out now? Is that what's happened? I think.
Let's have a look.
I can't see Damo there, so he must be in the water.
Damo.
He's standing on his board there, rubbing his feet in the wax.
Yeah, so, Damien Hobgood is next in the water for the San Diego Ensenada team.
Oh, what fond memories have been on tour with Damo Hobgood. I mean, what a guy. charges the hugest waves and just the really nice low centre of, low centre based surfer. Really good style. I've seen him surf a lot of really good heats. Chopu, Pipe, Fiji. Just to mention that was all his pet events, wasn't it?
J-Bay too.
Oh, J-Bay, he was great there.
It was such a competitive animal, still is, I'm sure, in there. And it was just gnarly because you get through one of them and then you had the twin brother as well. So it was just like, bloody hell, I've got to deal with another hogwood. They were so similar and just so lethal in all conditions. So it's so sick to see Damo back here at Snapper.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's Matty Parker, I think.
So that is, Matty Parker, you're right, spot on. From the Cabarita team. Oh, here we go.
Oh, is that kind of get a bit spicy?
Oh, that's Daryl. That was actually on the outside, so he did pick a good wave. We only saw the end part.
Yeah, we just saw it from here.
Yeah, I only saw it from there. So, yeah, like I say, yesterday, carrying on from yesterday.
Some work done,
He's on a 5-1 little. Just the board looks great. I want to go of it actually. Here we go. Someone.
So it's Newport surfer. That is that Dylan? Yeah, he got a 6.5 on this one.
A little bit different style, a longer nose and more narrower stance, but like a different look to it. But equally on the backhand, got the job done, eh?
He did. There's many different ways to skin a cat out here at Snapper. A lot of different ways, and the ways are pretty similar. So it's good to see these different approaches and see what scores. Hopefully the judges are concentrating.
I mean, they're in there. It can be long days. They're human. They want to be entertained. You've got to put on a performance. You've got to show them something different to get
really
their attention,
do,
right?
And,
What's the formula, Rock?
Well, it's a secret. Now, I'd like to maybe even go and talk to the head judge because I've just been seeing a lot of high scores for, moves that are kind of maybe half moves and seem to get the same score of people doing the bigger moves. So I wouldn't mind having a little talk to the head judge. Tomorrow's going to be quite important. And a little bit of concentration would be good.
Well, here we go
Matty's
once again.
up.
Yep, Matty back into it.
It's nice back to the power source. Got a little run on here too. Just trying to get in the flow of the wave.
Going with the wind.
Nice snap, yeah. Go, Matty. Get the end bit. There you go. Oh, a little nose blow claim through the middle. Got time for that. There we go.
As the wave opens up.
And again. She'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
Hands coming up. You beauty.
Legs will be burning by the end there, but certainly got that extra opportunity down the end section right in front of Little Marley. I did notice there was, when we had the wide shot before the sand pumping, there was spurting water out. So,
they were?
Yep, and that's why we got all that sand. It looks like stirring up. So we've got sand coming. That means tomorrow could be on, ladies and gentlemen.
It suddenly changes, suddenly swirl. I think it's generic. It just hits its own button. I don't even think the button. I think Mother Nature just hits the button. South wind, south swirl, turn on the pump.
Turn on.
All automated.
Once he gets the call up from the council, we press and go.
He does. He's tapped into a lot of opportunities, and I think Huey's one of them, but definitely for the local sand pumping system, he's got the finger on the pulse.
Tide sucking out there from that shot there, huh? Big tides with a full moon, huh? Radical
It's
tides.
been big tides. Yeah, I mean, it was a full moon a few days ago, but the tides are still massive. Feels like we're in Europe or something. Seriously, look at it.
It does.
Someone pulled the plug out.
And we saw it earlier, Mark. We were talking about it, that high tide. The water was literally over the top of Snapper Rocks, whereas when it's low tide, you got a pretty high jump, back into behind the rock.
Yeah, true.
But right now, it's gone right out.
And we don't need much more, do we? It's, Snapper's just got that beautiful shape to it in the cup, so, even at near waist height, it's still so rippable.
Yeah.
I think we're in for a good arvo. And tomorrow looks promising, doesn't it?
It really does.
Fingers crossed,
Yep.
Yep.
Huge
I'm not
last day.
Not allowed to say too much, am I? Because I could jinx it. Mark keeps telling me, don't talk it up.
Yeah, don't talk it up.
I'm putting it out there.
But if the quarters are on today, tomorrow we've only got 2 semis and a final.
Yep. There's lots of reperchargy kind of rounds to get through. So they get the Snapper rounds up to the semis. and then the Froggies have got to surf through, and then it's kind of big afternoon, hey?
It'll be a full day still tomorrow.
Yeah.
It was going to finish around 2 or 3, but it's going to probably, because of delay today, it's going to push on probably till 4 or 5 o'clock, even tomorrow afternoon. Could be a big day still.
Probably even more.
I don't want to say I'm confused, but...
You've never been confused.
I never. My middle name should be confused. Mark Luciano confused Ocolupo.
Done. Mr. Confused to us.
Should have had a good sit down with Rab and find out actually how it all works. But, you know, it doesn't matter. It's a surf contest. We are going to come out with a winner at the end. There's no doubt about that. And hopefully the waves are pumping tomorrow and the wind is up and there is some kind of low out there. And if it all happens overnight, we could wake up and I could be going for an early.
Bloody oath. I mean, just for the viewers out there that haven't sort of got their head around it, Rab's it's come across with an insane system. Everyone gets a second chance.
Yeah.
And sort of gives, you know, everybody an opportunity. They've come from a long way from all around the world. It's a big effort and builds the drama and the anticipation as well. You've got to surf more. You've got to keep winning. It's a harder road to take. It's not ideal.
Have
You'd
you
rather
surfed-
keep winning.
Have you surfed ISA before?
A long time ago.
So
but
they do have that kind of system, right?
Yeah, it's real similar. Yeah,
Similar,
so you have to win more heats, and it's a bigger effort. By the end of the event, you've surfed way more heats.
Yeah.
You've had to put the pieces of the puzzle together way more times, but
you can get there.
You can get there, but ideally you just keep winning through. So, but I mean, it can work in the favour. Hey, you get your rhythm on. Some of the surfers get a bit more confident. They know the bank. They got their board styled. More time out, snap a rock. Say, I know it's not pumping today, but
it's not a bad thing.
it could work in your favour to get a few more reps, surf some more waves.
Yep.
So it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world to get that surf snapper more, is it?
Really.
Nah.
I mean,
It's a very good point you make.
Yeah, it's pretty epic. It's a win-win situation.
Yeah. Talking about win-win, you had a great year last year in this event, Hog. I mean, you know, you surfed a lot, but it was bigger, it was pumping, and had a lot more rip, and talk about putting a lot of effort and energy. You were in the peak of your performance and your physical fitness last year, but I mean, nothing's diminished since then. You just keep going harder every year. What's going on?
Oh, I've just got, you know, the opportunity. I just love surfing. It's my passion. It's just what a blessing to be able to surf every day and stay fit. So yeah, it's one of my values, and yeah, it means a lot to me. So it's given me so much surfing and surfing for my club. So I love to front up and give it everything I got.
Here we go, replay. So you got a new role in life? You're
Yeah, I've started an
Signed
exciting
up?
new role. I'm a podium coach with Surfing Australia.
Unreal, mate. Well
My
done.
job will be to try to help the Australian athletes essentially get on tour and win well. So, yeah, really excited about that. It's a fresh new start for me, and yeah, got some incredible athletes to work with. Starting to get into the exciting stuff. Where are we going? What are we doing? What can I introduce different to bring some of the recipe to try to get on top. So
is that going to feed into also the Olympics down the line? Are you going to have any involvement in nurturing the teams for that?
Look, I think it's one step at a time and see how things eventuate. And you know, there's no limit. So let's see what can happen. You know, I think I was blessed as much as having guys like Ock and Louis Egan and really good mentors around me. And so I want to bring some of that grit and resilience and the passion and. Yeah, let's get it going.
Mate, no better man than yourself to lead by example, but pump that energy into our sport. So good luck with it, and stoked you're in that position.
Yeah, thank you. It's
Yes,
exciting.
yeah, congratulations on that. That's exciting times right there. How long have we got left? We're right down to the halfway mark.
Yep, 21.
Cabareters.
21 minutes, and at this stage, looks like there's a bit of a lull, so we can give a situation update, of course, with Cabareta holding the number one spot with 17.93, pretty close. So look at that, Newport Boardriders 15.36, San Diego in third. San Diego Ensenada with 15.17, so only 0.19 between them, and Palm Beach sitting in fourth at the moment, 14.86. 8-4, but it is really just half a turn away for any one of these clubs to get a good ride and smash it. We can tell you that Sebastian for Cabarita opened up with that 7.74. And let's go to the Encinitas package while we're sort of looking at these score lines. But yeah, I can tell you Palm Beach, Diego got that 8.67 to open up with, and Zane, he posted a 6.17. So Palm Beach still have to surf their 2 surfers, whereas the other 3 teams have got 3 surfers locked and loaded.
What's going to be the thing in it?
Wow.
The timing. How's Daryl on the pit there?
Look at Daryl go.
Wow. How's this highlight reel?
Wow.
Kidding.
Where is he? Some kind of Mexico or something?
Encinitas.
No chance.
Right there at home. Damo.
Damien.
Ooh.
That's Damo back on the CT.
Snapper out the front here.
No, that's back. That's old days.
Yeah, that's out here.
Sure is.
Yeah, look, Quickie Pro Rashi. That's sick. How's the archive? That's mental.
That was awesome.
20 years he's been doing it. Still ripping.
Well, let's see him catch a wave. He's been out there for a while.
Come on, Damo.
We want to see it. He's got to move up. He can hear us.
Sick.
Yeah, go for it.
He can hear us.
Let's go, Damo. You want to froth out and get on a little one now?
You sound like my little 7-year-old kid. It's got to take the mic off you there in a sec. So he must have moved up the priority. Let's get back to being serious. He must be in second or first priorities. Hasn't been many sets. Can you move, please, Seagull? Just a little touch to the left.
Everyone's checking the action.
Can see the teams huddled up there on the rocks. And just down the road from Encinitas, we have Newport. Richie Collins' daughter, Mia Collins. I guess this is them qualifying for the event there, it looked like, maybe. Looks like
Chase Morrell.
54th Street right there. Newport Point, maybe. I'm not too sure, but wowee. Cutting to Fiji, maybe. I don't know.
Dylan just putting in the big moves. Wow.
Nice air.
How was that?
It's been cool to see a lot of the Boardriders clubs internationally bring their full junior teams. Some of the athletes hadn't even been to Australia. Really investing in the future of the clubs.
This is Newport Point.
Yeah, Jared Cassidy. How was that pit?
Very, very nice little packaged up there from Newport Beach Boardriders. Got a lot of the fond memories of Newport. I used to practice there before going up to Huntington. River Jetties, 54th Street, Newport Point. Good area. Good waves there. Good waves there. Nice wedgy little peaks all up and down the beach. And we've got Snapper Rocks. Not in its finest form, a little small, but
a little bit of a lull again before the next squall comes through. So give us a little bit of what you two are here. I mean, some of the highlights of you two surfing on tour, some of your biggest battles. I mean, tell us probably something that jumps out for you that really sort of highlights your surfing career. And your heavy heats together. I'm sure there's some other stories you can't tell, but
well, definitely there's some stories we can't tell. Caught in the rip back in the day, but there's no rips for us anymore.
Good.
We avoid that completely. But I can't even remember having a heat. I've had too many heats. We had one.
I remember a couple for sure because it's so iconic and special and memorable for me. You beat me both times, but it's still, still special. I remember a heat out the front here in a Quickie Pro at Snapper. We were in about the quarters.
Okay.
You were on fire. You were super fit that year. You had an incredible Darberg under your feet, and it was only small, so I thought it might have been a chance because I had no chance once I got over 4 foot with you.
Was that year Ding beat me in the final?
It was that year. But really, I remember surfing Cloudbreak. We had a heat there too. I think it was me, you, and Dingo. We had a late Arvo heat. It was like green water Cloudbreak Arvo, and it was like 6 to 8 foot, nice first ledge. So that for me. Yeah, it was real special. I think we were on like 6.8s and 6.10s. It was just back in the day. So, those memories will be, in the heart forever. Yeah.
Love it. Yep.
So much power, so much style. Just to be out there with the Ock was, what a dream.
Wow. And
Louis Egan there too. So,
yep.
Yeah.
like so semi-guns you were riding, so you had the really pintails able to really jam tight off the bottom, big cracks off the top. But 6 to 8, yeah, there would have been some big pits out there.
Yeah,
First
definitely.
ledge, 100%.
Yeah, that first ledge there. Definitely overgunned. But, but, you know, we didn't know any better back then.
Good for paddling out to the tower in the night.
Yeah.
Those lengths.
Oh, yes.
They're good.
Yeah, I'll never forget that night.
Chat for another time.
Well, we're at the Motu, yeah, and we got some time because we got a lull. And I saw him and Macca, you were with Macca, right? And they were trying to get out to, you know, it was always a race between us and Tavarua to see who could get out to the break first.
Wow.
And while we see Palm Beach Vision, I'll still go on with the story.
Yeah, you mate, yeah, for sure.
But, yeah, so it was always a race between the two boats to see who get to the line-up at Cloudbreak first. You know, we'd be, you know, jockeying and but Hog Dog's like, I'm going to beat him, you know, today, tomorrow, and we didn't know what he meant, and he's like, then they've wrangled up, you know, one of those long skis, the real narrow ones, you know, and that was a double ski actually, wasn't it?
We
Or was
tried
it?
to make it a double. I think it was
You tried to make it a double, could have
yeah.
been a single. They were both on it. Had a fair few beers. Oh, look at that.
Diego behind the rock.
Diego behind the rock.
Look at the
anyway,
backlash.
Anyway, so they're trying to wrangle this ski and paddle out there, but they kept on tipping over, and there'd been a fair few beers, maybe a couple of skull drags, which is a cocktail.
Yeah.
Anyway, and I was on the beach watching them, and I'm like, they're not going anywhere. So I just went back to bed. And anyway, so we're up in the morning, you know, up in the morning, and we're on the boats, and you went toe-to-toe with Tavarua, and I'm like, there's someone already out there. And we're like, how did this person get out there? And it was Hog Dog. He worked out how to get it, and in the night, in a big swell, and it might have been a bit of a moon that night, he paddled the ski all the way to the tower, slept on the tower, and he was the first one out there, yeah. He got in trouble. Big time, and it was a very risky thing to do because it's a long paddle in big ocean.
So you could have got washed out and lost forever.
The rip is so... The currents are so strong. It was the craziest thing anyone's ever done in Fiji, I think. And they've had 20-foot swells there.
Yeah, that's right.
But he made it, and he's sitting here right next to me.
Well done.
That was a classic. The 25th birthday.
It was your birthday too, eh?
Their birthday morning.
Yeah.
What a classic.
Oh, that is all time.
Hey, Palmy have gone to the lead.
Wow. What has happened?
19.74. We were waiting for another wave, weren't they, Rocky? And they've delivered.
Yeah, well, it was Diego's start that helped, right?
Yeah,
that
that's
was
right.
a huge score.
They had that big banger there sitting pretty, eh?
Yeah, and then
just waiting to back it
Zane
up.
Sylvester posted that 6.17, but right then Bryden, during the breakdown, he posted only a 4.9. Grace Knight's going to be out next for them. With the time ticking away, 13 minutes, it gives her enough time to get a wave and then also get in to get the 3 points. Already it is Newport Beach Boardriders. Here we go. This is the Palm Beach wave.
Yeah, this is mid-story right here. So this is what got him into the lead. The Athro. And the Athro's working. Look, he's flying down the line. Little nice. Oh, yeah, get some speed. Seems like the tide is really going out now. It's actually starting to draw. And he releases his surfer, goes to the lead. So with about 12 minutes left.
Yeah, bit of time still.
Still time for these other clubs, these international clubs to get going. And here we go, Palm Beach, the girl, trying to just finish off the Quattro.
So that's Grace Knight. That's their last fourth surfer. Cabarita also has Kayan Falvey to surf. Looking at that also, Newport Beach Boardriders, they need to also get Mia Collins in. So Mia's going to be coming up very shortly. Of course, we've seen Mia start performing in the early heat. And right there, just for Palm Beach, wrapping it up. So that will boost their points and hold their number one spot. But each one of the clubs need to get their last surfer in. And then that's where the strategy comes in. Of course, you know, you've done it. Hog is right at the end of the heat. There's so many scenarios come up. You want to get good scores. You want to get your last surfer in, but you also want to get in and get those 3 points.
Yeah, it's a super, you know, lots of strategy involved those last few minutes because you can essentially put another surfer out to better a score. Like yesterday, I had a 4 there, which wasn't great. If we had enough time, I could have went out to better that 4, but then all of a sudden the clock's against you.
Yep.
So we had literally, our scenario was we had 1:45 to go and a female surfer hadn't surfed yet. So Geordie got a quick one knowing that was squeezed for time.
Yep.
He only got a 2 but allowed our female surfer to go out. She got a 1. but then got in on the dry sand, got a 3, so essentially that's a 4.
Exactly.
Whereas the team that was behind us, North Shore, they got a 1.5, a better wave, but they didn't make it to the dry sand, so they didn't get the 3.
Yep.
So...
Yep.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that can happen. But yeah, it's a real luxury if you've got any time. But good luck with these lully conditions. So it's high drama.
It is high drama. I mean, the teams events have been great. I love this format more so, the tag team. We got to wait for someone to come in and run out the beach and tag someone. They run out. You waste a lot of time with that running. And we know the Boardriders battle does a lot of that. And then that's great. It is that Ironman scenario that comes into it. But I love this because it's about surfing. As soon as you finish that wave, get the other person out there, get them surfing, and get a good turnaround of all surfers.
It's true, and it's a good point. It's good. It is funny when they trip over their leashes when they're running, but there's none of that in this event.
I think this guy's giving rides. If you get one right down, like tomorrow, long rides, this guy's going. You can jump on the blue scooter and head up. Oh,
highly illegal.
You let Snapper know you can do that, eh?
You do not want to jump on that guy's scooter. He's crazy.
That happened.
I think that's why he's there.
Yeah. That happened years ago. I think he might have got deducted points or whatever. Munga got, this was at the Kira when Rab was the contest director for the Billabong Pro at Kira, and it was like 6 solid, 6 perfect. And Munga got this classic wave off Big Groin. Got a 10-point ride for it, raced all the way through, came in at Little Groin, and he had a friend in the end, jumped in the car and drove back around, jumped around a Coolangatta and got back out. So kind of a little bit illegal. But there was no rules about that at the time.
No, and here we go. Go into the air. Palm Beach. He's trying to better his score right there. He's been released, and he's trying to better his score. Didn't get a real high score, but surfed well on his first wave, so they've sent him back out there. But since e-bikes, this is how long Kira hasn't broken for, because I've been hanging to use my e-bike, giving lifts back to my kids with the e-bike or vice versa. You know, if there's a lot of times at Kira, you get cleaned up and you can't get a lift with a ski because they're all busy out the back. That's and you're on the shoreline. No one's picking you up, so you got to... I hitchhike myself, but I walk on the road and hitchhike. But with e-bikes, mate, people will be giving lifts to everyone up and down the beach. And since e-bikes have been out for a couple of years, everyone's got one. We haven't had a swell at Kira since. Good point, right?
I can't wait to surf Kira and see you down the end with an e-bike. I'll be hitching a ride with you.
I'll be giving lifts $20.
Good business.
Bloody oath.
It's like the old strategy, like lift going across. They'd make a packet.
Oh, they did, didn't they?
Here we go. San Diego. Got some work to do. Let's see it. Newport, they're right there, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're only
right
3
there.
points out, though.
Yeah.
17.93 is pretty much 18, so...
What do they need, Glenn?
Well, Damien still needs to serve.
Damien hasn't caught a wave.
No, he hasn't.
I forgot about him.
Yeah,
My goodness.
But, they only need a 2.76 to get, higher than that, to get them up into second position. So, still pretty close, Newport Beach, Boardriders in third on 15.36 and San Diego Ensenada a 15.17. So, really close between those two teams, battling it out for that opportunity to bump Cabba out of that number 2 spot.
Definitely. And I remember Damo, how good he used to like to drop the anchor right and wait for a really good wave. And I was talking to one of his teammates, I think it was yesterday, and they said that Damo did drop the anchor for a long time yesterday, so he's doing it again.
That was a long
His
anchor drop.
teammates will be stressing for sure, but he knows what he's doing. I mean, he's been on the CT for a long time, and he ain't budging until he finds a good wave.
He's the anchor man, in fact. So the 4th surfer in this team, and anchorman, as you know, it's such an important position in the team's event. You need to, you have your strong surfer in the opening. Every team structures it differently, but your anchor person is so important. They're the ones who analyse what needs to be done, what score needs to be done, how much time's left, and then they've got to get in, get that score, get the wave, and get back in with the 3 points again. So a lot of pressure on that last person, the last surfer.
At one point in time, they used to double their score, right? The anchor guy.
Yeah, when you claimed it. Yeah, that's right. That was even massive score pressure that was thrown on. Yeah.
It's like Ellie Brooks.
Yeah.
Right there, big smile on her face like always. Good. Looks like she's going to surf a little fishy board today. Great goofy footer, my goodness. She is real good.
One of my favourites. She is such a great surfer out here. Last few years in this event, she was just absolutely on fire. So everyone stick around because it's going to be great. She's obviously with Eminem. They were a star performing team over the last few years. So looking forward to... And they win that prestigious award, of the Team Spirit Award. And look at them. That's why, because they got the big flag and they got all their team down on the rocks, yelling and screaming. And that's what a team's all about.
Here we go. Trying to better a score in the air. And lands on his butt.
Because they must be good with time, hey?
6 minutes still to go. But,
Last surfer, they just motored through it.
Yeah. Well, actually, so Palm Beach, their last surfer, a 2.83. They'll try and want to better that score. That's Grace Knight. Oh, no, okay.
Chiku, that wind now, hey, Ock?
Oh, yeah.
The air's like that?
Yeah, well, the air's into the flats, and with not a powerful wave and a strong offshore, it's very hard move to actually pull. Here we go, Damo. Looks like he's seen one. No, he gave it away to the girl. It's not big enough for Damo. This wave's going to race off
Mia
on
Collins.
her. Mia.
Yeah. Oh, raced away.
Little small roll. You got to get going. You really do. Fast, low tide snapper, small. You want to pedal to the metal.
Damo, is he having a look at this one? Nah. Too small.
Six.
This is gnarly.
Just hit the 5-minute mark right there. 5 minutes. I can see a swell line out there.
You would think Damien would have priority by now, wouldn't you? He's sitting
guaranteed.
right on the outside, just fully. Yeah, he would. So, yeah, and the beauty about that, again, that's another element, is once you've got that priority, you basically forget about anyone else in the water. That next wave, that next set wave comes through is yours. And with just on 4.5 minutes remaining, you would expect there's going to be some sort of set come in that time.
Yeah, it was that scenario yesterday with Narrow, though. It's 4 minutes to go. Sometimes you've got to sacrifice to get your next surfer out. So Geordie just got a 2, which allowed our female surfer out, as I said earlier. So at what point does Damo... Yes, he's got first priority, but you got to make a call, don't you?
Yeah, his other team members, they've got fairly good, mid-sized scores. Sean with that 4.17, Sydney with a 5.17, and Darryl with a 5.83. All that mid-range, but nothing too small. Whereas the other teams have a couple of surfers like Mia Collins with 2.33. Needs to, well, she would want to better that. Kane from Cabarita still needs to post a score. Look, and Grace Knight in Palm Beach only 2.83. So those average scores can really help. And with Damien just needing to now bookmark that with a solid backup score, I think that's still a good strategy to give him time to do it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Tymon's running away. We can see the Tahitian team warming up. Michelle Perez. Looks like he's going into a boxing match. He's ready to go. He's really psyched. They had a pretty good first heat, and they got through that. I remember it was just after our heat, and the girl surfer can't quite make her out. Elaine?
Yep, Elaine Vast. Cowley's sister.
Cowley's sister,
Cowley's
right.
sister, yep. Yeah, she rips.
Okay.
Yep.
And we've got Hira Tera Natufu.
Damo, what's he got? When do you got to pull the trigger to get to the dry sand, you reckon, lads?
Oh, at least on that minute and a half, and we're on.
So what do you reckon?
Minutes?
He's thinking, I'm going to get a screamer and hit the dry sand. But there's still one surfer left, right?
No, he's the last one.
Oh, he's the last one.
They changed the order because Sydney
got
they
changed it.
away.
Okay, now I'm with you.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's still doable. It's really doable.
He's got to pull the trigger on something, but...
Wow.
Because you can get into the keyhole too.
He can, yeah.
Where's the other? Where's his teammates? I want to look at the stress on his teammates and
He's
team
got to
woman.
make up 3-point deficit.
Yeah, there's one of them. Oh no, that's a lady in a blue shirt. There they are in the distance, and there's Damo.
Well, the wind, that last squall's gone through, and I was just checking the M&M flag down there, and it is absolutely pointing out to the east. So it's a westerly wind.
It is
and
west.
that means if any of that swell's trying to come in, it's being held out right now. So Damien Hopgood is absolutely in a really rare situation of that swell is there, but the westerly's just holding it out.
Oh, here he goes. Hang on. No, he's not going.
Just nerves of steel. Well, he probably knows he needs a 3. Doesn't he? For better.
And Cabarita's trying to better a score right on him.
They want to get in with the time, see? they get this and their 3.
Oh, no, yeah.
Try to put a little bit further out of reach.
Yeah, well, it sure will. He's going to swim to the beach.
Damo.
Damo's gone.
Here we
Oh,
go.
no, and he's behind the wave. You're not going to get around that.
Oh, Come on. Get back out there. I mean, don't want to be mean to Cabra or Newport. I just want to see Damo get a wave to see him surf, but...
I don't think it's going to happen.
Not going to. There's not enough time.
Oh, his teammates are bringing him in.
You can
Just get to the beach.
No, 40 minutes, 40 seconds.
50 seconds.
Get to the dry sand, give him a chance.
15, 16, 17. Here comes Damo.
Here he goes.
35 seconds.
And here's Newport.
Mia.
She's
going to have
trying
to
to done a few little turns there, Mia.
She's going to claim it though, eh, Bugs?
Not the last surfer doesn't have to claim, right?
No, she's just got to get
She
across
doesn't have to
onto the
release
sand.
anyone. No.
So Damien's in for the 3 points.
Release your leg rope, yeah.
Is that dry sand? I don't know.
There's Damo's. No, it's a bit moist. But he's walking backwards.
It is. Wow, this is really going to be interesting in the wash-up. Well, he only got a .83.
No.
Yeah, he just needed one Rio, maybe. One Rio short, but he just didn't get that wave. I mean, he waited, and there wasn't a wave there. There was no sets. There's nothing he could have done.
No.
Well, there was probably some waves when he first paddled out that would have, got a 2, but that's hindsight, right? He was waiting for a set.
Well, the 3 points are now being dropped in on each one of the teams, so this will be the confirmation. It is Palm Beach taking the win with Cabarita. So, all right, well, let's throw to an ad break. Thanks, Hog, for coming in. And
Thanks
also
for having me.
Okalupo. Thanks,
Epic
guys.
Arvo.
Awesome. We're going to hand over after the ad break.
Down to earth, it's just as good as up there. I'm gonna keep you near, 'cause you're all I need, my dear. Do you feel the winds are turning round? 'Cause what goes up must always come back down. I'll be safe in your arms.
In the fall pitter patter, the morning winds are chatter. Springtime, you find that your problems don't matter. 'Cause every day feels like summer, the cooling gather. Check out the whales as they're shaking their tails around the Rainbow Bay. Come round and see them play. Cool and gather, she never fails to blow your mind every time you say your sails. For the light pitter patter, morning winter chatter. Springtime's you're feeling fine and nothing matters. 'Cause every day feels like summer and cool and gather. Oh, let's sing it one more time. I said every day feels like summer and cool and gather.
You'll have the time of your life.
'Cause every day feels like summer. Let me hear you say every day feels like summer.
Won't you come and play?
Every day feels like summer and cool and gather.
Queensland 4225.
Welcome back to the show. In celebration mode are the M&M Club, Mermaid, Nobbies, Miami. What a collection of humanoids they've produced to pull together to make a charge once again at the Usher Cup title. They've come extremely close before. They've won the club component just a couple of years back. And now, really, that's the one that's going to decide where the cup goes, Bugs. So, they've proven they can do it. But this is a tough draw. Team Portugal looked deadly from the outset. They've had some real strong performances already, individual performances. They just need to thread it all together as a team.
Yeah, well, they did the damage against the defending champions yesterday.
That's right. So, yeah, we're back into just to clarify, we're back into the snapper round, the quarterfinals, if you like.
The qualifying quarterfinals.
Qualifying quarterfinals, and these are the teams that perform so well on that opening day of competition, Bugs. M&M in the blue, the Federation Tahitian de Surf and Tahitian de Surf, they're in the red. Portugal in the white, and Labar are going to be out there in the yellow.
Now, I guess there is one thing, all four of these clubs are guaranteed being in on the final day.
That's right.
So that's not bad.
No, that's right. So basically what happens is these teams avoided the first Froggies round.
Yeah.
But if you get bumped off here, you're surfing the second Froggies round right tomorrow.
How do I do that math?
I love it. Well, we've just seen the completion of the opening round of Froggies, right? So first and second, they now move through, don't they?
No, we've got all 6 heats of the second round of Froggies written up already.
Oh, they're the 6 heats of Froggies.
They're past that already.
Okay, well, there you go.
They go
Domination.
they would go from these quarterfinals to Froggies quarterfinals.
Okay.
If they lose.
Yep.
And if they win, they go to snapper semis.
There you go.
So that's not bad.
Game on.
It's getting through that first round yesterday really gives them a good leg up to go deep into the tournament.
There you go. So it's coming from the man who conceived this format and has been working to refine it. And we did pivot back to just one surfer in your team being able to go out there and improve on their number if you've got some time on the clock. But M&M there just getting a little caught behind. We've got some Dolphins on the outside there, Bugs.
Yeah, one of them just tripped him up.
How good. Yeah, it's just, we've had some kind of summer storm activity today, but it's just been magic down here the first day and a half of the competition. And we actually welcome the weather. We've been kind of begging for it to ramp up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm liking the weather. I want it to howl tonight. We've got to get enough to get through that high tide tomorrow.
So no score of substance there for M&M. They're going to head back out there, and that is Zhao Jacques. He'll try and improve on that. Eileen Vast, she is looking sharp, great young surfer, a lot of talent, and a worthy addition to this lineup, this impressive lineup of surfers from Tahiti.
I know, it's fantastic. It's so amazing to have the Federation Tahiti to surf here. It's just special. And it is such a special place in the surfing world.
Michelle Perez on screen there.
Yeah, Michelle.
Multiple CT victories. Some big finishes on the WSL ranks in his time. And it's part of just a really small crew of surfers that won every event in the Triple Crown as it used to exist.
As it used to exist, yeah.
When it was at its best.
Yeah.
So he's a gun in those powerful waves. But he showed us that he can get it done in kind of marginal conditions here. Snapper as well. He's a freak. Great surfer.
Great surfer. Super versatile. And M&M. Wow.
Yeah, Zhao Jacques, he wasn't happy with his first 2 efforts. He had a couple of throwaways to start things off. But he's converted this time and released that next surfer in the mix, who's going to be Masaki Seto. So, he'll be pretty happy about that, Bugs. But, mate, it's all building beautifully towards a huge finals day, and it's going to be a little bit longer than anticipated, obviously, with that little break on the big high tide today. But seeing the replay here of Zhao Jacques, and you just know once enough tide sort of leaves the zone here that the conditions just improve so quickly.
So quickly. It's a different place. And that's that's just under, it's like about a 1.7 or 8 metre tide. Of course, over there in Nuki, where Nuki come from, they got like 30-foot tides.
Massive coefficients. And the Nuki crew had a brief interaction, brief chat with them last night. The teams that are here for the first time, the buzz is you know, you can really feel it. They're just absolutely thrilled to be a part of the event.
And I guess they'd have
they're losing it.
And a lot of people tuning in back home, you know, to watch them in this far-flung country called Down Under.
So good. All right, so it looks like Hira Teranatufa standing by. He'll be the third surfer for the Federation Tahitian de Surf team. And, yeah, Mia Bray is out there as their second performer. And he's such a good surfer, Miyamana, and he's loved coming down here and competing in some of our qualifying series events over the years. Had some massive results as well.
Look at that club spirit in M&M. They love, they really love doing well in this event.
We got to mic up the coaches next year. Has to be done.
Yeah.
It'd be so good. Just also just having a little bit of audio coming out of those teams when, you know, when someone, for example, is chewing up time on the clock or takes a fall, just getting some of those reactions would be all time.
Be like, you know,
we'd have to
be like Michael,
beep some of them out. We need to
be like Michael Maguire at Wests.
Oh. How good was that?
It's so good.
Yeah, well, the off season is over for most professional sports now, and for surfing, it's over because we've just had the crowning of new world champions over there in the Philippines. Big congrats to Luana Silva, a massive win for her. Whew. And it looked like, I've seen some of the highlight clips, but it looked like the men's final was unbelievable. Winter Vincent, runner-up, and Bronson Matey, who is part of the Rizal Tanjung's family and lives with them. He's broken through for a World Junior title, which is massive. Such a great young surfer.
And he's a guy who loves snapper, Mikey McDonough.
Yeah, Mikey from just down the track, Lennox Head. And obviously he's had some success out here in the past, winning the Challenger Series event here last year. And just give him a head-high wave and he'll do something very special for you. You can see what he can do with a knee-high wave.
Well, you know, he's their gun surfer and they've led with their gun.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move now based on the fact that you can only send one surfer out to improve on a score.
That's right. And yeah, Mikey, look at him. As soon as he gets up, he knows that down the line, point break style. As every turn he does, he's still thinking down the line, next manoeuvre. You know, he's really got it dialed.
Yeah, well, a great point break surfer sees into the future.
That's right.
It's, you know, often said that you've got to surf what's in front of you and let those turns go. But you know, point break surfers, people who grow up on point breaks, just sort of seem to feel how that wave's going to evolve down the line. And they never look rushed. They pick their moves perfectly. They have speed through each of the transitions.
The trouble is that when you retire, your eyeballs are at each end of your eyes because you're always looking down the line.
Oh, yeah.
With one in front of you. So
they're never fixated on just that one single manoeuvre, though. It's the orchestration of multiple turns.
And they'll just glance a little bump down the line and they'll see a little ridge and they'll just know that they've got to do a quick snap, get over that ridge, into the next bowl.
It's art, Bugs. Yeah. It's art.
Instinct.
Brush strokes. You know, a flick of paint there and a big old splatter with the roller in another spot. Bit of spray paint going all over the place. The resident Dolphins are hanging around our competitors at the moment. Love to see that.
Yeah, they often come by in the afternoons.
I don't know who it was in one of the previous heats just moments ago.
Oh.
We had a surfer trailed down the line or was basically being chaperoned down the line by a dolphin.
And the dolphin really showed how to get from section to section just absolutely beautifully. And he's got to go, now, come on, down the line. Okay, now rip it.
Yeah, and the dolphin really made the most of the end section. big air to finish.
Big air.
But, yeah, no, that's always a special moment. Even if you got the jersey on and you get that interaction with a dolphin, it's pretty special. There's been some great ones in competition over the years. I think it was kind of Coffin at the box.
Yep.
Sharing a barrel with some dolphins.
And then it was Luke Egan and Jay Bay sharing a lineup with 2,800 dolphins.
Oh, my God. The pods are thick. They really gang up over there.
You see them coming from this unbelievable sight when you see them coming from the previous bay, you know, around the point at Jay Bay, and like, you know, 3,000 in a pod.
Amazing. Yeah, they just dominate the lineup when they take over, for sure. So time ticking by here. Labar taking the early lead on the back of Mikey Madonna. 5.83 for him. Jack Murray quickly logged a 2.67.
Yeah. So
Zhao Jacques has the single highest score of this heat so far, a 6.17. It's been a slow start for Mihimana, who's sitting out there.
Well, that Dolphin's just really hanging in there at the edge of that lineup.
How cool's that?
Yeah, amazing.
So what's all the fuss about?
He's going, geez, the sets are a bit slow today. I've got to hang out.
Yeah. I think it's considering a drop-in at some stage here.
Look, it's just sort of hanging.
All right, so it feels like Mihimana's sort of poised out here. Look at that, right on the inside. I think it's chasing a couple of little fish around.
Yeah. Afternoon, a bit of afternoon tea. It's really, that's it, just all time. There's one dolphin. The other members of the family have cruised through. He's going, no.
They're waiting for the swell to fill in a little bit more.
Gosh, I'm glad I kept it at 40, I tell you.
All right, so Tahiti are really just, look at Hira. He almost can't help himself. He's just dying to get out there.
That's the beauty about the low tide. It's 7 paddles and you're in the lineup.
Oh, it's 7 steps.
Yeah.
At this stage, it's kind of bottoming out a little bit now.
Yeah, big tides at the moment.
So, Bugs, we had the gathering of the presidents, the very official evening last night. There was some great outfits. The tracksuits from the American teams are just next level.
Yeah, good.
And you know, they're committed. In the middle of summer, all this humidity, they're sweating it out. But who took best dress for you? And is that going to sort of come into play with the Spirit Award that you hand out each year?
It all comes into play. Fortunately, I'm not the judge of that one. But Theo himself was quite impressive last night with his outfit.
Oh, yeah. So just waiting on those next sets to roll on through. Let's have a look at some free surfing moments from just a star-studded lineup for the Tahiti team. Michelle Perez. Just those big, beefy frontside calves. So fun to watch.
Oh, he's amazing.
Bit of Haleiwa action, it looks like.
Oh, that's Haleiwa, yeah.
Here at Terra Natufa, had some wild card performances in the event at Teopu over the years. But it's rare to basically see him leave the Papara precinct where he dominates that peak. It's such a fun wave. And Mihimana. He's a sharp performer too when he gets going.
Oh, sure is.
Have a look at this.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So we're loving having those guys involved. Bit of storm activity, Bugs.
Yeah.
Get those big summer storms here. I heard Oki saying you guys have had your fair share of rain. The reservoirs are full. And that's about all we need.
This is really something coming.
Something ominous.
There's a front coming, all right. And
well, during the that highlight reel of the Tahitian team, we did see a little bit of action here for Eminem. Masaki Sato just chipping away, just milking anything he can out of that ride for a 3.13.
Yeah, wow, look at that front coming. I mean, that's that could be surf. That's all I care about right now.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed we get something overnight.
But you know, all things considered, we're lucky we do have what we've got.
Yeah, it's
because you mentioned, you and I spoke in the lead up to the event, and there just hasn't been a lot of surf. There also hasn't been a lot of sand.
There was no sand. This was a big fishing hole a month ago, and we had a lot of northerlies. There hasn't been snapper for 5 months, which is super rare. But it's a combination of a very late season destructive swirl, and what happens then is that it's hit late season when the sands stop moving. So it's a kind of the perfect storm of bad elements.
We know how it works. It's that sand pumped off the Tweed River entrance or collected before it can get in front of the entrance.
Right.
And then it's pumped out at Froggies, and you're kind of really relying on that southerly flow to bring it around.
Exactly.
So once summer starts, if it's not there, you don't see it for a while.
Yeah, once spring starts, it started at the end of winter, which was just really bad timing for us. You know, before that, Ronnie, there'd been really perfect sand for 2 years. That's why we had such incredible sand at Rainbow and the Superbank at Greenmount. That was 2 years of like endless sand because we didn't get anything. We didn't even get a 3 metre swell, which is really what's best for this place is just 3 to 5 foot surf. That's all you want.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, we were lucky last year. We got quite a bit of that throughout the event, and there was some magic moments where Snapper was kind of doing its best work.
It was. Yeah, we had some 10-point rides last year.
Yeah, so cool to see. But, we're really hopeful that we do see an improvement in the conditions. But, Bugs, you've been part of so many events, and obviously with that, there is going to be occasions where you cop a challenging forecast, but you've also had some magic ones, mate. Just let's reflect on some of the key events that you've been a part of putting together.
Well, we had 4 years of Kira where it was perfect. 4 perfect 10 out of 10s Kira. 3 of them had no waiting period whatsoever like this. And the 4th one was the year that we turned it into a CT, and Shane Bashan got the 3 perfect 10s, a record that still stands to this day. So that was a block of perfect. The 5th year...
wasn't he dropping a 9.8 or something?
Yeah, no, he had 3 10s and a 9.7.
9.7, there you go.
And there was, they were blowing up that should have been a 10.
Underscored.
Underscored.
Severely underscored. But, they were special years. That was right at the peak of my grommethood, and I was just so amped on surfing at that point.
And to go along with that, we then got 3 perfect years at J-Bay. The same sort of thing. I was running a QS 2000, and we had no waiting period, 164 competitors, not a second to spare, and we got perfect J-Bay 3 years in a row. That turned that into a CT, and that was the year that we had the Dolphins.
You got the Midas touch, though.
I've had a pretty good run. I mean, and this event we've had 4 perfect years, where we've had last 2 years we've had perfect 10s. It's not easy to get it in January, Ronnie. And then hoping tomorrow. Yesterday and today, I do feel that we're still being a bit lucky to even have this. Absolutely, and just hoping for a bit more tomorrow, Ronnie.
Yeah, I don't think it's too much to ask. Here we go. Team Portugal are out there. Mafalda Lopez caught up with them at the President's Dinner, and they were just loving it, documenting the whole night. The cameras out, they were really enjoying themselves. As we see a nice exchange happening here between a few of the clubs now getting in on this set. Eminem have Aiden Finn hammering down the line, and it's in the yellow for LeBar, Harry O'Brien.
Yeah, LeBar looking pretty solid. They're a well-drilled team for this event.
Yep, there it is. And you can hear them applauding. Bugs, from right here in the comfort of the commentary booth, where we'll take shelter from this approaching storm activity. But yeah, this is an important ride for Harry O'Brien. He was trying to keep them on track because Jack Murray only managed a 2.67. And once someone in your order drops a low number now, it kind of becomes pretty apparent straight away who's going to be heading back out there and trying to improve on their situation. So, it was important that Harry delivered on that occasion. And Nixie Ryan's going to want to deliver because they don't want to be hanging on to Jack Murray's 2.67.
No, and then also this weather factor's come in now. You've got Portugal and Tahiti way behind the 8 ball. They're going to have to do it in driving rain. It's a very difficult situation.
It's interesting, though, just how we were touching on, Bugs, a couple of heats back, how quickly the field has adjusted to these format changes and worked out the formula. They're all looking pretty comfortable in making that decision to release surfers and then get back out and then jump off the rocks again if they got time in the back half of the heat. Now, with just one surfer getting that opportunity to go back out, pivoting back to that same system we used last year, you've really got a decision to make if you drop the ball on a ride out there.
Yeah.
Do I keep this wave? Do I release the next surfer? People are going to be a bit more selective on that or consider that decision a little longer, I think.
They really are because, you pull the trigger on coming in, then, you don't have any more slack.
Putting your hands up was automatic. It's just how you kind of finished a ride before.
That's
now
right.
you're kind of going, wow, that might only be a 3. I need to head back out. The good thing is if you can see your captain, coach, your team on the beach through this rain squall, they'll probably tell you go back out or release. But I think everyone's probably had to really reconsider how they approach these heats this afternoon.
They really do. It's an adjustment for sure. As we see Tahiti getting a couple of quick ones under the belt. So lots of scores to catch up in here.
It's a relatively minor change, but it completely changes this format.
It does. It completely changes it. Before we had a free-for-all, it really freed it up, which I love. And now it's come back to real strategy, real decision-making.
And no second chances.
Nope.
For the majority of your team, basically you need to surf hard and hope that someone doesn't make a mistake.
Yeah, now you've got to pull off, mistake-free surfing, solid surfing.
Wow, Aiden Finn dropped the 6.27 and Ellie Brooks so quickly got back out there. Well, she actually sort of went to release the surf and she went, hang on, I might be that surfer.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Masaki Sato only had a 3.6. Ellie's going to score better than that.
Yeah, that's going to... M&M are looking really solid at this point.
So I think Ellie's probably going to go into the 6-point range as well.
Yeah.
And that means it should be a relatively easy decision for the team to send Masaki out there and see if he can't drop that 3.6, improve the team's lead. Mikey Madonna, he's been... supported beautifully by Jack Murray, who dropped an 8.17.
Whoa. Lieber.
Both Mikey and Jack caught a wave and actually got back out there and improved on it. So,
wow.
They're not sort of waiting around now to find out who's going to head out. They're going, okay, I'll just get the work done. I'll bank a big score myself.
Hey, they're a well-drilled team. And, Mikey and this team... Mikey's like the talisman.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, we're still waiting on a score, but I think Miyamana Bray and Hira Terranatufa, that's an interesting one because Miyamana has released Hira on the lineup after a 1.1.
Okay, so
he didn't go back out. Hira's out there, he's already had a score, and now they've Hira's got to stay out there and get a good number on the board.
He does now.
Miyamana Bray's the guy to go out.
He's doing it again. So that was a questionable thing.
Yeah, I just wonder if they're across it.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Oh yeah, I hope they are across it.
So this is a bit of a highlight reel from the Labar team. It's always a strong squad that they put together for the event. Nixie Ryan, just a real performer for them. As we see the fins just getting thrown all over the place. James Woods, he was good for them last year. He had a couple of big numbers. And it's just fun looking back on those epic days that we had. We had some onshore conditions too, but that's usually not an issue here. If it's not that devil wind, you see some big exciting moves. And now we're going to have a look at the Portuguese team here for the first time, and looking pretty strong too. So up there in second spot at the moment, seeing what they're capable of here. Look at some of the waves that they've scored in the lead up to the event. Great stuff, Bugs.
Yeah, that's really cool. Gosh, I'm hoping Tahiti knows the rules here.
Yeah, well, if they do know them, it's a bit of a tactical blunder releasing Hira on the lineup after such a low-scoring number to start off for me, Mana.
Yeah, I'm hoping they know the rule change.
Well, they might have been just chilling, hiding out from the weather.
I know.
But I'm sure the marshal has been instructing the teams before they head out there. 10 minutes to go here. Timer factor for the Tahitian team, who still don't have a score of substance. Eminem's kind of creeping away here. And here we go. This is Harry O'Brien now. So it was, yeah, Jack Murray did great work to put him in a strong position. Harry doesn't need a whole lot out of this ride to get his team well into that top two, maybe even having a crack at the lead, with Nixie Ryan still to surf. So they got time on their side for their fourth surfer.
They are a solid team. As I said, well drilled, Libar. This is they're contenders here. And Portugal now has come into the picture. They're holding on to second place, but Libar, they're a part of the rotation, one ahead, right?
That's right. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that was Guilherme Ribeiro for Portugal, and he's their final surfer. So he needed, I think, a pretty good score just to hold the Labar team off, because as I mentioned, Nixie Ryan's yet to surf, and these are all point break surfers. And, you know, they just seem to really work this wave over well.
They sure do. And this is a small wave, but well surfed and well connected down the line. Yeah. Oh, they're here to make a statement, that's for sure. This is a good ride, though. The surfer from Portugal. This wave's a little bit of a grower, Ronnie, as it goes down the line. It's a bigger wave.
Wow.
Huge rooster tails.
Yeah.
Bang. Yeah, you got to get some points for this.
Yeah, Guilherme's just taken this one apart. Solid stuff. Good finish on it too. Couple of good hits down the line.
All the way through, though. So this is going to keep him hanging in there anyway. It's going to be tight.
Wow, big score for the man. 7.83. So it'll be Martin Paulino who'll head back out there. He only just dropped a 3.67 on his first wave, so he should be able to improve on that. And they're well poised now. The team from Portugal, but
yeah,
you got to be wary of Eminem. Masako Seto, he can go out there. He's looking to improve on a 4.13 to strengthen their position, but yeah, it's Nixie Ryan's the danger surfer for the Eminem team, representing Labar. She only needs a low score, and that'll see them into second spot. As we see, Eileen Vass for Tahiti, just trying to get them back into the mix here.
Gosh, they're really having a slow time, Tahiti, out here. There's only 7 minutes remaining, and the other teams have got some big scores.
Yeah, I'm still kind of thinking that they aren't aware that you can only send one person out. Just because we've got now, Myanmar's got a 1, Hira's got a 1, and that sort of suggests that they've made a mistake there somewhere. Or a couple. I mean, this is their best, a 4.33.
I mean, as it stands, they're seemingly in a bit of strife anyway.
Yep.
I mean, regardless of the situation, the other clubs are about to go further ahead. So now Libar have had how many surfers?
Libar they've got their 4th out there. Nixie Ryan, she took a wave, it didn't eventuate. She got a 1.17. She'll stay out there trying to improve on that. She only needs to muster a pretty low score to get them up in the 2nd spot ahead of Eminem at the moment.
And here's Eminem now on their 5th surfer, right? They're extra.
Yep, they're extra. This is Masako Seto, who's looking to improve on a 4.13. Did he do some good work on that outside, Bugs?
He did some pretty good work.
It's going again. He might get some more opportunities here, Masaki. Here we go. Bang, through the roof. And he's making his way in. Michel Perez dropped an excellent score on us yesterday. This one, though, it's a fizzer. He'll get back out there.
Well, he knows he needs to get an 8 plus. He's got to do what he did yesterday. He can't afford to come in.
He might need a 9-point ride, and he'll need Myanmar Bray to go out there and drop the same to maybe have a chance of getting to that 2nd spot. They just don't have a score of substance at the moment.
Yeah, see, this wave on the outside, he gets a bit done here. There's a good turn here. Nice slash. Rips it around. Then it goes a little bit wonky. So these right here, not scoring points at this point. But then, as you said, it goes again.
Lucky for him. Well, he's just trying to add anything he can to his scoreline. He's done pretty well with this one, Bugs. He jumped from a 4.13 to a 6.5.
Ooh.
And that means Eminem's going to be in a really strong position here.
Okay, they'll be in 1st place now. There's they are, dropping ASCC Portugal back to 2nd, but Libar have only had 3 surfers. And look at their average. It's a 7-point average.
Michel Perez on the replay here.
Yeah, he didn't like that first turn. He bogged it a little bit by his standards. There's nothing wrong with that.
Here we go. He's eyeing this one off just a little too deep on this occasion. Yeah, just a little frustration for the Tahitian team out there at the moment.
They haven't got in the rhythm in this one, Ronnie. It's just that they've been sort of out of touch with the rhythm of the waves. A couple of early decisions to go on waves that weren't doing anything. Here's Portugal giving directions to their guy, and they're saying,
look out.
They're saying, you need to do something here.
Yeah, they're saying look out because Libar are coming. They only need a 4-point ride from Nixie Ryan.
Now, that could have been a priority indication of he's now sitting on the other side of Nixie Ryan. It really is going to depend who's got priority here, Ron.
Yeah, well, I think there's some waves approaching us here. Michel Perez is certainly scrambling to the outside like he wants to tap into something. Has a look at this one. It's passed up. It didn't really stand up on the bank there. 3 minutes to go.
This is the interesting situation is Portugal and Libar. Libar have got an incredible average going here. They're looking like they could be getting up around the 25-point mark if Nixie can snaffle a wave. But with Portugal now sitting on the inside of Nixie, I'm not certain about this tactic.
What's interesting is if Portugal wasn't to improve on their numbers right now and they didn't get back to the beach and Nixie Ryan just scrambled across the rocks, got herself to dry sand, they'd get the 3-point bonus and actually get just enough points to creep ahead.
And Portugal's getting all kinds of directions. they're going, okay, if a set doesn't come, we're here in dry sand. We are close.
It's a rattle.
Wow.
They're calling him in now.
Are they?
Yeah, I think so. They're just going, like, don't risk it. But, you know, that's dangerous because Nixie, it's low tide. You know, you could get a wave and pretty easily get to that dry sand if you got that wave now.
Anywhere. You'd want to get it in the next 20 seconds.
This is interesting. Tahiti's out of it, but Michelle Perez is still there and maybe playing a factor in that priority order too. So, you know, that might be an issue for Nixie Ryan, who's desperate for a wave at the moment.
I don't think he's got priority over her.
Well, he took a wave, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He would be at the far end of the priority rotation.
That's Team Culburra gearing up for the next heat.
Oh, wow, that's interesting as well.
But let's get eyes on this lineup here. Just over a minute to go. It's a battle for that second spot at the moment.
This is going to come down to a critical call of they're going to call it. They're going to call him in.
I think they should now. Oh, Nixie's up. Okay, so she's chipped away at this one. Needs to get around a 4-point ride here. And she now has 40 seconds. She should make it to the beach, but she's got to run. And this is interesting because...
There's Portugal. What did she get?
Did Nixie Ryan get the score that she needs? She was after a 4.13. I think it's probably pretty fair to say that the Portuguese team, Martin Paulino, is maybe not going to improve on that 3.67. So
20 seconds.
Let's see. We've got to see the start of Nixie's ride.
We didn't see the start of Nixie's ride. That is the all-important replay.
Wow.
Wow, Libar, Portugal. Does Portugal go on or does Libar stay in contention? They had the massive average between them all.
Oh, I think that they're going to fall short, Bugs. Nixie Ryan's number came through. She needed a low 4.17. She got a 3.23.
And look at this. Just for a bit of eye candy, Michelle Perez. A frustrating heat for the team. But it's so good for Michelle to grace the waters of Snapper.
Oh,
so great to have him here.
Such a cool, unique style that he's got. You know, probably more... Jao Chianca has pretty similar kind of body talk, the way he rips through his turns. But Michelle Perez doing well. But what about Team Portugal? Massive win for them, getting the jump on Libar. And Tahiti, who surfed so well in the opening day competition.
That is pure jubilation.
That's huge. You love to see it. Look at them. And it was so close, Bugs. Like, between those two teams.
But you know what? I mean,
less than a point separating.
We didn't really even see them. You know, I mean, Libar just kept nailing it. Mikey nailed it. I mean, it was all of them.
Oh, look at what it means to these guys.
They're in the semi-finals.
They were just sitting at the back of the room last night at their table, just taking it all in and really loving their time here. You know, they did look a little starry-eyed, looking around the room, seeing all the world champs, just trying to decipher just what the hell the Swellians were talking about most of the night. A head-on with Australian surf culture last night.
Oh, gosh.
But that's massive. Big win. I mean, would have been very stressful. You know, most of the competitors here are pretty keen surf fans, so I'm assuming that they would have seen Nixie Ryan compete before, knowing that she's deadly, knowing that she's from Lennox Head. Lethal on a right-hander.
I'll tell you one thing. That Froggy section's getting mean.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like Snappers in it, Byron's in it, North Shore, Sunshine Coast is in it, now Libar's in it.
It's getting intense.
It's getting intense in that kind of repechage area.
So M&M and Portugal march on, stay alive in the mix here at the 5th Usher Cup World Club Challenge. We are going to go to a break, and when we return, we'll see Culburra, Merriweather, Duranbar, and Omi 1 Boardriders Club hit the lineup.
1M, one motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Dingo, if I want to get in comps like this one day, what do I have to do?
Surf every day and get good people around you.
Things are intensifying here at the Usher Cup World Club Challenge. The weather has come in once again, big downpour, but it's brought some action with it. That last heat was unbelievable. We had Team Portugal out there pretty much ripping their last surfer out of the lineup to ensure those bonus 3 points to get the jump on the bar and survive that Froggies round. That snapper round, I should say. And we know that they were elated. They just absolutely burst into tears, packed in a big scrum, and let out some big cries of excitement. It was Eminem getting the victory, but we're joined by another special guest here. We'll see some replays before we introduce him. But again, stacked lineup. There is no dud heats at the Usher Cup. Only one Boardriders. Great to have them here. Yuji Mori got a 3 for that one. But, yeah, I'm lucky enough to sit next to Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew each day and pick his brain. But that experience has only been improved, Bugs.
It sure has.
With Darren Brillhart joining us. Brillo, who runs a majority of the surf events over there in the States, especially on the West Coast. So good to see you, mate. Brillo Productions, you're on fire. The teams are looking solid this year. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And wow, it's really, really coming down right now. But yeah, it's super exciting to kind of sit on the sideline and just enjoy the action instead of being in the trenches. You know, usually, as you know, I'm running the comps or doing some sort of job during the comps. But yeah, it's exciting to be able to coach not only our Newport squad, but also all the other U.S. Boardrider clubs that are here. There's 11 of them. Thank you so much, Bugs, for inviting 11 U.S. clubs. And how's this exchange right here?
Awesome, mate. We love it. Now, I've been a part of a few of your events over there in the States. I've got to say, you're a fine operator.
Yeah.
I love what you do. But I always intro you to people and say, you know, when in Kelly Slater Black and White, when Kelly said it's the morning of the finals. Well, Brillo took Kelly on in that event and lost out to him in the semis. Obviously, it was an event win that helped launch Kelly's amazing career. But, mate, well done. We loved that movie when we were kids.
Yeah, I know. I was part of the morning of the finals, right?
Yeah.
But that
Star
was
Trunks.
amazing competition there at lowers. Yeah, the waves were phenomenal.
Yeah. But you had a very strong career yourself, especially competing on that Bud Tour, which was, just a massive domestic tour back in the day that just, it even was reported on here in Australia. But, it kind of had, like the Usher Cup, had a good grassroots kind of feel about it. It had a great energy. It was sort of like this one big party that kind of moved around the place. And it's awesome to have you out here to be part of this energy once again.
Well, thank you. Yeah, this is my second time out here. I was out here last year, enjoyed the time spent, and I don't know. I think I'm be coming out every year.
You certainly will be coming next year, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. I'd love to kind of dig into that a little bit. But there's been a lot of good exchanges here in this opening heat here. So was that heat number 2?
Yeah, we've seen some clubs that are just masters at banking that big score early. Obviously, there's a little bit of luck involved with connecting with a quality set as the opening surfer, but just to have I just think the courage to attack that wave and not surf it too safe is really putting some teams in a strong position. Culburra, Ty Watson, who's the Watson brothers are really the big driving force behind the Culburra team. Ty's kicked off with a 7. Nathan Cook for Durambar, always rock solid with that amazing backhand. He dropped a 6.67. Ocean Lancaster for Merriweather. Merriweather's team's unbelievable. He got a 4.9. And Omi One for the Omi One Boardriders, Yuji Mori, he dropped a 3. So, you can see that there's a real advantage there to Culburra and D-Bar on that opening exchange, which is crucial. Especially Brillo with the change up to just being able to send one surfer out. Bugs and I have noticed that there's been a little bit more sort of stress in sort of some of the team decisions.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. So our Newport club surfed, I think it was 2 heats after that the change was made, and it changed our strategy completely because the heats were still 40 minutes, right? And so we were on pace of trying to maybe get more surfers out in the rotation, but since that it was just one surfer, and then we kept the surfers out there a little bit longer, and we had to pick and choose what surfer was going to better their score. But I tell you what's super important is an early quick start with these heats that are really only offer, I'd say, about 2 sets, per that 40 minutes, and that's it really. If you get in rhythm and you have a little luck factor, right, in this competition, as being in priority when a set comes, as there are only 2 or 3 sets in a heat. But then if you're on the other side and you're not in priority and those sets come, and then you got to grind it back.
It's so interesting at the start of the heat when you have that neutral priority and, as always, the fight for that inside position. But if a team fights for that inside position, you get one of those random, like, one-wave sets, and we've seen Snapper do it a couple of times already in this event. Sheldon Simka's somehow able to find a wave when no one else could, and well-positioned out there. It just sets you ahead of the clock. It sets the pace for your team performance-wise. And we've got a couple of teams who've achieved that.
Well, look who we got here.
Owen Wright, an Olympic medalist, a multiple championship tour winner. Perfect heats in Fiji.
He won the world's richest event.
That's right, yeah. He's got a lot of notches on his belt.
Sure does.
Well, I do remember that event. I was there in New York.
Lassie Brillo. Tell us about it.
Oh, no, I mean, it was amazing. That was the first time, doing a major event like that right there in New York. And the swell produced. I mean, it was firing. Obviously, everybody knows how good it got. But it was a tough one, too. Wow, this replay is amazing. But it was a tough one. The fact that the hurricane came in and kind of wiped out the site. And then they had to rebuild, and then a potential another hurricane was going to come in, and we had to take the site out, and then we had to rebuild again. So it's pretty much, we had to rebuild that site twice.
Wow.
It was pretty crazy.
It was worth it. The waves were firing. We just are seeing some incredible replays here, and the rider for Omi Wan had the biggest smile on his face when he threw his hands up to release his next competitor. And it's a pretty tidy exchange that's going down. Jimmy Hill had a rider as well. We're seeing the replay of Owen, and we've noticed Brillo a few times with our former CT surfers, just the way they move across a wave, just the authority that they put on show when they go to those rail turns or those hits on the pocket. It is another level.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's the flow between turns, and it's really just utilizing the full bottom turn up into, precision top turns. It's just you can see the quality, on a CT surfer, without a doubt.
Yeah, if you've watched a lot of surfing and you've judged a lot of heats, you can kind of see where they're going to go with it, even though you know in the back of your mind that individual still has, maybe 3 gears that they can go to if provided with the right sections. Owen easily banks a 7.93 and really puts the Culburra team well ahead of the pack now. But they're coming back at them. Omi Wan, they turned into 6.2. So Yuji Mori, he had a 3 and he didn't settle on it. He went back out. He turned into 6.2. Now we've got Toi Tanaka out there.
Yeah, Toy's a great young surfer. Spent a lot of time here. Went to Palm Beach Crumpet High School. And it goes between here and Japan.
How good's that? Still running a solid surf program up there, Bugs?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a great program. And, you got Phil McNamara doing a bit of coaching up there. And, I mean, geez, that's not bad.
Oh, that's huge. And, Phil was coaching at school when Mick Fanning was coming through the grades and ended up, obviously, travelling the world with Mick and coaching him to world title success. So, a lot of experience in big heats, big moments, but a real holistic approach to the sport. So very understanding that there's different avenues surfers can take, and I think he just ingrains great just life skills into the kids that he works with.
He does. Good call, Ronnie. And of course, the other thing that a lot of folks in Australia don't know is that we have got with us the commissioner of the United States board riding clubs.
I love it, the commish.
Yeah, we love a commish,
Well, I tell you what, it's been a lot of fun. We've been at it since 2016, and we got fired up. Really, it's you guys have been doing this for over 60 years. It's incredible to see, Snapper Boardriders Club have their 60th annual, being a part of Boardriders for over 60 years. I mean, it's just crazy.
It's bad. I didn't know if they'd be up to hosting this year after celebrating their 60th.
Oh, that must have been so much fun. But yeah, I mean, in 2016, it took a few surfers, and I'll name them right now, as Ziggy Williams, Chris Marino, and Casey Wheat, who passed away a few years ago. But so those 3 were very passionate and created a West Coast Boardriders and Newport and Huntington. We had there's always
in a club
Newport,
challenge.
Yeah, those 2, Newport and Huntington were always rivals, right?
Oh yeah.
And so a lot of history there, right? And then Laguna Beach and Seal Beach joined in, and we had a competition. And that's the start of it, right? And then from there, they brought me on to run and help with the competition. And in 2017, we did random events. But it wasn't until 2018 we actually had a full series. And then from there, it really took off. Yeah. And then other states like Florida and Mid-Atlantic, which, covers North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia Beach, and then New Jersey, and then now Hawaii has really blown up with their board riders. They wanted a piece of action, and be a part of something that's, I don't know, I think it's pretty darn cool.
It's really cool. Yeah, it's awesome too. It gets kids involved. It gives kids who, it can be a tough to enter a lineup and get a wave. It's a clicky sport. It's a clicky lifestyle activity, and instantly, if you're a member of the Boardriders, you're in the family.
That's right.
You know, you might still have to work on your relationships and just work the chemistry out with each of the individuals, but you come to a new town in Australia, join the Boardriders Club, you're in a T-shirt, you're part of the pack,
Yeah.
you're having breakfast, lunch, afternoon tea, usually.
Usually, pretty gnarly initiation, though. You know?
Oh, yeah. They've settled down a little bit. You're not running the gauntlet while people whip you with leg ropes anymore. But, they're good fun, and they get a lot of community support, too, from local businesses. You know, Usher Cup sort of just the amplified illustration of that. You know, so many great corporate partners from this stretch of the Gold Coast and getting behind this event. But at the local level, you know, local businesses, or they're giving away restaurant vouchers for winners, and it's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, we helped a lot of these clubs get established, and we always tell them, obviously the competition is the root of everything, right? You know, that's what you strive for, but the foundation needs to come from the community, and you have to, you know, really, you know, be community driven and do things for your members. And it's not always about competition. However, that's what kind of drives the bus. But yeah, if you can, wow, it's just pouring down. It's crazy how much it's raining right now. But it's just great to see all these clubs emerge out of the U.S. and even more clubs are going to join for next season. So it's awesome to see. As you can see right there, look at our screen.
Wow.
It's got to be really hard if you're a competitor in the water and trying to, you know, first of all, you're looking into your teammates, whether or not you got to come in or whatnot, but also surfing a wave with that downpour.
Seeing a wave in these, when the sky is grey, the rain's coming down, just defining where the swell line is as it approaches is really difficult. You almost don't see it until it stands up right in front of you.
Yeah, and I have to say, too, the dedication of all the club leaders, you know, all the board members and everything. I mean, I always tell everyone, and really all of the U.S. Boardriders, we acknowledge that we wouldn't be doing what we're doing without the dedication of those club leaders. And, you know, there's a lot of volunteer work that goes behind the scenes, which you guys know, and a lot of out-of-pocket expense that these guys put out as well. So I always say we're not, you know, we can't do this without you.
Most definitely. And, we always tip our cap, too, to, you know, there's a lot of people that aren't even involved in the surfing that are so instrumental in keeping a Boardriders club alive. Big shout-out to all the mums out there who come down and bring their kids to the beach, and we're finding the women's divisions of each of the Boardriders clubs are really starting to grow now, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah.
But, you know, I know most of the Boardriders clubs in Australia, you know, the mums do a lot of the heavy lifting.
Well, they also, you know, the mums bring down the brownies and the muffins and the fruit for the kids, and then, you know, dad's up there doing the barbecue, and, you know, it's all volunteer stuff. And as you said, you know, people don't mind a bit of out-of-pocket.
So we've got the Merriweather team out there at the moment, Bogues, a team that you ran the highlighter over when you saw the heat draw for this event, said totally capable of going on to win this contest, so strong. But looking at that highlights package, you can see what you're thinking. I mean, world-class surfers.
Yeah, well, all my other three picks are all in the Froggies round now, so let's see how Merriweather goes.
Yeah, well, they're kind of struggling here at the moment. But in this snapper round, as they won through on day one of competition, they're not out of the event. They finished in third or fourth here.
No, well, everyone in the quarterfinals now, because we lost 6 heats today, everyone here will surf tomorrow. They'll surf on the finals day, whether they win or lose. You know, so it's an ideal position if you can stay in this bracket. You know, the deeper you go, the deeper into finals day you go either way.
Perfect.
There'll still be a lot of surfing to do for the ones that lose here. They'll dodge this second round of Froggies, but then from then on in, they'll surf a lot tomorrow eventually in back-to-back heats.
Bring it on.
You know, that's how it works in ISA too, right?
That is, yeah. And you know, part of the motivation a lot of these clubs, and at least I've been telling the clubs I've been coaching is, it's like, all right, well, you make it through this heat, you're surfing snapper again.
That's right.
And it's like,
exactly,
that's what they want. You know, they want to continue to have heats and get more time in the water. And, you know, and I know it's inconsistent, and some of these heats, there's only a couple of sets, and some of the clubs aren't really getting, you know, what they hope to get. But you know, with that double elimination that you guys created, it's, I mean, you get a second chance.
It's the same thing when we're in California, we go to Trestles, and we're coming out of surf. And that was so fun. And these guys are like, that's a 2 out of 10 for this location. But it's still just, you know, it's an iconic location. You feel like you're ticking a box going out there even, but to get to surf out here with just a couple of other people is awesome. As we see Jackson Baker.
Oh.
This guy just has to get back on the CT at one point. He's really looking sharp at the moment. Working hard on getting back to his best after suffering an injury. And, yeah, he's an animal when he gets going. Strong surfer. Brings it through the inside. Loves the feel of that one. And Jimmy Hill.
Yeah, Jimmy Hill's an animal too. Wow, this kid, he just rips, and he's got himself a stonker of a wave.
He sure has. And Nathan Cook had the 6.67. Jimmy Hill's going to throw his hands up in celebration and release the next surfer in his team, Nick Vasicek. And Jimmy should post up a pretty good number there. But Merriweather's making their charge at the right time, Bugs.
Yeah, they are. Well, Debo and Merriweather come 3rd and 4th. They just got 2 killer rides. You know, Culburra, that's their score for 2 surfers 2 ride, Ron.
Yep.
I mean, that's pretty decent. 15 points, basically, for 2 surfers.
Yeah, that's a really healthy start, and they've got Geordie Watson out there now.
Yeah, I'm wondering who's got the best of this exchange between Jacko and Jimmy Hill here. I mean, Jacko, this is going to be a good score for sure.
Yeah, well, we always are talking up where the competitors hail from, and while Merriweather, you know, it sees different kinds of conditions. It's not necessarily a consistent point break. It has its days where you get long-running rights, and all the surfers from there have beautiful flow and great connection when they get on a right-hand point break.
They do. This is one of the better-looking waves of the day. This is hitting the bank in full body all the way down the line, wrapping onto the bank, allowing him to absolutely go to town.
Oh, I think Jimmy might get it on the exchange, Bugs.
I'm thinking so. He couldn't be denied on this.
He just got the opportunity, Brillo, to really unleash.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, those are major maneuvers, real quality turns, a lot of, I mean, just the flow in between. And big score came through there, right?
9.4.
Yeah, there we go.
9.4 for Jimmy Hill. I mean, it's one thing to be gifted that magic wave. As you said, there is an element of luck in slower conditions too, to get the tallest wave of the day and have it stick to the bank like that.
Yeah.
But you still got to unleash on it.
And he did.
And, you know, judges don't like any downtime, right? So anytime that you have a wave that just has that, those sections that just keep throwing at you and able to do some major maneuvers all the way down, that's definitely going to be an excellent score. And that was, so there's been some 9s.
Right, there's been some 9s. That's one of the better numbers of the event so far. Jackson Baker put up an 8.47.
Wow.
So Culburra was looking so good with a pair of 7s. Now you got Merriweather hanging on to a 5.73 and an 8.47. And you got Nathan Cook with a high range 6. And Jimmy's just dropped the big number. Culburra up again. Geordie Watson now having a go at things. Well, it is dark out there at the moment. There we go. Lighten things up a little bit.
Whoa, Merriweather.
Yeah, Mikey Clayton-Brown here, Bugs. Take us through it.
Yeah, Mikey's a solid surfer too. He's got himself a beautiful looking wave, gliding down the line, over the top there, smashes it back, still with that one eye down the line. That's the thing about the point break, Brillo. You got to have that one eye down the line on the next section. It's kind of an instinctive way to surf, but you don't want to miss out on, or, you know, you don't want to cut back too far and then blow the rest of the ride?
Yeah, I think that wave right there is going to be a really good score. But I mean, how is it when you see that other exchange went down? There's two really good waves, right? Two excellent scores. And then you're thinking, oh, man, I need to be on another set as well, right? So that changes things.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it becomes an easy decision for the teams when they start banking a number of good scores, who they're going to send back out there. You know, it's a nightmare situation for them when there's a couple of low-scoring rides. They're going, oh, is he capable of really maxing out and getting more numbers, or is she going to do it for us? And, you know, it's a head-scratcher for them. But when your team's on fire like Merriweather at the moment, you know, they'll be thinking it's a pretty easy call.
Yeah, this is it's turning into one of the best heats of the day. There's no doubt about it. There's three major contenders with huge scores, and they're kind of chasing D-Bar right now as far as averages over each surfer. But this is a great ride. So Jacko Bacon then backed up.
Oh, Mikey's just continued to pour fuel on the fire for Merriweather. 7.5.
Ooh.
They're hot now, and Philippa Anderson now unleashed on this lineup to do her work.
But Ronnie, D-Bar, that's two rides, right?
That's two rides.
Jeez.
It's got them well and truly poised to have a crack at it. And they've got Nick Vasicek out there at the moment, one of the best goofy footers here at Snapper Rocks.
This heat's been super consistent, Brillo. I mean, you know, we've had a lot of downtime today, but this looks like it's starting to get a bit of a move on.
Yeah, and they also had to fight through that rain. I mean, the rain was really coming down at the beginning of this heat, and now it's lighting up, and those last few exchanges there.
And, you know, I guess the important part here, we're only down to just over 10 minutes, so that's still a critical thing for D-Bar. They've still got to actually nail this home. I mean, to me, they're in the box seat, but Merriweather and Culburra have posted some good scores. So now, are they on their fourth surfer, Ronnie?
We've got the Omi One Boardriders Club with two surfers. We've got D-Bar still to get two surfers out, and we've got the last surfers out there in the lineup for Culburra and Merriweather at the moment. So they're ahead on the leaderboard. They're ahead of the clock, so to speak, and they're in a pretty good position at the moment. But, yeah, D-Bar's got the big numbers that they can bank on.
I guess the question being, though, we just had a flurry of sets, back-to-back sets. Is it going to continue in that vein, or is that going to have a bit of a lull?
Nah, it's going to keep coming.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Yeah. Brillo, $60,000, the prize purse for this event this year. I mean, when you're looking to establish Boardriders clubs and, you know, put a bit of money in the kitty to get to contests like this and to also get set up, really, it'll be a good injection of cash.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, right now for the U.S., right, we have our championships at Lower Trussels, and it's just bragging rights. And no prize money yet, but, you know, once we get some major sponsors, there is going to be some prize money for these surfers. And, I mean, it doesn't matter, prize money or not, they just love being part of their community and representing their club and coming over and obviously trying to get some waves at Lowers with just a few people out.
Right on. Yeah, that's it. It's the golden ticket, the golden permit, so to speak. And just being able to surf these iconic locations is really the deal.
Exactly. I mean, if there was zero prize money, you'd still have the same clubs out here just, you know, trying to take home that trophy. But, yeah, so exciting for 2026. Some changes, maybe, Bugs?
Well, yeah, some big changes. I mean, you know, look, we've this event's evolved.
Are we going there?
Yeah, I thought we were going to go there tomorrow.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, yeah, Bugs.
All right.
We'll get you back in, Brillo.
Yeah, tomorrow's the finals day.
Come back in,
But
finals day.
It's evolving, though.
Yeah, it's evolving. And,
Good call,
and
Ronnie.
and it's super exciting. So
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, stay tuned for that.
Yeah,
the
stay
big
tuned for
news
that.
is coming tomorrow
After the
on
rain.
finals day. But, Brillo, it's all happening. We're I said to Bugs before, we're well and truly out of the off-season now for surfing. We're crowned world champions today, or found two new world champs. It looked like an amazing event over there in the Philippines. Really worthy junior world champions. And also, this is kind of giving some people the opportunity to get the jersey on before we get it back into that regional qualifying series season. Is that all ramping up for you over there?
Oh, it is. I mean, we're already, as far as the QS goes, we're already halfway through it. We have an event that starts on Monday over at Pismo. It's a QS 3000. And, there's a lot of clubs here in the U.S. that came up a little short on some of their A players. There's quite a few surfers that elected to, stay home.
Get ready
and,
for Pismo.
Prepare for it. You could still make it if you're a high seed. But the travel all the way home and then potentially maybe surfing the very next day or maybe that afternoon, it's pretty much a grind. You know how the travel is.
Yeah.
But
who's on top of the regional ranks over there for you guys at the moment?
actually, I'm not really certain at this point.
Hotly contested.
Yeah,
Always.
highly, yes. And I do know the final event, though, will be in Barbados. That's the QS 5000.
Oh,
and the
amazing.
thing with that is, like, you can be pretty far down there,
Yeah.
right? And you can take out that win, and you go right back, into the Challenger Series just with that good result there in Barbados.
We're probably about 4/5 of the way through our season.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've had all the QS 5000s in Nias, Krui, Cloud9, Taiwan, and I think there's a few QS 3000s in Australia left, right?
Yeah, and some people probably short up their places for the Challenger Series already. Like you said, if you get a victory in one of those big QS 5000s, you are sweet. You're styling.
You're styling.
Looking really good for a run at the Challenger Series, which is always super fun and interesting to watch. But this is going to be fun to watch unfold too, because we've had the there's Oki, everyone. We've had the that individual component of this event in the past, and this year it's all about the team. So the champion team's going to hoist the trophy this year.
Now, in this situation here, I did mention the fact that we just had a flurry of sets and we were going to have a little bit of downtime. Well, we have had a bit of downtime, and what comes into play here is the surfers with 3 through the rotation, the surfers with 2 through the rotation, and then where they sit in the priority mix.
Oh, yeah, Nick Vasicek.
Yeah, well...
He's, you don't want to... Because you can't get back out there if you don't get another wave, like surrendering your position in the lineup for, say, a 2-point ride might really crush your team's momentum. And they still need something to climb up into that top 2 spot. So it's on here. It's going to be like that last heat.
Oh, it's going to be so much like that last heat. It's going to be an amazing finish. Surely we will see some more action under the 4.5 minute mark now. So with 2 surfers to go and not much of a chance for extras anyway, they might just have to settle on their rotation at best.
Well, it's a good lesson in slower conditions, in staying ahead of the clock, isn't it? Just working through that your roster as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it looks like D-Boz, they just have 2 surfers, right? They have, big scores.
Massive scores.
9.4 and that 6.67.
It's still Nick Vasicek and Freya Prum to serve.
Right, yes.
So that's intense. And same for, the
Omi,
the Japanese team as well. Omi won Boardriders. Yeah. They've scored reasonably well. They've still got a Muro Suzuki who, is probably the one that they're really relying on for the biggest score. But she hasn't even hit the lineup yet.
No, well, she's not... Yeah, this is actually getting a bit critical now because there's 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. You'd want to see a set within the next 30 or 40 seconds for there to be a good chance of all 4 clubs getting there through their rotation, Brillo.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you definitely want to see everybody have the opportunity.
That's all I want to see.
And you never want to just have any clubs, not have any of the surfers get a wave, right?
Sure.
And, it happens.
Yeah. Oh, it's happened.
Once it gets down to around that sort of 2 minute, 1.5 minute mark, Phillip Anderson should almost just paddle into anything she can find.
Oh, but hang on.
Get in for the 3 points. Look out, Nick Vasicek. This guy's so strong on the backhand. and he needs to put a number up. Doesn't even need much of a number to get them back up into the top two. He's already done some great work on this wave. Vassar, style master, once it starts barreling behind the rock, that's when he does his best work, but he's still got some great moves he can throw down on the open face too. So he's going to now set Freya on the lineup. As we see now for Omi One making their move as well. So Manojo Yagi, Yahagi building nicely down the line, has some speed, and he goes to pop the reverse, doesn't quite get the release that he was looking for.
Not a bad ride.
But he just wants to give Amuro a shot at it in these final 2 minutes.
So did D-Bar go to first or did they go to second?
Well, they were chasing a 4.79 to get up into second place, probably only another point and a half. Well, not even, just another point. So, yeah, I think they're probably going to go to first.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty safe to say that he's definitely going to get that score and then some.
Yeah. Philip Anderson, though, she's going to complete the roster for the Merriweather Club, and that might be enough to see it flip again back in Merriweather's favour. Freya Prum here. Oh, she's done well to even connect with a wave, and I mean, that is not even knee-high, this wave, and she's letting go of a couple of little turns, and what she's focused on is solidifying their position in the top two by fetching those 3 bonus points as well, Bugs.
That's exactly what she's done there, and with 56 seconds remaining, it's amazing. D-Bar got 2 quick ones in.
What did Amuro Suzuki get done, though?
No, we didn't see that.
Former World Junior Champ. Olympic medalist making her way in. So, job done as far as, you know, getting through the squad and getting back to the beach with not a lot of wave action in the second half of that heat.
It's going to be an interesting situation.
Well, look, check it out, the live ladder here. It's shifting as those scores come in. Omi One jumping up into third ahead of D-Bar, but we still have a couple of numbers to lock in here.
It looks like Merriweather could be in pretty good shape to get through. Culburra are the ones who might be on the line here, Brillo.
Yeah, I would say right now, D-Bar is probably going to move to first, and they're going to be safe. But just like you said, yeah, I think Merriweather is going to hold on to that second position there and advance.
A great couple of heats.
Oh, man. It's really turned on.
You know, that was a crucial little move there. But we don't know what Amuro Suzuki got done, but Philippa Anderson.
She got a bit done.
Yeah, she got some great work. Put together a neat little combo there. Waiting on the scores to come through. There's not a lot of points in this one, but it was a critical time to make a move for Freya. She had to get back to that beach.
Be interesting what they actually give Freya. Ah, here's a mirror here. See, this is surfing right there.
Oh, not a lot of room.
Nah. Thought she was going to go down the line a bit further.
Yeah, I think Omi One are going to finish up in fourth position here. Just not enough work done by the first 3 surfers, really. And Amuro Suzuki just didn't have the benefit of time on her side.
But, I mean, the great thing is that no one gets eliminated. They're all surfing on finals day in one form or the other, so everyone's still alive.
Yeah, it's not really a bad thing to get third or fourth because that means you're maybe surfing more. An extra heat in the morning.
Yeah, come on. People want to win.
Yeah.
Want to keep the winning feeling heading into finals day. Not coming in as a couple of losers.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Oh, look at the spirit is really starting to kick in now as we get toward that finals day. There's been some mad elation from our competitors in their successful campaigns in this snapper round, which has been great to see. We're just still waiting for the numbers to tumble in here. A flurry of just activity in those final moments. Wow. Wow. Okay. You ready for it?
Yeah, please.
Fourth place. Omi One Boardriders.
Yep.
second place. Less than, a third of a point in it. D-Bar in third. Didn't get the jump. Freya had a 1.5. Nick Vasicek had a 5.27. And it was actually Merriweather who got to first place. Culburra just managed to hang on to that second position.
Look at Owen Wright.
Not a whole lot in it. They are just so psyched to survive.
Wow.
Like you said, no one loses out, but to maintain your winning feeling heading into finals day, that's a big one. Culburra strong. But, wow, even with the 9.4, D-Bar couldn't get a top 2 finish.
Well, let me tell you, without knowing the exact number here, but because we missed those 6 Froggies heats today, the winners there are two heats away from the grand final. The losers there are 6.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of Froggy surfing. Yes.
We've got a lot of commentating to do tomorrow. Okay, so we're getting set for the third heat here, and we've got a good exchange happening already. Brillo, it's been an absolute pleasure. Love catching up with you, mate. You're going to come in tomorrow for some big news. And Bugs, look forward to chatting to you again, mate.
All right. Thanks for having me. I'm going to go down on the beach and cheer on Huntington.
Oh, I'll come down and have a chat with you. We're going to step out of the booth, and we're going to bring in Rock and Ock for the call.
Snake in the grass, read what you sow, lurking in leaves, hiding in trees. Spotlight on now, you can't sneak. List online now, you can't speak. You a real one now, here moving weak. Private jet, don't take care of your seat. Audacity, 2 steps to me. You ain't gotta work for that bag, go get it one day. You can brag. You ain't gotta work for that bag, go get it one day. You can brag. You ain't gotta work for that bag, go get it one day.
Whoa, look at this wave. Kiala Bon.
Release blue.
Well, okay, thanks to Ronnie and Rabbit, and giving us some expert updates and commentary on some pretty tricky conditions out there. Of course, we've had some pretty big rain squalls. Anyone looking at the webcast, we are on 5:30 p.m, getting late into the afternoon. We've got 2 more heats, so stay hanging in there because I think most of the heavier squalls have gone through, and that means that there's a little bit of a push out wide, and hopefully we'll see some more of those sets. We just saw right then the Kauai surfer. I think that was that was
Kiala?
Yeah, it was Kiala. So 8.83.
Wow.
But Ryland Beavers 7-point ride. So Kauai out of the gates, absolutely turning it on. The waves, look at this, it's glassed off. Those squalls go through, the wind backs off, and then we just get those beautiful afternoon conditions, Mark.
That's one of the best moves I've seen today. Putting your woman surfer first and her getting an 8-point what?
An 8.83.
8.83, wow.
Yeah, how good is
now,
that?
that is a strong start.
That's confidence. And that's only in the first couple of minutes.
And, well, they're already on 15, so it wasn't the first surfer because we had a long break in between. We only just come on air, so sorry, that was not the first surfer, obviously the second, but...
That's right. Ryland was first.
And
got
what
a 7-point
ride?
ride.
7.
Yeah.
Kauai off to a flyer.
Wow.
Freshwater, yep. 717. Huntington Beach is in this too. And Kawana up there from the Sunshine Coast. So, yeah, 2 more heats left, Rocky. I'm soaked. We've had about 50 mils in the last 20 minutes or the last couple of heats. And I'm soaked.
You're soaked, but you're stoked.
I'm soaked and stoked. Can't wait to get home and get in a warm shower.
Tell me about it. It's going to be great. Well, we got 2 more heats, so it's 40 minutes each heat. So we're going to be pushing right through to the very dark. It goes dark around 7 or 6:45, and we'll be right on that dark mark. So it is going to be getting a little bit hard, squeezy to sort of see through the darkness.
Did you just call me Dark Mark?
I did, yep.
Oh, I've been called worse.
That sticks now. That's you. Big at Hockey, it's Dark Mark right here with Rocky. Dark Rocky? No. Okay, so Tiger Abido, Tiger from Kauai, and Oliver Zeitz. So that's the 4 surfers backed up. You know, obviously Ryland opened up with a 7. Kiala with that 8.83, and I guess it's pretty late over. What's it now? Probably
4 hours ahead.
So 8 o'clock-ish over there right now.
Prime time.
So with all our Kauai friends over there, hopefully checking in on the webcast and having a look at these conditions here at Snapper. Late afternoon for us, so we've still got a couple more heats to go. But this is going to be a great heat already. Freshwater opened up. Tom Myers with a 6.17. Lane Beachley, AO. She is out there for Freshwater. She's opened up with 1, so she'll stay out there and try and better that. If you haven't seen this format, if you're just checking in, it's a fantastic format that Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew has come up with. This is the 5th year of the Usher Cup World Club Challenge. We've got some of the best club surfers from around the world, from Bali, Hawaii, Japan, New Zealand, USA, Tahiti, UK. So amazing sort of lineup of international teams along with our Australian star performers. Some great teams that have, qualified and had the opportunity to be in this event over the years. But the more introduction of international teams, I'm just loving, the talent of surfers and the entertainment we've been getting so far, Mark. On and off, wave-wise, height-wise. But, look, really, I was stoked that we finally got these storms through.
Yeah, it's been hectic, but, it's so good to see the international flavour and, the revenue it brings into the town. I mean, Coolangatta's thriving. The teams bring families. It's a 4-person team, and then you've got entourage, coaches, families. So a lot of money injected into the town, and thanks to the Usher Group, and thanks to Theo for inventing this, and Rabbit for, doing the whole thing, and Theo for sponsoring it. We love it. It's in our hometown. There's only 3 events here. One's back to a CT, and this Usher Cup is the first event of the year. We've got the Hockey Grom Comp coming up later, which is also at Snapper, but 3 events and a world-class wave. It's not firing today, but it's still pretty good. That last set looked great. Expecting better waves tomorrow. A lot of instability in the weather. We seem like we've got a low moving off the coast, a couple of them, and there is swell on the way, so hopefully it fills in by tomorrow.
We don't need much more.
We don't need a whole lot more. We know there is more coming during the week. Hopefully it arrives a little early, so tomorrow's finals day, and how exciting is it going to be?
I can't wait. A big day tomorrow. Still, we've got, obviously, these qualifying rounds, and I think Rab was saying before that whatever team gets through in this round will only then surf 2 more times to get into the final, qualifying final, whereas the other teams will have to surf another 6 times. So that's a lot of surfing. But if the waves are pumping, you will be stoked to be able to get that opportunity.
There's someone that's stoked, and it's Seabass.
Yes.
Sebastian Zeitz. He's found a stick, and it's just hanging in there. That flag, it seems like it's going to break at any point of time. But he's holding it down. I'm really stoked with that wave for Kiala, 8.83, and Kauai Boardriders. I'd never really thought I'd see the day. I mean, Kauai's got a rich history, with the Irons brothers, Andy and Bruce, and they've been holding events. Not quite a Boardriders it was then, but they were holding, the Irons junior event there, and it's been going on for a long time. Andy was really into it, Bruce too, and the Irons family and Lindy Irons have been having an event there for years, and now it's morphed into a club. And the club, it's just, our clubs are 60 years old, but this club's only, 1 or 2 years old, but it's going to go for that long and longer, because once you've got a club going, it's not going anywhere.
No, it's such a great nurturing opportunity for the youth coming through, as we know from Snapper. We've got such a big junior development with Montaleraine running that. And when we have junior events, it almost takes all weekend. There's so many kids coming here and wanting to surf in this event. It's not so much they want to be, well, some do, I guess, want to be budding pro surfers, but it's the camaraderie and it's all the mateship, all your kids and all the young junior kids coming down and hanging at Snapper on a sunny day, not like today, but, just to be able to hang here and have a lot of fun. I love judging and helping out on those grommet days, and they're just, I mean, we used to be grommets one time, but you just
We're still grommets.
Yeah, we are. You just froth on it. You absolutely froth on it, and I still do. You do.
I do.
Yeah, it's great.
You'll catch me in the shore break pulling into 1 foot shories without the kids.
Yeah.
There we go. We got the surfer. I'm just trying to make out who that is. But, it looks like Huntington just staying warm. I mean, it's really warm here today, but with all this rain, everyone seems to be pretty chilly as the afternoon turns into night. I was just imagining how nice it might be tomorrow. Hopefully the rain lets up and surf comes to the party. But
it will, I think. Looking at the forecast here, and it gives us a bit of a look that overnight tonight, the rain peaks and we'll have pretty wet conditions and windy conditions overnight, but that's good. Southeast winds. Of course, we're on the east coast of Australia, right on the border of Queensland, New South Wales. The winds come in from the southeast, pushes that swell in, which it really looks like it's going to tonight. And,
Lane Beachley, I can tell that style anywhere.
Yes, you can.
This is the 7 times world champion. This girl has won a lot of heats through her years, and she's like getting into her late 50s. Look how good she still surfs. Oh, my goodness. Moving that board around, gaining a whole lot of speed. Can she make that turn? Yes, she can.
Yes.
She's happy with that. She releases the next surfer, and that's going to be a good score too. So fresh water. The home beach where Duke Kahanamoko came back way in the day and taught surfing to Australia. Where would we be without him and that? Because it's our favourite sport. Everyone lives on the coast in Australia and we all surf. As the rain pours down again.
Another round here, but Lane got that wave in before the next squall came through.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see.
You couldn't. Right now, when you come out of this replay, you'll see how heavy that is. Imagine standing under a pressure hose, or that's what's going on right now, right in front of our window. And you can see the lone supporter down there, boards on heads and umbrellas are up. And, it's just, that's stinging rain. It stings when it's that heavy. And look at everyone's just absolutely copping it out there. But, yes, we've got our lattes sitting here on the comfy couch in the dryness. We'll take it. It's not too bad. We're happy about that.
It's dry, but I'm soaked.
Soaked, but stoked. Remember that.
It's soaked but stoked, but my body warmth is hopefully drying my clothes. Why do kids love playing in the rain so much? My goodness, I was just out on my break and all the kids are sliding down the road on their bodyboards and just loving the rain. And somehow kids just want to be out in the rain.
They do.
It's just inbuilt.
It is. Well, just Lane Beachley, her opening ride there, well, she posted a 1, but threw that away. And then up the ante with a 5.17.
Okay.
So good mid-size ride.
Mid-score there.
But we know the strategy here is that, want to run their 4 surfers off. And no doubt if they have enough time, they then get a chance, the team will get enough chance after the 4th surfer to send out a surfer to a resurf. And you can imagine they'll possibly throw Lane out because they know she can do more than a 5.17. And she knows that too, but she was playing the game of getting a good mid-size score, coming in time, change over. So Nathan Munro is out there for freshwater. So Nathan will be out, and then Roman Bunting will be then the 4th surfer for freshwater. So again, we were talking about Hogg before, and he's the absolute strategist of how to run these events. And there's so many scenarios, but one thing you don't want to do is starve your surfers. Keep a flow going, and with this format, the surfers can either stay out and better their scores, but we've seen a couple of times surfers really starve that time, and they sit out for ages and not...
We saw Damo Hogg do that.
Unfortunately, yeah. And that was not his fault. It was just the ocean went flat, and that's the name of the game. But, yeah, able to then get your all surfers in and then get a chance to go back out and better your scores.
But they're not out of it. Yeah, no, they was that? Oh, maybe they are.
They are.
Because that was the rep and charge. Yeah, excuse me. But anyway, there's a lot of fun to be had behind us here at the Rainbow Bay Surf Club.
Yeah, yes.
And other nightclubs in the Coolangatta area. There's a few new ones down the main street that are really good. I mean, I can't say I've been to them, but they look crowded. And, you know, when I'm up at 4 a.m. and everyone's straggling home, they look like they've had a good time.
Yeah. Oh, yep. No, well, we've gone through all that here, and you know it was funny. You know, I have done that, and but when we had kids, I used to take Kurt and my son out. You know, 3-4 o'clock in the morning just for a drive. You know, when you're not drinking, you've got young babies, and take them for a drive and try and put them back to sleep in the car. And you see people staggering out, going, "Oh yeah, I used to do that." But
yeah, because in Australia it's light in like about 4 o'clock in the morning. So that's just when the nightclubs are closing up. I mean, some of them don't close till 5. So you get a lot of walk of shames going around.
Indeed.
Just trying to find a bed and some dark space.
Well, talk about dark space.
And then there's the others that just keep going through.
Yep.
Can't say I didn't do that either. Anyway, let's move on to the surfing. Not much has happened for Huntington Beach and Kawana. It's funny, you know, like, I mean, Tahiti really got out of rhythm in their last heat too. It's just, you know, it's weird that, you know, like you get a 4-man heat and everyone doesn't get a wave. It's not dissimilar, you know, even though we're changing over surfers and releasing surfers, it's, you know, when you're all by yourself and you've had a heat and you're totally out of rhythm, you didn't get your 2 scores, even though these guys are after 4 scores, right? But you think you know, there'd be more chance, you know, for not everyone to get skunked. But it seemed to have happened here in some really testing conditions. I mean, it is very slow. And this format does work better when there's more waves. But it's still been exciting with these people trying to reach the beach and get the 3 points.
Well, going to Huntington promo. This is little packages that our production crew put together, and Huntington showcasing their surfers right now. Obviously, Huntington, you know, surfing their surfers. This is last year, I guess, or the years past. So getting some good file footage and putting it together as a package, but showing both the Huntington surfers in fine form. They're great surfers, great history of the Huntington. I mean, you've surfed well there and done well there and had amazing hits. I was watching some clips the other day with you and Tom Curran, and that was amazing.
Yeah, I know. You know, some of my fondest memories were competing at Huntington in the US Open, and I was lucky enough to get a couple of wins there back to back. But beating my biggest rival ever was Tom Curran, and in front of huge crowds, biggest crowds I've ever surfed in front of, and they were such nice people. And for me being an Aussie, you know, like, I was expecting to get things thrown at me and stuff, but not too bad, you know. Got some really good friends there, and I know the crowd was behind Tom, and I was lucky enough to upset the apple cart there a couple times. And
but it was a great
fond
heat.
memories.
I mean, you both were surfing unreal, and you're both at the peak, and Tom with his beautiful flowing style, and you with your back solid foot stomping cracking those big hard backhand, forehand hits, and it was just, I mean, was that the biggest crowd you've ever surfed?
Biggest crowd ever, and you know, Tom surfed that wave so good.
Yep.
I mean, there was the Huntington Hot, but Tom didn't do it.
No.
Tom used to just go rail to rail through that dead section there at Huntington and make it look so pretty.
Yep.
Yeah, an amazing surfer.
I've got to ask you, have you shot the pier before?
Well, I did shoot the pier. Yeah, it's very scary. But the last time I was in America, I was at Oceanside, and they've got a pier too.
Yeah, they do.
And we're doing some promos for JS, and I lined up this pier. Ronnie's laughing because he was there. And I get this wave. The swell's pretty solid, and I'm like, I want to shoot this pier too.
Yeah, of course.
And the closer I got, I'm like, doesn't quite look as wide as the Huntington Pier. All of a sudden, I get close, I bail out, my board ends up one side, I'm the other, I'm reaching for my leash.
Oh, man.
And I'm getting dragged under, and I just get my leash, pull it. I'm drowning, right? I'm pulled my leash, released it, and I'm out. And I'm looking around, I'm like, I nearly drowned right then. I'm looking for lifeguards, no one's watching me.
No.
And that's why I'll tell you right now, I had my wetsuit on and I had my leash around my wetsuit. If it was under my wetsuit, there's a chance I mightn't have got that leash undone. So I watch people put their leg rope under their wetsuit if you're wearing a long wetsuit.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
No,
put it
no way.
around your wetsuit because
Always.
easy to release it. If it gets
Yep.
stuck around a rock or a pier,
Yep.
you can be in trouble if you can't find that leash to let it go. So it's a very good tip.
Yeah, it
Put
is.
your leash around your wetsuit, not under it.
Thanks for that. Kiddies, listen to Mark. Uncle
There you
Mark
go.
here. Uncle Ocky giving you great tip. No, well done. And there's barnacles on those things too. Shred you.
Yeah, I had a couple of scratches. Don't worry about that. I wasn't worried. I was worried. I was just happy to be alive.
Yeah, well done. Brilliant.
Good waves there, though, in Oceanside.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place. It used to be really different when we first competed there.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of a marine kind of town because they do have the barracks real close there.
Yep.
And there was, you wouldn't want to get caught there at night. There was, it was a dangerous place, Oceanside.
Yeah.
Not now. It's,
No. Okay.
It's very trend-setting, brand new stores everywhere,
Yeah,
beautiful
beautified.
hotels. Got the JS garage
A lot of
there.
entertainment on the foreshore there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot now.
Awesome.
It's changed. Hello to Nutty Walker if he's listening. They're going to be getting late back there in California, though.
Yeah, he's been living there for a while.
Yeah, he's lived there for ages now, does JS over there.
Yep.
And here we go. Up and right in Huntington Beach. Yes, there we go. They've opened their account.
Well, it's taken a while, but that is Sage. I think it is. No.
No, that wouldn't be.
No, the names have moved around here, I think.
I think they've changed the order on us.
They
So
have.
you guys know who it is. He's done a couple snaps. He's milking it. He's milking it. He's going to try and find another Rio without much speed.
So in their team, they've got Sage Gonaldo, Brett Simpson, Dylan Sloan, and Bailey Turner.
And the what? And the girl?
Sage.
Oh, Sage. So, yeah. Yep. So, definitely not Brett Simpson. I mean,
No, well, they said Sage is the first surfer, but I think the names have been moved around, but we'll find out.
maybe she did catch a wave and they didn't put the score down. No, that wouldn't have happened.
No. Well, Kawana also in the same situation. Haven't had a wave yet, but Zeb Stokes and Taj Stokes, so both, the brothers there. We saw, wasn't it Taj who got that barrel the other day?
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah.
And really beautifully ridden. Yeah, we were kind of a bit baffled why he didn't get a bigger score on that, but I think it was only a 7 point.
Yeah, it was in the sevens.
7.6.
Yeah. It was in the sevens, and it was, for yesterday it was a 10.
Yeah.
But I thought the judges may have thought, okay, we're on here. This is the first barrel. It's going to be barrels all afternoon. And it
kept it
was not the case.
More manageable.
When the contest finished, there was a fair few barrels, and the waves did get pretty good yesterday afternoon, and it wasn't very crowded. I was looking from home, and
okay,
my son went out there, and he got it, just a real quick one, but he said he got a really nice barrel, and should have went out myself. It's always hard to get out there after commentating.
It's a big day. Dane Bird and Alyssa King are the other two surfers from Kiwanis. They've got a really strong team, but they just haven't had a chance yet. We see how flat it is right now. It's really bouncing on the bottom of the low tide. There's even a bit of sand stirring coming around the top of the point there. So, you can get that change of tide between the low and that incoming high.
Yeah, definitely. That ebb of the tide can make the ocean go flat.
Yep.
But there's just been big long lulls all day.
Well, that was Sage. A 3.67, I guess. That's what it says on here. If you're following, the live scores, get onto that and give you a rundown on.
That was the female surfer? Oh. I'm not too sure about that.
Could be Bailey. Bailey might be the female surfer. Bailey Turner?
Oh, now you're confusing me.
We know nothing. Well, we know that this is a team's event, and the camaraderie that each one of these teams have, I just love it. We've both surfed in the team's events many times over the years. I love this format, though. Unlike most of the others where you would have to surf and then run out of the beach and tag someone, it really gives an opportunity of someone just to conserve their energy, surf really well, and you do the slow walk back up and then get yourself positioned to possibly surf again.
Yeah, that's a good point. Save your energy.
Yep.
Because we used to compete here and have to do those runarounds, and obviously the waves are small today, but they're still taking you a long way. But when it's bigger and you can't paddle out against a sweep, you got to run. And I remember lots of heats where we had to do that.
Yep.
Before the skis came in and gave us lifts. Once the skis came, we used to get, or we still do, get lifts out.
Yep.
Less surfing, but this is pre-skis.
Yeah, it's one of those things too. Since the skis have come in, obviously when the swell gets big, and you do get really
Strong
hefty
sweep,
rips pushing through from point of Snapper here all the way down through Greenmount and Kira, and you can take one wave here, and even if you don't surf it all the way, you just get pushed down all the way.
Oh, yeah,
And,
you miss a wave here.
You can't
on a
paddle
big
up against
day
it.
with the current going, and you're going to be down a rainbow without catching a wave.
Yeah.
Like in the matter of 10 seconds.
Last time Kira was on, I counted 15 jet skis out there, just trying to. Well, some were photographers, but the others were doing loops and running around. And you know, the local council has tried to crack down on that, but good luck trying to catch them.
They do try and take photos of their registration, and the people have been booked.
Have they?
I think it is too many, definitely. But I mean, then I'm out there and I am caught in that rip and can't paddle against it. I'm lifting my hand up for a ride. So, you know, and where my other spot is out there when it's big, and you know, a ski comes, and if I'm surfing, I'll tell them to leave, but then you get cleaned up by a big set, and then you want them to give you a lift, and they're just like, well, you were yelling at us like 5 minutes ago. Why should we give you a lift?
Well, here we go for a Kauai package, the Kauai Spirit. I love Kauai. It's one of my favourite places in the world.
There.
It is gorgeous. It's we've got great friends over there, and the Kleins, and obviously Russell Lewis, you know, coach over there on the North Shore, and we love catching up with them all the time. Russell will be back over here pretty soon. Comes back to visit us all. But it's such a beautiful part of the world, such great people, and such a rich, both surfing history but cultural history. It's the oldest island, the Garden Island. And, you know, you've got the Grand Canyon of the Pacific Ocean, the Nepali coast with all that, you know, those big cliffs.
Yeah, the
and
west
caves.
side over there.
Man.
It's crazy
It
good.
is so beautiful. And if the clients are looking in now, aloha, and we're hoping to catch up pretty soon. Our Hana over there. We love them.
Titus Kahinimaka used to be a good friend of mine when I was on the North Shore and visiting Kauai, and he was a great surfer and a great musician, pure Hawaiian. Really miss that guy. I wonder what he's up to, but yeah, some really good friends and fond memories. I spent a lot of time there on the Hyena side back in the day. A rad guy, our cousin of Titus Glenn, Kiela Kukui.
Yep.
Crazy guy. He was so fun, though. But I just remember really fun times. Just bringing up some great memories. And here we go. Brett Simpson, I'll tell you. Yeah, I know who that is. Brett's won the US Open twice, too. And here he goes, winding up on a little Snapper Rocks wave. Trying to gain some speed, just knows he's got to just get everything out of it, because the other people, the other two teams got better waves, and they were in rhythm. They had the inside. I don't know if Brett didn't contest it. He's not much of a hassler, but Kawana kind of doing the same thing, trying to milk something out of these very small waves, just something, anything to transfer their surfer and try and get ahead of the game.
Well, Zeb Stokes opened up with a 3.17. We know Zeb can massively put big scores on the board. I'm not sure if he's gone back out, but with time ticking away, there's obviously a chance of then coming in, getting his brother out, Taj, to get in the water really quickly and post his scores. Not a lot of sets coming through, so you really want to give all your team members an opportunity of at least posting a score, because at the end, after the four surfers have surfed, then that last surfer can come in and claim those 3 points. That has been making a bit of difference in some of the end scores. You'll see some right at the end when the judge is putting those last scores in, and you'll think, okay, well, you can see what scores the teams have got. But those who haven't got that 3 point can absolutely then, or the ones who have got the 3 points, bonus points of coming in time, it can flip the situation.
It did in the last heat. I mean, D-Bar needed those 3 points. They went in and got them and did. Oh, no, D-Bar stayed in third. It didn't flip it.
No,
sorry.
That's right. Didn't.
We thought it would. We're all there. I came in and Ronnie and Rab were thinking that was going to happen, but it didn't. Is this his third quarter, right? Yeah. So,
Yeah.
So Deba aren't out of it. They didn't make it to second, but they will have to go back into the rep and charge and surf umpteen times to get back into the semis, right? So these rep and charges that are going to happen tomorrow are to get to the semis.
Yeah.
And I heard Reb say it's 6 heats to get to the semis.
Yeah, that's a lot of surfing, but if the waves are on, you'd be stoked to be out there.
Well, you would.
For three other people with you in the lineup of Snapper, and we know a lot of these teams have come from all around the world, a lot of money put into place, a lot of preparation of getting their team together and getting accommodation, flights, and getting here, and then they've got the chance of surfing Snapper with only 3 other people out. We don't even have that opportunity.
No, we don't. I mean, I've had it, over the years competing. Yep. I remember one time I had it all by myself. I had Joel Fitzgerald in a heat. He made it through the trials, I think, a wild card, and he got pulled up by the police on the way here for speeding. And I had Snapper all to myself.
Oh, unreal.
For the whole heat. That was a good memory. Do you
remember?
remember?
I do.
He got pulled up by the police, didn't have his licence on him, and they wouldn't let him go.
Yeah.
And I heard about this after, obviously, because I'm in the water.
Yeah.
And Joel's, a good friend of mine, and I, totally typical something that he would do, turn up late, try and speed here and get pulled up by the police. But that was a memorable heat, being out there all by myself. But here we go.
It's a replay?
Oh, it's a replay. Yeah, you guys, we've seen this.
Look like Dylan Sloan, I think.
Oh, he's live.
This is live. Back to the live action. This is the Kawana Surfboard Riders Club. Kawana, that's Taj, isn't it? No. Zeb
Stokes. Got a pretty good little wave there. It's going to be a good score for this heat.
Release white.
We'll check if that was Zeb or Taj. Zeb so far has posted a 3.17.
Oh, so that'd be Taj then.
Yeah, you would think.
You would think. Things happen fast here, though.
Yeah.
You can see that wind out to sea now, pretty strong. That southeast here, so we see the white horses out there. That's a good sign. It's pretty still in here.
This is the replay.
Here's the replay. It's a nice
this
first
is Taj.
turn. Pretty good wave. Look at that. That's a nice solid section.
Haven't seen one of those for a while, so, yep, he'll get... Well, the scores have come in now, and a 6.83 for this particular wave we're looking at right now.
Yeah,
so
they
Zeb
needed that.
With a 3.17, but yeah, Taj up in the ante here with a good score, 6.83, and wow, look at that. Variety of manoeuvres, nice snaps off the top, roundhouse cutties, and that's what the judges want to see. I've seen a few surfers just doing, the odd, just the basic snap like that, and that's all they do. Judges don't want to do that. They want to be entertained, and I think Hogg said it right before, that, they're sitting there all day. They want to be entertained, and that's a great mindset, when you're in a heat, thinking, what do you need to do? Well, bloody entertain the judges. Think of what they want to see. If they're bored and sitting around all day, let's give them something.
Yeah. No, that was Zeitz right there, and the luxury with Kauai is they've had a great early start, so he hasn't chosen that wave. He didn't claim it. He's didn't release his other surfer, so he's back out there. And the woman surfer right here on a fun little board there from Kawana. She's released their surfer. It looks like 2 of them are going out there. Hang on, only one at a time. One at a time.
That would have been Alyssa King. Yeah, so the King family coming up
Oh, and
there.
look out,
Kawana.
fresh water. They've had a good start too, so they need this wave. The goofy footer up and riding. Here's this wave. It looks like it's going to grow to me. Just get going, get some speed off the wash. Little cutty.
Nathan Munro by the looks of it, looking for that inside link-up section. And again, this is what we say. When you pick a wave at Snapper, you want to make sure it's got a long wall on it. Gives it a bit of legs and what we call growers. And there it is. It's growing onto the inside. Now standing up, and if your legs are still operational by the time you get there, it gives you that chance of 1 more or 2 more little snaps at the end.
Release yellow.
Yeah, pretty good wave there.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
You're going to bounce out of fourth, maybe. Really, not much time left.
No.
5 minutes.
Just looking at that right then, Mark. And yeah, so this is crucial now. Dane Bird is out there for Kiwana. That'll be the last surfer for them. Roman Bunting, that's the surfer, the last surfer there for Freshwater, and then the last surfer that we just saw then. Yeah, that was wide, wasn't it? Kiwana. Here we go. Let's watch the replay. This is Freshwater. Crucial wave here, and this is Nathan. We knew it was going to be a pretty good ride. Had that long wall on it, and he was always looking down the line. A little bit of a flat spot here, but this is where you study that wave and see what it is down further. And he was able to extract a few more scores out of it and posted a 5.33. Not so much for that early putt, but this is where it stands up, and he gets busy, drives down, nice little snap at the end there. But just enough to up the ante. So Roman Bunting in Freshwater will be Nathan's backup surfer. And with the time ticking away, this is where they've really got get that last surfer in quick. And, of course, wrap it up, step off on the sand, and you get that bonus 3 points.
Yeah, I love this time of these heats because this is where it gets really exciting. Yeah. You can see Kiwana, they're pretty stressed. They're almost in the lineup with their last surfer. Actually, hang on. They're finished. They're in. Getting some hydration there. With the high fives, I thought they were finished, but anyway.
Yeah. Dane Bird still to score.
No, they're not. No, they're almost in the lineup. I thought they were giving high fives like they've done there.
I think they were stoked with the score.
Yeah, stoked with the last score. I guess they've gone up to third. So
yep.
So this is crucial for Huntington and Kiwana. Can they get up into that second place and make the semi-final of the 2025 Usher World Cup?
Yeah, we've seen Dane Bird will be their anchor surfer for Kiwana, and Dane, many times I've seen him surfing the QSS, the Queensland Surfing Series, and a star performer there. Here we go. This is the repeat for Kiwana's women's surfer, Alyssa King. I think Alan King's daughter may be there, but yeah, the 3.40. So, you know, they just need one more score to lock in. That will put them into a possible qualifying position. Putting the pressure against Freshwater, will it be enough?
Two minutes left now, so look at Lane Beachley just trying to spur on a teammate. And
2 minutes. Now it's Roman Bunting, of course, in the yellow for Freshwater. Lane's edging them on, going, come on, just get anything. Get in, get those.
There we go.
There
They're
it
up.
is. Roman on this little inside one.
Well done.
This is good timing. You want to get that last wave within the 2 minutes.
You really do.
Enough time to finish the wave, get in on your belly, get onto the shoreline, and get those 3 points. Oh, that was good.
Look out. You'd think that's going to make it really hard for Kiwana and Huntington, you'd think, because here we go. Kauai, it's the young Zeets. He's flying down the line, and this is probably even going to toughen it up even more because if Freshwater go to first, Kauai need to boost their score too to be safe.
1 minute left.
1 minute left.
So that'll be Oliver Zeitz, of course, he looked at his watch, just looking at a chance to get back in. And let's see those last scores. Oh, wow. So, of course, Dane Bird for Kiwana has not had a wave yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't be walking away yet if I was those clubs. Because anything can happen. There's still time to reach the beach. And here we go. There's a wave for Huntington. Right here, it's a good-sized wave. It's the woman's surfer. She hasn't got priority. Kiwana has, maybe. She didn't know. There's hands flying everywhere. And that is a situation.
It is a
Who
situation.
had priority? It seems like Whitewood. They've got their hands up in the air. That was going to be crucial for these clubs to get up into second place, and someone has definitely stopped an opportunity for someone. And we're going to hear more about this.
Wow, we will. I was just trying to hear the beach commentary, of course, Tapper down there counting that heat in, but we'll try and get a word from the down at the judging booth. But there's going to be no doubt some sort of conversations going on. Was it interference? Who had priority? Was it White right there? Kawana seemed to be
He looked like he had priority because he was not looking. He had his head down. He probably knew she was on it, but he's like, no, my priority.
Yeah.
She mightn't have known, but we don't know because we can't see
we can't.
The priority disc from our nice warm confines of the commentary booth.
Our pseudo echo.
But we're going to find out.
Yep. This is the replay. So, well, she was committed to that wave. Looks like she's tried to get out, and I reckon Dane's figured he's got priority. And
looking that way.
Yeah, I think he has. And then she realises that maybe she wasn't able to get around or get off that wave in time. But as you know, with priority, if you cross paths of the other surfer, then you're interfering. And unfortunately,
Brett doesn't look happy at all.
Well, the clock's on hold for the next heat while those scores get altered and the judges make their call on it. And there it is, yes. So Huntington do receive an interference, and that means they'll be out of the opportunity there. Dane Bird posting a 1.5 for his last wave, so really doesn't change the lineup by the looks of it. So Kauai moving through, taking a win there. It looks like Freshwater unofficially, I guess, at this stage. No, that is done deal. Yep, okay. So Freshwater taking a second. And as we said, Kawana and also Huntington, they get to surf again.
They will, yep. So don't be too mad, Simpo. You got another chance. And that heat had some drama in the end as the wind whips in around the bay into Snapper Rocks. And this is what we wanted to see for the last few days. Going to be a stormy night.
Oh, yeah. Batten down the hatches. In fact, we saw all the tents down, the competitive tents down on the beach, and all the team members have been notified that strip down
I heard that call.
Tents,
get your roofs off your tents.
Because it could get blowy
They'll go flying
tonight.
all the way to Surfers Paradise.
Yeah, 50 kilometre
There's one way to
winds.
get a ride up to Surfers. Just hold on to the tent.
Well, this is windy and wild here, but you know what? In Mandiri, it's offshore and pumping. Welcome back, and Mark, as you said, there they are, the white caps, indicating that wind has finally got here. We've been waiting for days, but that will give us a bit of a boost as well overnight. We've had some squalls come through. You can see the clouds in the background, and really looking forward to waking up to at least another foot or two on top of what we've got. That's all we need. The sand is looking fantastic. The sand pump's been going on. This is going to be a great wrap-up day, but right now this is quarterfinal, Snapper quarterfinal, number 4, the last one for the day, and then we'll be into a massive finals day tomorrow. So make sure you check in. If you're coming down, I'm hoping we'll see a lot more sunshine, maybe a little bit of scattered clouds in the morning, but it's going to clear up to an epic Sunday, and really looking forward to some absolutely awesome surfing as we move through to the all-important finals. Right now, in this quarterfinal, of course, Mark Okulupo joining me here on the couch, and Sandon Point up against Torquay, our mate who we were talking to, Nathan Hedge, the Hog. He will be heading up North Narrabeen. He's the first surfer, so it's always good to see
Always.
the hog just get out and surf by example. Of course, Point Lookout, looking forward to their great team on paper. B. Durbridge, Ash Jenner, Stacia Holt and Curtis Ewing, a spectacular team and great surfers, great people, of course, coming down from that beautiful little point break right up, almost, we can't even see the horizon right now because of all the rain squalls,
There
but
he is.
up on the horizon. Yep. Take it away, Mark.
Always on the first wave. I was saying yesterday, it's got to be 90% in the 90s that he's always on the first wave of these team matchups. And, you know, he sometimes, you know, he'll take wave quality, you know, out of it and just want to get a smaller wave, anything that comes his way. He'll bank a 5 at least. Not too sure about that time, but just to get the ball rolling really quick. And you can count on him for doing that. You know, Torquay's got a really strong team. This is a hard heat, Glenn, because Sand and Point had a great heat. Point Lookout has too, and Torquay had an amazing heat. You know, Xavier Hustable, Tully Wiley, I can remember those guys going mad. And here we go, up and riding. It's B. Durbridge. Wow, nice snap from B there. In off the lip. Nice extended speed floated to try and get around that. This wave should reform and double up, and he knows that. He's competed here so many times in very big events. And now coaching, but still can surf really well.
Well, great surfing there from Bede. And, of course, he served, you know, he grew up surfing a very similar wave up on that island to the north. Yeah, look, again, he's been a spectacular competitor over the years, one of those superstars of surfing. And, you know, he's now back in junior development, putting on local events up there, Australia. Let's watch a replay here. Oh, nice opening turn of B.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there's nothing like surfing with the wind. These guys have been surfing against the wind for 2 days now. And you can really notice it. I mean, so many surfs, my best surfs I've had is, you know, when the wind's howling, you know, J Bay in particular, you know, the wind can get that strong and the waves are that good and it gives you so much more speed and you can do so much more because in surfing, speed's your friend.
Thank you.
And always has been, always will be.
You're right. I've always tried to, when I've done any coaching, you know, you get people, oh, how do you do that turn? How do you do that turn? I say, well, forget about that turn until you can go fast. Get the speed first, and then you can do it.
It's true. I mean, you know, you try and do a turn with no speed, you feel like a kook. Do a turn with heaps of speed, you feel like a pro.
Yeah, good call. That's coaching one-on-one from the best, the master of speed and power, Mark Occhilupo. Thank you, mate. Okay, so, the split screen situation here. This is a live action in our last heat for the day. It's currently, 6:15 p.m. Gets dark around 7.
Xavier Huxtable on his Torquay's first account. Got those pink rails there. And can he get around this section with the speed floater? He does. And slides the tail and falls. So, will he claim that wave or will he go back out? That's the big question. He's got a bit of a battle on his hands. With the wind comes the current, ripping around the snapper rocks there. So if he's going to paddle, it's going to be a juicy one.
Looking forward to seeing the replay because I reckon he surfed that thing pretty well.
He did.
A lot of flow,
he
little
fell,
tail slides.
Yeah, he fell. It went
there.
off camera, so we don't know if he released. Didn't hear Tapper say release white.
No.
We've been hearing that all day, so maybe he wants to better that.
Here we go. Here's the replay. Let's see it from the beginning. Xavier Huxtable. Really beautiful surfing, lightweight. You watch his board, he really pushes that tail out. Look at that. Really whips the board back up into the pocket, even though it's
he
a
looks
small
around.
wave.
Yeah, no, when you look behind you, the judges take note of that. They're like, oh, he's not that into that wave, and we aren't either.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, you never look behind. Even if it's a bad wave, just concentrate on what you've got and what you're on. Don't look behind. But he was probably thinking, you know, am I paddling back out? And with that thought in his mind, he falls.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on the scoreline here and see what pops up. But I can tell you already, Nathan Hedge, that 5.50. B. Durbridge, 4.83. So the mid-size scores at the moment, just getting some scores on the board. Where are we? Here we go. Sammy Lowe from Sandon. Did we see Sammy's wave?
We didn't catch that. No, we didn't.
6.27.
No,
so
well,
obviously-
unfortunately, maybe, there's a couple wet cameras around after that. So we could be a couple cameras down.
Yeah.
And maybe we did miss that. But nice ride. Sammy's been on fire the whole event. And,
well, I can tell you that Xavier, that wave was scored at this stage of 6.07. So I think you'd be happy with that.
You would be.
He would be doing the release and walk back, you would expect. Tully Wiley will be next for Torquay. So I would expect that, he's got to be pretty happy with it. Even though he fell at the end, I still thought he surfed it well.
different looking ocean now here, isn't it, Rocky?
Yeah, look at the
you
flags.
You get the weekends off, eh? You don't do the surf reports on Saturday, Sunday, do you?
No, I don't.
It's just a weekday thing.
Yep. So, possible chance of having a morning surf, maybe pretty early.
I'm looking at that too. I really am. Could be some good waves in the morning. It's going to be a good tide. We don't start here till 7 in the morning, so there's definitely a few hours to surf. I was going to do it this morning, but it was quite slow. I was looking in my kitchen, and I was like, I don't know. And then so I haven't had a surf today. I feel weird, but that's all right. I'll fix it up tomorrow.
Yes, you will. Have 2 surfs tomorrow.
Well, hopefully we get to Surf a Legends Heat tomorrow. I heard there was going to be one on, but we've had a few hiccups today, so hopefully that is still in the...
Might squeeze that time frame out.
We might get squeezed, but definitely try and get out there early.
Well, very close here so far. As we said, a lot of mid-sized scores. Sandon Point being Sammy Lowe with that 6.27. Xavier Huxtable with 6.07 from Torquay. Nathan Hedge with a 5.50. Really close scores. And then Point Lookout, B. Durbridge, 4.83. So they've got all their first surfers, and each team locked in, setting the benchmark, mid to just above mid-sized scores. And, still, just under 30 minutes remaining. This is really crucial to get the scores on the board quickly and effectively. And now you can see the flags. Yeah, definitely. Really, this is what we're expecting. Right now, it's probably about 35 to 40 kilometre-hour winds. That's what we're expecting from the southeast. Those flags were flapping the other way all the last 2 days offshore. Now, that's been holding the swell out. Now that you turn this wind around on those flags, pushing that way back in behind the rock, that will start pushing the swell. And we're okay here in the bay, so that means it doesn't matter how windy that gets. It's going to still be offshore on the point, but it really will help bring that swell in from around at the ocean.
Yeah, definitely. Can see white way behind the rock there. Torquay, it seems like it is. And trying to chase that barrel down, hasn't been a whole lot of sets, but...
No. Well, that's Tully Wiley in the white from Torquay out there. We, as you said, we can't really see the
if it is Tully, it's hard to fit in a barrel backhand at this size. So he's probably just trying to get deep enough so he can get that big first section. You can see him actually paddling away from that position right now.
Yeah, maybe too deep.
Maybe he just doesn't want to fight that rip anymore because it's howling. It's so frustrating sometimes. You can surf snapper, it's 2 foot. It's 1 to 2 foot, and you cannot paddle against a rip.
Nope.
It just does not make sense, but that's on a pretty south swell.
Wow, there it is.
Doesn't need to be big for that rip to be howling, and we get a nice drone angle of where the weather's coming from, and we can see a bit of blue sky. And that famous saying my mum used to tell me when we were down in the snow and it was blizzarding, you know what it is?
Yes, it is. It's
the waistcoat, right? If there's enough blue in the sky to make a sailor's waistcoat, it's going to be a nice day.
Oh, I haven't heard that one.
You haven't heard that one?
No, the one I was saying was...
It's probably an old-fashioned saying from way back, sailor days.
Well, the other one is red sky at night, sailor's delight.
Yeah, pink sky, sailor's warning or something?
Red sky in the morning, sailor's warning.
Okay, there you go.
So that means if it's stormy in the morning, it's going to be a crap day.
Yeah, but you can see there, there's probably going to be...
It's broken, definitely
breaking up. I mean, at this point, we've probably got some more severe weather coming through tonight, but that's all right. We'll be all in bed. Well, most of us.
I know we will. We've been a big day today. And looking forward to a big day tomorrow. Really looking forward to it. That's finally getting here. And, I've been speaking to a few of the teams. And, up and riding.
Dylan Moffat.
North Narrabeen. Dylan, knowing that he can't sit around any longer. Time to get moving. And even though it's a small wave.
Wow, look at him. Wow, look at that energy. He's just...
Whoa.
He's had his afternoon cup of coffee. Because, boom.
Wow.
Look at that. Dylan Moffat surfs really well, and that were two big turns.
That was great. Congratulations. That was a great
Generated a whole lot of speed. He must have heard me. Speed is your friend.
Wow, didn't he pump that? But I love the little whitewash. We'll see the replay here, the whitewash rebound. And again, this is what we call growers. Look how small that wave is now. But by the end of the wave, it's double that size. So it's obviously got a little bit of a wall to it. And he's able to stay high line. Here he goes. Pumps the board. Finds that little lip. Launches over. And that gives him a rebound, an extra boost of speed. Double. And then back up into the lip. Boom. Nice little spray into the pocket. And wraps it up with a great little snap. That's a good score. That's actually going to be probably the highest score of the heat so far. And that will really set North Narrabeen up. That's a fantastic wave. Backed up with Nathan Hedges opening 5.5.
Yeah, he seems to think so. Backwash, wind. Wouldn't want to be out sailing right now.
No. Well, there it is. It's for Dylan Moffat's last wave, a 7.83. So not a lot of surfing action going on, but he certainly made the most of that wave. And that now gives only one team there with two riders locked in.
7.83. A 7.83.
7.83.
There it is.
13.33. Standard point 6.27. Gorky 6.07. Point Lookout 4.83. 24 and a half minutes remaining.
I just noticed on the rocks there, a couple of grommets. They're just so keen. They're sitting there ready to get out there. It's going to be dark by the time this heat finishes, but they want to be the grommets, the last ones out in the water as the sun goes down and the waves start to pick up.
People do surf here at night time.
Yeah, they do.
I don't do it myself, but I can almost hear them from my house. Apparently it gets crowded, like 20, 30 guys on full moon nights.
Yep.
I think it's crazy, but...
I agree.
They do it.
That's shark feeding times at night. So, but there is a few deterrents these days. You got the shark shields and they reckon there's a new one now where they're putting fluoro lights in the bottom of the boards. And apparently, what we thought the lights would attract the fish and the sharks, it doesn't, and it deters them.
Yeah. I mean,
you're going to test it?
No, I'm not testing it. I'm not surfing at night time. I want to see what's coming. You at least need to be able to defend yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to always be aware on your surroundings. Is it a dolphin? Is it this? Is it that? You just, at night time, you don't know what it is and where it is. There's no way.
You want to have a chance of punching in the nose if you see it coming your way.
Exactly.
Like to a Mick Fanning. But, you're right. If you don't see that thing, that's why it's scary some places where you surf. There's a place called Boulders up at Moreton, and there's big boulders the shape of sharks as you paddle over and you go, is that a shark or is it a boulder or what is it? And obviously, we've surfed J Bay and down south there's a place from J Bay is Seal Rock. And
yes, I know the spot.
Good wave, but a lot of seals. I mean, that's why they call it Seal Rock.
Very sharky over there.
That's what they say. It always freaked out surfing there with seals, but they say, no, it's okay. If the seals are there, they know what's going on underneath. If there's no seals, get the hell out of there because that means the seals have seen something.
Yeah, and there's another really good beach break even further down there called Oyster Bay where I used to go down there a lot.
Yep.
When those winds were northwest over there, like kind of devil wind for J Bay, down that side's all offshore and pumping waves. Little sharky, but, you can't let that deter you. There's kind of a big line coming through. Hang on, who's got priority?
Bit of action.
Someone's having a look. It looks like Point Lookout have priority. Everyone's giving way.
Ash Jenner.
See what Ash Jenner can do. He's just gone off screen there, but he's got a nice wind gust behind him, so he'll have speed. The wave grows. Looks like it's got some kind of double up to it. Doesn't look like it's all of that wave. Yeah, there it goes. It doubles up now. Yeah, I thought I saw that. Double in size and layback snap right there into a carve, and he gets down the line. This wave could go all the way to Greenmount if he doesn't get dropped in on. And snaps it, races away. There's a Mal on his wave. He has a look and flicks out.
Done and
dusted. When he gets that far, the judges already told us that if they can't see the moves, they're not going to judge them. So probably out of the judges' sight towards the end of that wave.
Wow,
last move maybe they couldn't see, but yeah, he's got a long way to go. He's right in front of my house right now.
How's that? That's going into the lagoon, so he's got to still paddle across the lagoon to get in. That's a big mission.
It is. You wouldn't want to be, a minute left and try and
hit the sand.
Hit the sand because you would make it.
Well, here's that replay and getting the drone action. You can see that was a one-wave set, so he was able to snavel that, no doubt, under priority and under the noses of his opponents. And watch this wave as it grows. It'll start building, and this is where the surfer keeps looking down the line, positioning themselves and back up into the pocket. Big snap there. That was great. And this wave really started to turn it on down. There's a little Marley Rock, so he's gone a long way already. But still, we saw a number of turns down there. That was a beautiful snapback and a closeout Rio. Not finished yet. I think this is where the longboarder, yep. So he's throwing the hands up, and it's just a matter of getting in by then. But scores are taking a while to come in, so no doubt the judges are really deliberating over that, knowing there's been some good scores go down already. Is it better than Dylan Moffat's 7.83, which is the highest score of the heat so far? I think it could be.
Yeah, I reckon it'll give it a nudge, maybe. Another set coming through, too.
Here we go. Action as the swell starts. No,
they
lump of butt.
Yeah, probably not a lot of wall. Maybe they decided against it. Good to see what that wave actually did, because it looked all right from face value. But they know better because they're out there.
Well, Ash Jenner scores in a 7.27. So, that's a reasonable score. And as we said, one of the highest scores, Dylan Moffat, a 7.83 from North Narrabeen. So 2 big scores there already been posted by these opposing teams. And only 2 surfers really locked in for North Narrabeen and Point Lookout. But here we go.
Point, it's got to be a grower, because why would you take this wave if you didn't see a big elbow at the end of it? And there it is. It comes into play.
Yep.
The wave grows. Beautiful snap. Cuddy. Got the wind going with him. Takes advantage of that. Beautiful snap. Accentuates the spray there off the lip. And continues to kind of work this wave down the line. So, fairly good wave. He gets into another section there too, and boom.
Oh, good closer.
Nice last turn.
Yep, Jed Ashton that was for a sand and point. Yeah, it seems those waves are building a little bit more and comes into the bay where it gets cleaner down the end, but there's also a nice little plonk of sand down there lifting that wave and giving the chance for these surfers to... Here it is. I mean, yeah, as you said, that's a nothing wave. But think about at the end, he was able to then throw in some really nice turns. So you're right. He was looking down the line. As we've said a number of times, when you surf snapper, as you take off on a wave, you don't want to have something that's got a tapering wall. You want something that's got that wall all the way out to sea, knowing that by the time it wraps down the bay, it's going to give you this, a growing opportunity. And he did great, really loose in the pocket. I like that board. It almost looks epoxy board as well. Got that lightweight to it. And then gets to this inside section, goes out of camera, but bango. Wrapped it up well.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting end to the heat with all these scores coming in. Torquay's the one that's only had the one score, right? They're behind the 8 ball. It seems like today there's always kind of been one club that just gets the short end of the stick.
And Jed Ashton's wave. Short edges. Oh, yeah, one of the other. Both works. Jed Ashton, a 6.23 there, backed up by Sammy Lowe's opening ride at 6.27. So they're holding second at this stage behind North Narrabeen on a 2-wave basis. Point Lookout in third. Now, very close. Look at that. You know, so North Narrabeen's on 13.33. Sandon Point, 12.50, and Point Lookout, 12.10. So a real narrow
That is so
narrowness
close.
between them, I know. It doesn't take much. So this is where crucial, 16 and a half minutes remaining. Really important to get these last surfers in and get those 3 bonus points. Will make all the difference between these clubs.
Definitely. I don't think I've ever commentated at night time before.
It is getting dark out there. No, we had the Cronulla boat repairs.
Well, no, I mean, we had the boat repairs way back in the day, which was a huge event in Cronulla where I grew up, and
Barton
we
won
had
that, didn't he?
we had night surfing.
Barton win that one?
I'm not too sure,
Or
but
Tom-
the
no,
night
Tom did.
surfing was expression session.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
right.
think it was actually competition. It was a test to see
Yeah.
how big of a crowd they'd pull, and it was massive. It was such a big crowd that they didn't do it again because when the crowd left the beach, they just seemed to walk through everyone's houses and yards. There was letterboxes and broken windows and what have you, and the council went, nah, not again.
I did surf in that, and it was really hard because even though it wasn't big,
Hard
as you
to
took
see.
off, you'd straight into the lights, and you could not see a thing. It was pretty hard, actually.
Oh, that looks like the girl surfer for Point Lookout over Stacey. I remember her from yesterday.
Yeah, you're right.
Seems like she's riding more of a conventional board today.
Yeah.
Yesterday she was like on a kind of a wider 21, I think. But let's get that replay. I was busy reminiscing about Cronulla, but here she goes. Yeah, it looked like a better board. It was a nice first turn from Stace, and she's got a lot of hand movement. She gets over this double up, and it was a nice little floater there. And she looks at the team going, should I release? And they said, yes, release me.
Definitely. The 3.43 for that one. So Curtis Ewing will be out next for Point Lookout. That'll be their anchor man, the last surfer. And they'll be the only team at this stage then, if that's the case, with 4 surfers on the board. So these other surfers really starting to, or the team's going to be struggling. Torquay, we saw Xavier with that 6.07. Tully, we haven't even seen Tully jagging a wave yet.
Well, I saw Tully way, a while back. He was sitting so deep, and he's still back there. We can see him just inside a yellow there, and he's just gotten really selective. And his teammates must be going, come on, let's do this, because that 6.7 for Xavier, was a pretty good score back then, but now it's not looking that good.
No, you're right. There's been some good mid-size and some potential high-end scores that have come through from Dylan Moffat and Ash Jenner, and so really time is crucial now. But now knowing that your opponents have got some good mid-size scores, plus, the pressure's on.
He's been picky, like those guys have got those little ones. They're growing into good ways,
Correct.
but he has not looked at them.
Nope.
He's like, no, I want something with a nice, big, chunky section at the top. But, surfing snapper for 40 years, I know that, you get those chunky ones at the top, they've got no wall. It's one or the other usually. It's never all unless we've got a big, crazy, good swell that fills up the whole bay. But, it's often those sick barrels that you get behind the rock don't have wall, and that's why often, I'm sitting not looking at those. I'm waiting for the one that's going to take me all the way through to Green Mountain Coolangatta Beach.
Yep.
And that's kind of what these guys are catching, even though it's, they're mini versions of that, obviously, because it's well smaller today. But that's the ways they're found. And Tully paddles over that wave again. And he's
Maybe
seen
he's
something
seen
more.
something. Yeah.
And look, there he goes. He's got to take this wave. Here he goes, Glenn.
Has to. Has it got a growing opportunity?
Looks like it does.
Yeah, it's running across that bank, which is what you like to see. It's got that little bit of push and wedge to it.
Nice first turn. Second turn, he throws a lot of spray, and it helps in this wind too. It's going to carry that spray further. Wow. That's a long wait for that wave right there.
Yeah.
Dangerous team right here. The other teams to be going, wow, okay. Looks like we got out of that one, with obviously they've got a few more surfers, but,
you know, with the 6, and I dare say that's not going to be much more. It might be around the similar score for Tully, but he, yeah, just waited a long time for a wave that didn't go far.
No, that's right. Well, there it is, a 4.27. So, yeah, Willis Drummer out there now will want to get a quick wave for Torquay. So, again, now you have point look.